know,
They like to make you yawn.
honestly, I can't believe how low them lights are. They're dropping for the fighters when they're back to back. The glare, you don't even go into it. Like that. Someone's. Yeah. Are we talking? Yeah, right. Yeah, I get that. But I'm, do you want to know my exact height?
Yeah.
5'4" and 3/4.
Okay. I'm a girl at 5'8". This evening ahead of a fantastic night of boxing brought to you by Lee Eaton and Let's Go Management in association with Into Boxing and TM14 Promotions. Joining me this evening I have the punditry and commentary dream team in Spencer Oliver and Andy Clark. Guys, how are you?
You know what? Really well. I mean, I love the dream team, do you?
Yeah, well, I wrote that.
He told me to say it.
Yeah, we like that. But yeah, listen, looking forward to an unbelievable night of boxing. I love being back here at the York Hall, such a historic place. A lot of memories myself, boxing here as an amateur and as a pro. And I mean, I think you'll agree with me, Andy, and you've been here as well so many times, Ali, that every fight you get here, the kids seem to pull it on the line. There's something special about this place. I don't know if it's the atmosphere, the way that, you know, because it's always packed out, but seems to bring their best out in everyone.
Yeah, and they're eager to fight here. They want to fight here. They feel it's an occasion when they come here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, everybody wants to make that walk from these pretty Spartan dressing rooms out down beneath the stairs, you know, and they really are as well, up into this ring, because so many great fighters have fought here down the years. Someone like Johnny Tapia even fought here Lomachenko, Usyk in recent times, they fought here. David Hayes boxed here. And these titles we've got tonight are just brilliant because the area title is the first step on the ladder, the English is the next one up, and then it's the British. I was here 2 weeks ago for an amazing night where Denzel Bentley defended his British middleweight title, a real famous title against Marcus Morrison. And that's where these fighters are looking to try and get to. Area title fights, trust me, they are the gift that keep on giving because it means so much to fighters to win one. I mean, you won one, and that was Spence won an absolute classic, not just buttering up. He did against Patrick Mullins,
I did, yeah.
who went on to achieve much more than who went way past that level himself. But for you, that was. I mean, that night was the most important night of your life at that point. Most important fight of your life at that point.
Absolutely. Listen, Southern Area titles, that elevates you into that area where you're then moving on and progressing into a really good stage. Like after I won my Southern Area title, the fight that you was talking about, Patrick Mullins, we won Fight of the Year, and I boxed for a European title in my next fight. And I won the European title in my next fight. So all of a sudden, I've gone from boxing for a Southern Area title to being numbered like 4 or 5 in the world. But that's what it meant, and it was at shows like this is where it started, and that's where the dream starts for all of them. Area titles, English titles lead you on to the British, Commonwealth, European. It's the grassroots of the sport, and I think it means so much to all the kids that are here because for them to get to this sort of level is an achievement anyway, but they're sort of like within touching distance of making something really special. And I think that's why you get the fights like you get, like Andy said, if you look historically over the years at all the fighters that have boxed here, numerous world champions, numerous European, British champions, even world title fights being fought here. This is like, it used to be the Mecca of boxing, the York Hall. There's something really special about the place. And I've got to say, on the card tonight, the 3 title fights we've got tonight, I'm expecting much of the same of what I've seen over the years in some of these title fights. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, we've got a trio of title fights on the line tonight. And it's safe to say all 3 of them, 2 Southern Area titles, 1 English title, it's safe to say 50-50 fights.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of them. I went to the weigh-in yesterday. It was great to see them. Boy Jones, Ben Jones. Last time I saw him in the flesh, he really did look like a boy. He first appeared on Box Station, boxed here plenty of times on Frank Warren shows when he was 18, 19. And when I walked in yesterday, it was like looking at someone I used to know, but thinking, is that his older brother? And this is what boxing does to lads, isn't it? It takes them from boys, turns them into men. And tonight we'll see prospects become champions. And they are well matched, these guys. And what I like about these fights particularly is that everyone, apart from Jordan Perkis, has lost fights. They've been quite hard matched. Boy Jones has lost fights. Lucas Ballingall has lost fights. Michael McKinson's brother, he's been matched tough from the start. Colin Marsden, same thing. Has been in with some good operators, the likes of Adam Azim. Ryan Walker's boxed Lee McGregor and Paul Butler.
Yeah.
These lads they've had some tests, and they're desperate to win these titles because for them, it's the first step on the road. They absolutely think that they can go further than this.
Yeah, no. Just to add to what Andy's saying there, it's exactly what it is. It's like what you get with these small hall shows and these kids that are coming through the ranks like this, and they haven't signed up with your Eddie Hearns or your Ben Shaloms or your Frank Warrens, and they've got to work their way through. But these are genuine 50-50 fights. So some of the fighters that Andy mentioned that are on the bill today, have lost 2 and 3 fights, and you look at them and you think, wow, this is a genuine prospect. But that's the difficult route that they've got to go through, because they've got to sell tickets. The promoter has to have good, even money fights on. Like what we've got tonight, we've got a lot of 50-50 fights on the bill. That's why, if you look around, I saw Anthony Yard here tonight.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this place attracts champions even. One, because they know this is where they come from, and they love going back like I do. I boxed here some 25 years ago. I come in here and I remember it like yesterday. I won the schoolboy title here. I won the junior ABAs here. And there's just something really magical and special about this place. But the ex-fighters come back here, like Anthony, who we saw here tonight, because they know they're in for something special. All these kids, it's like their world title fights, because they know a win here, they could get that opportunity for a bigger title, a British title, a European title, off one of the bigger promoters. Then they've got that platform. I mean, it's a special time for these fighters.
Now, looking at the main event, so we've got Lucas Ballingall, who is fighting Boy Jones Jr. It's for the English title. This is a tough fight for both of them. It's a kind of must-win for both of them. As you say, they both had losses, and they both want to prove something tonight.
Yeah, it is. It is. Lucas Ballingall, has got a lot to live up to. Mikey was at the weigh-in yesterday, looking good. I have to say. Lucas, I saw him box in Belarus last year, or 2 years ago now, during the first lockdown. And up until that point, he kind of struggled to get meaningful fights. He's been kind of bred for pro boxing. He got in a bit of trouble as an amateur for kicking a spit bucket and losing his temper. And his dad, Michael, who trains Mikey McKinson as well, has kind of had them sparring pros since they were young. And that might have been why he struggled to get anybody to fight him. So he took a fight in Belarus. He won the fight, I thought, but he didn't get the decision. Yeah. And he deserved at least a draw that night. Straight after that, he boxed for an English title against Myron Mills, who's a good fighter. And he lost that one. But this is what they're about, these lads. They go into proper fights. And this is something we've seen during the pandemic. People can't box if they're a small hall fighter because there were no small hall shows. But these fellas, rather than sit around and just think, I may as well just put my feet up for 2 years, they just thought, no, I'll do the away corner. I'll go on your away corner. And Boy Jones has been through it too, because he was a Frank Warren fighter, prospect. I remember him seeing on Steve Bunce's Boxing Hour and stuff like that. He was getting a real big up. And he lost 3 in a row, either side of COVID. And he must have just thought at that stage, what am I going to do now? Yeah. And he's he's like a wise old 25-year-old when you see him now.
I know he really is, and you know what it is like. COVID played a big part with all these kids that box on these small hall shows. The bigger promoters still had the fights going on. They had the fights going on behind closed doors, etc. Small halls were shut down. So Boy Jones Jr., who you talked about there, he was out the best part of 2.5 years. And these kids, they don't get an apprenticeship into boxing. They go straight into it. They haven't got a development time. They're not getting fed, sort of fighters that have got records of 1-1, lost 12, etc. They're going in to 50-50 fights all the time. So COVID played a big part. And I was looking down a lot of the guys that are boxing on the bill tonight. For one reason or another, COVID played a big part on them, in their careers, and they've come back and they've had a couple of losses since, probably because they've not been training, etc. And Boy Jones was a victim of one of those, actually. And he was once a prospect, and now he's back into the position where, dare I say, it might be his last opportunity at this sort of level. So it means a lot, and that's a fight that I'm really looking forward to.
You mentioned, COVID, and the shows were behind closed doors, so there wasn't small hall shows. York Hall is a prime example of a crowd that will make a difference because it's so enclosed. Your fans are literally almost in the ring with you. You can feel them when you're in there.
Do you know what, Ali? I've actually boxed here, amateur and pro, and I've had them moments where I've needed the crowd to pull me through a certain moment, especially when I was even as the amateur. And the atmosphere in here is electric, and the noise bounces off the walls. It's like people hanging from the rafters, and when you're in a certain situation in a fight, trust me, that really can help you out. Like when you're feeling a little bit sorry for yourself and you hear the crowd going for you, it's a massive part of it. And I think, Andy, that's why we get so many special fights here, because you see kids, and maybe in different situations, in different halls, and if it was an empty arena, they may have taken the choice to go, you know what, I'm done, but the crowd has kept them in the fight. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 100%. This is a kind of bear pit type atmosphere, like you say, with the balcony. That's an amazing view from up there. When I come to watch fights myself and I'm not working, that's where I go, because you do feel like you're floating over the top of the ring. And boxing did a great job really during lockdown to just kind of keep going with the TV promoters. The fight camp was great, and there were a few shows behind closed doors here, but what it showed us more than anything else is that sport without fans is just nowhere near as good. It's nowhere near as good. We covered loads of lockdown shows, and the novelty, if I'm honest, I didn't really say it at the time because it wasn't really the right thing to say, but the novelty for me wore off pretty quickly. And after a while you're thinking to yourself, just a couple of hundred people in a gym, just a gym show would have been great. And this place is like a massive gym. I mean, it is a kind of sports hall anyway. My wife used to do her exams here, she was telling me earlier today, because she grew up around here. This is a multi-purpose kind of community centre.
I mean, to give you a prime example of what a crowd can do to a fighter, I think you'll agree with me this one. Josh Warrington is a prime example who boxes in front of thousands of people. He boxes Mauricio Lara in front of no one. And look what happened. He went and he got beat, because he's a guy that feeds off the crowd. A lot of these fighters do. So we've got a packed hall in here tonight, and I'm expecting something really special, Ali.
Yeah, it should be a good night ahead. Well, the fighters are ready, so we're going to get the first fight underway. So it's time to hand over to our MC.
to the iconic, historic York Hall here in London. Our first bout then of the evening. Please welcome first into the arena and to the red corner, Craig Coulthard-Sumner.
As we've been just describing, it'll fill up gradually during the course of the evening, but it's just such a great layout. And making his way to the ring, here we've got Craig Sumner just walking down that catwalk, really, through the middle of the crowd from the stage, just right in front of us there. And the weight corner fighter, been pretty busy in recent times, last out about a month or so ago. Wells actually is a really good example of the kind of fighter that we were just talking about, because he's had 9 fights, he's 7-2, he was a very good kickboxer, got up to world level with that, I didn't want to mess around basically, took some hard fights early on, Jaman Camaro, one in particular, former area champion, good solid fighter, beat him over 8 rounds, and then at 5-0 decided to take the trip to Belfast and tangle with Paddy Gallagher, former Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Good fighter. Bit too much for him in the end and lost by 3rd round stoppage, but that's the way he's done it. So again, he doesn't really want to hang around. He's in this middleweight division, he'll want to get a win tonight, kick on the box again as quick as he can, and then he'll be looking for some kind of title action, I'd imagine. So the tail of the tape here. Super welter, these two actually going at Sumner. As I say, he's a weight corner fighter, but a durable guy. And Wells boxing out of Essex with those couple of defeats.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our opening bout of the evening is the league in association with presents 6 rounds of boxing in the middleweight division. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Our supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Dennis Reed. Our timekeeper this evening, Mr. Giles. And our referee at the time of the bell ring, Mr. Lee Emery. So introducing to you first, coming out of the red corner, his official weight on the scales, 11 stone, 5 pounds. He enters the ring with a professional angle. Defeats, wearing the orange and white shorts from Blackpool, Lancashire, presenting Craig Coulthard-Sumner. His opponent this evening is standing across the ring, boxing out of the blue corner. Official weight on the scales, 11 stone, 7 pounds. He enters the ring with professional record, 7 victories, 2 women by way of knockout, 2 defeats. Wearing the black, purple, and blue shorts from Essex, presenting Bilal.
So Lee Avery, our referee for this one. Liam Wells, of course, the strong favourite to win this fight. It would be pretty astonishing if he didn't, but it's a question of getting it done in style, really. He'll want to look to try and impress in front of what is pretty much a home crowd coming from just down the road as he does in Raynham. Wells in those multicoloured shorts. Sumner in the orange and white. Just looking to try and set up that jab early on here. Well, Sumner just kind of staying on the borderline of range there. Just stoops in and attempts to land a jab to the body, then turns southpaw.
Yeah, Wells just taking centre of the ring here, just trying to work everything from behind that jab. Sumner not quite settled into this one yet.
Just short with the jab there, Wells, and again, Sumner, as I say, switching stances every now and again, just trying to confuse Wells. The mission here for Craig Sumner is to get through this. He has been stopped a few times, 3 times in his 11 defeats. A little feint with the front foot there from Wells. He's going to have to open Sumner up, isn't he, with those feints, that kind of stuff, because Sumner, as I say, the job when you're an away corner fighter is to navigate your way through to the end of the fight and do it while shipping as little punishment as you can. So they're not going to give you any gifts, are they? Right hand there just knocks out the gum shield of Sumner.
Yeah, Wells just starting to find his range, just landing that jab well. And you're right in what you say there, Andy. Sumner does a great job of avoiding shots, keeping nice and tight, and just trying to survive, really, getting through those rounds and making life as difficult as possible, switching stance, etc. Wells is the one trying to create the openings, just working well there behind the jab. As I said, trying to create the opening, set the traps, and trying to find an opening. And Sumner doing a good job of tucking up here in the first round.
30 seconds remaining in round 1. Sumner just trying to dip his knees and move from side to side there. He's always looking to try and set everything up with that jab, Wells, which is good to see. Don't necessarily see that from fighters who come over from kickboxing. They're quite often stand-up straight kind of campaigners as well, and he's got a little bit of suppleness to him here, Wells. Just trying to get in and out with the feet there. Looking for the uppercut off the back of the lead left hand, and it's just good stuff.
Yeah, lovely stuff there from Wells. As I said, he's sort of found his range now. He's found his distance, working well off that jab and turning some of those jabs into the uppercut as well, getting success with that right uppercut and just starting to break through the guard now of Craig Sumner.
Final few seconds of round 1. Good busy round. Good opener there for Liam Wells, who will just look to try and keep the tempo high, I think, try and keep that pace high. It was lively, that opening round. He set quite a pace there.
Yeah, good start there from Wells, it really was. He sort of went out, he established his jab early, he was doubling up on it, tripling up on it, then he started switching the shots on the inside, throwing the uppercuts, switching the attacks to the body as well, and started to slowly but surely break Sumner down there towards the end of that round. It was a tough round for Craig Sumner, who's, like you said, Andy, you know, does a good job of surviving rounds, and he's not had it easy in his career so far, but this looks like it's going to be another tough night for him here tonight at the York Hall.
10 seconds. Seconds now, round 2.
So into the second. Wells just bouncing on the balls of his feet. These two touching gloves in the centre of the ring, and immediately Wells looks to try and get onto that double, triple jab at times. Every now and again he does dip off to the left and look for that kind of screw shot. It's something that he does look out for, and there's not an awful lot coming back from Sumner. The interesting thing about Wells is that quite often when he jabs, he brings his jab hand back really quite low.
Yeah.
Sumner could try and go over the top of it. If there was something that he might be looking to do, That could be it.
Well, do you know what, Andy? I think Sumner at the moment has just been forced into defence here, and a good right-hand again there from Wells. Just as I said that, Wells has found a rhythm now. He's working well behind that jab. He's finding success with those right hands, and the confidence just seems to be building. But for Sumner, the confidence seems to be going away from him. We're seeing less and less coming back, and he looks like even here in the second round, he's already gone into survival mode. He's switching stances. He can't work out a way to get through to Wells at the moment. It's all Wells who sort of seems to be dominating in there.
Heading up towards the halfway stage of the round, and Wells just looked like he was going to get Sumner pinned on the ropes there. Sumner's got to offer something. He's trying to throw whenever he can, because to get through the duration here, it's not going to be possible, I don't think, just to tuck up and try and ride it out. He's got to try and give Wells something to think about. It's easier said than done. He got his feet in nice and close there, Wells, and found the uppercut.
Yeah, getting success with that shot, isn't he? He's just closing the gap, sitting in the pocket, letting those uppercuts go, and he's ripping through the guard of Sumner, who's starting to look marked up in there now, Sumner, and he's just forced to scraps on the outside, really. He's just moving around the perimeter of the ring with not too much coming back from him. Seems to be a little bit in survival mode as Wells lands a good left hook on the inside as well. This is good stuff here from Wells. He looks nice and solid, nice and compact. Lovely right uppercut lead there as well.
Nice right hand there, good right cross from Wells. The second one Sumner just managed to avoid. Left to the body there from Sumner. That was decent enough. And as I've been saying, he does need to try and just offer something to make Wells think a little bit every now and again.
Yes, he does. That's exactly what he needs to sort of start trying to throw something here, trying to change things up, because as these rounds are wearing on, it's more and more Wells landing the shots, growing in confidence, landing well to the body and head, and less coming back from Sumner. He needs to start trying to switch this up here now, because he's allowing Wells to dominate the centre of that ring too much, working behind that jab. Another good round there for Liam Wells.
Just making the most of that minute here, Craig Sumner. That's a Liam Wells corner. That's Alec Wilkie just leaning through the ropes there. We were down at the Popular Boys and Girls Club yesterday for the weigh-in, just out the back of Crisp Street Market. If anyone knows that area, deepest East London, great boxing territory.
And somewhere you love roaming about, I'm sure.
It is, actually. So into the third. And Wells is looking to try and click through the gears here a little bit. He started nice and quick. He kept it up in that second round.
Yeah, you just sense if Wells here would pick it up again, go through another gear, you know, you just feel that would he be knocking the height out of Sumner, who's throwing less and less as these rounds go on. Looks like he's slipping into survival mode in there, Sumner. So it's down to Wells now to see if he can go through the gears.
Chopping down with the right hand there, Wells. That was very, very close. Sumner looked for his own 1-2, didn't quite land it. And then as he was falling forward, Wells looked to try and pick him off. Sumner southpaw. He's been more aggressive in this third round, actually, Sumner. I think he knows that he's got to try and knock Wells out of his rhythm. And actually, he's doing quite a good job of that.
He certainly is. It's the best round he's had so far, to be fair to him. He's switching from orthodox to southpaw. He's trying to create openings himself. He's trying to change the pattern of this fight, who's been all Wells so far, and Wells again taking that centre of the ring. That's where he's comfortable. He likes working behind that jab and forcing Sumner on the back foot. But this is a better round from Sumner. Not one that he's winning, but he's definitely doing a bit more in this one, Andy.
Good upper body movement there from Sumner off the ropes as well, and steps in behind that southpaw left. Right hand from Wells. It's a good jab there, though, from Wells. What he's done better in this round, Sumner, is he hasn't got caught at middle distance quite so much. He's got a bit closer, a bit tighter, and the closer he gets, almost the safer he is, but he gets caught by a right hand on the way in there, because Wells likes it at middle distance, doesn't he? He doesn't really extend his punches. He wants to dig his toes in and really give it to you.
He does. He likes landing there and then just missed with that uppercut. The uppercut that he's been getting successful with from that opening bell. But you're right in what you say, Andy. Wells, although he's a tall fighter and he's got long range, he likes to sit mid-range, and he likes even to sit in the pocket sometimes as well. He works well at short distance. And I think that's what Sumner's been struggling with. He's not been working out. He's been boxing on the outside, then he's trying to come in close. He's having a better round here because he's been more positive, Sumner, but he's not doing enough. He's allowing Wells to get into a rhythm. That's when he's in trouble. He needs to break the rhythm. He needs to start throwing the shots himself first. Needs to start taking a gamble because it's slipping away from him a little bit here, Sumner.
Well, as we said, his mission here is to successfully get through to the end of the fight. If he's going to do that, then he needs to not get caught in that mid-range. The last 20, 30 seconds or so, that's exactly where he's been. Just doubles over there. And he's had a good finish to the round here. Well, it's a good last 40, 50 seconds, and concludes the session with a left hand to the body.
Yep, another dominant round there from Liam Wells. He's done pretty much what he's done from the opening bells. He's established his jab well. He's working with the right hands, and he's working well on the inside as well. When he's getting inside, sitting in the pocket, throwing the uppercuts. Left uppercuts are successful, right uppercuts are successful. Sumner did have a better round there, though, to be fair to him, because he was a little more ambitious. He was letting his hands go a little bit, you know, instead of just skirting around the perimeter of the ring and just looking to survive, he was actually letting the shots go, Andy. And when he'd done that, he was getting some success himself. Maybe that's what he needs to do now, going into this second bit of the contest. He needs to himself now start rolling the dice a little bit, start letting him go, because he showed the blueprint. He showed that he can be successful when he lets those shots go.
Wells again, just looking to just double up that jab, uppercut off the back of it.
Lovely body shot there from Wells as well. Just went underneath the ribs, underneath the elbow there of Sumner. And Sumner, I think, felt the weight of that one. Just seemed to bend at the knee slightly there, but maybe that's something Wells needs to concentrate on now. If he's looking to get that stoppage, he needs to start switching it up, starting to be a little more unpredictable, if you like.
Showed a good bit of variety of the round, didn't he? At the start of the round, a couple of uppercuts, then went down to the body. That kind of right hand across the body almost, catching the front of the stomach. It's amazing how often those don't even really seem to land, but you see people go down from them quite a bit. Just caught with a left hand there as he was making his escape across the other side of the ring, Sumner. He's managed not to get clipped too clean in this round so far. And Wells has thrown plenty of punches in the first half of it. That's good defence there from Sumner, just moving that upper body.
Yep, showing good defence and showing how to survive in a fight, you know, slipping and sliding, just keeping out of distance and making things awkward for Liam Wells. Not difficult, but awkward, you know. Wells trying to look for that opening, trying to look for that finish. He's attacking the body, he's attacking the head. But Sumner, to his credit, is surviving in there. He's making things difficult.
I mentioned the defeat against Paddy Gallagher. He actually lost his last fight, Wells, as well, in February against a 4-0 fighter called Jack Martin. That was in Brentwood. Martin had had a good win against Inder Bassi in his previous fight. He was stopped in 3, Wells, down twice, or down once rather, in the second. So it is a case of getting back into the swing of things tonight, which he's doing.
Yep, certainly building that confidence back. He's working well. He's established that jab right from the opening bell. He hasn't been shy in throwing any punches, coming forward with a good array of shots and a good volume of punches as well. You know, you can see him thinking in there. He's trying to create those openings. He's trying to set those traps. Little steps back, keeping the hands high. I like what I see, to be fair. There's a lot to work on.
So 2 to go here. This one's scheduled for 6. Good for you in already, actually, with the York call. They'll have got as many ticket sellers on the undercard here as they can. That's the name of the game when you're coming through as a young fighter, if you don't have that big backing of a major promoter. If you do, then it doesn't really... They still like you to sell tickets, but it doesn't... It's not the be-all and end-all. But if you haven't got that, then you're on ticket deals. You have to sell tickets, and that makes it hard to fight more than once every 3 or 4 months.
Absolutely, and listen, if you don't sell tickets, then you become the opponent. So it's a very difficult job, you know. We were talking about it with Ali at the top of the show, you know, about, you know, these small hall shows and what atmospheres we get in here, and they're always real 50-50 fights. But you're right in what you say, Andy, you know, the guys these days, unlike when I was boxing, if you was good, you didn't have to sell tickets. They just built you on and they developed you. Now, even if you're good, you've got to sell tickets. It's part of the game, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We've got a couple of fighters in this category coming up in a bit, but often when you look at a fighter's records, they might win their first 2 or 3, boxing out of the home corner, then pick up an unexpected defeat, then they pick up that stool and take it over to the away corner. You see it a lot when you look at records, because they've got a decision to make then. Do I want to keep going and make some money, or do I not? Because selling tickets is hard. Maybe I'm not as good as I thought I might be. And that's the other route you can take. And Wells has made a good start to the round here. He started quick in the previous couple too. Maybe just trying to put a little bit of a stamp on Sumner, who's never really looked hurt at any point.
No, Sumner's done a great job of surviving in there. You know, he's been, you know, keeping his hands nice and tight. Yes, he's been getting hit by some shots. Wells doesn't look the biggest of punches, to be fair, but Sumner has been getting hit by a volume of punches. But to his credit, he's been sticking in there. As I say that, Wells is picking up the pace here, working the body well. For the first time, Sumner did look hurt there with a couple of body shots that had gone in.
A couple of uppercuts on the inside as well. Just over a minute into round 5. Just moving off to his left there, Sumner caught with his back a little bit square to the ropes, but realised it. Managed just to get away.
But the pattern this round pretty much similar to the previous 4, with Wells pushing forward, working well with the jab, finding the range, and Sumner doing a good job of surviving, if I'm totally honest. At no point has he looked in any sort of trouble at all. He's sort of giving Wells the run around. He's working well off the back ropes, keeping those hands nice and tight. Wells, to his credit, is trying to create the openings. He is switching the attacks to the body. He's doing what he should be doing, but he just can't find the answer to get Sumner out of there.
Actually, Sumner himself is kind of an example of what I was talking about. He won on debut, boxing out the home corner. That was on March the 14th, 2020. I think that might have been the last show before boxing got shut down for COVID. And when small hall boxing came back, he's had 11 fights, all in the away corner.
Yeah, COVID, as I said, when we talked about this at the top of the show, you know, COVID on these small hall shows and the kids who were boxing on these had a big effect on not just the promoters, but the boxers as well. And you're right in what you say, Andy. There's 3 or 4 fighters on the bill tonight that pre-COVID were going in with winning records, and since then have lost 2 or 3 on their records because they come out and for whatever reason didn't continue that rise, you know, whether they sort of like went in not fit enough, got put in as the opponent, for whatever reason it was, COVID changed the path of their careers.
Nice right hand there from Wales, but Sumner used the ropes nicely there, just allowed himself to fall into them almost, bounce back up, and he looks a little bit fatigued in that corner over to our right-hand side, but nothing too major. He's got 3 more minutes to get through, and that will be mission accomplished for him. Wells probably looked to put the hammer down in this final round and see if he could get something done. You could see from an early stage that he's not a massive banger, Liam Wells, and very few people have got one single punch knockout power. People like to talk about it, but hardly anyone can do that. But the volume of punching, I did think in the early stages that might be something that could have caused Sumner a problem. And Wells has kept the tempo high, but as you say, Sumner's, he knows his business, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does. Sumner knows how to survive. He knows how to get himself through those rounds. Wells, with only 2 knockouts out of the 7 wins, it doesn't tell you that he's a big puncher, but he looks to systematically break his opponent down, wear them down, and over the longer distance, he may well do that. But in these 6-round fights, he's going to find it difficult. But he's got that textbook style. Let's keep the hands nice and high. The distance is good. There's a lot to work on with Wells. There really is.
And I think he'll be good to watch because he looks to step in and engage. As you say, he's within punching range almost all of the time, or just on the borderline of it, because that's where he likes it.
Good body shots going in there from Wells as well, slamming that right hand just around the back of the elbows there of Sumner. And that's where he really wants to focus his attacks, I think, Wells, because Sumner, you throw the shots at the head and he's going to take them all day. He's a tough cookie. But those body shots seem to be taking an effect. That's where you see Sumner just seem to wince at a couple of those shots that are going in. That's where Wells is getting his success.
He definitely felt a couple of those, and as he came forward there, he just walked onto another one right into the pit of the stomach. But for the first time, really, you just saw him, as you say, just wince and wilt a bit, and he's got those elbows dropped right down, trying to protect the body, which gives Wells an opportunity to switch up to the head. And this is getting a little bit rough now for Sumner in the very closing stages. He will be mightily relieved, I think, to hear that bell when it arrives, because the body punching there from Wells was solid. There was a right hand that started it all off, and I think that one, and maybe the first 2 actually, got through. And after that, well, you would know what that feels like. Thankfully, I don't, but you could just tell. He didn't want to show it, but you could just tell.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, brought back a couple of memories there, Andy, and they weren't nice ones. Trust me, them body shots really do take it out of you, and this is where Wells has started to get the breakthrough. He's starting to get success with that right hand round the back of the elbows, and Sumner now seems to be taking deep breaths and he's looking for that bell. If I'm totally honest, he's moving a lot faster on his feet. He's trying to avoid these right hands that are coming slamming into the rib cage from Wells, and another one goes in there, just forces Sumner to grab hold again. But this is a good finish to the round here by Wells, and this is a guy that I told you, with only the 2 knockouts out of his 7 victories. Over the longer distance, Andy, he's got the boxing IQ, he's got the boxing brain, he works it out. He sets the traps, he finds the openings, but over the shorter distance, he's always going to have problems, I think, getting people out of there.
Yeah, people like to look at how many stoppages fighters have got early in their career and get a bit obsessed about it, to be honest, but he's been in with good fighters. I mentioned Jamal Camaro, Rod Douglas, who was 2-0 at the time early on as well, so you need to look at who they've been in with and not really just how many knockouts they've got, because ultimately it just doesn't really matter that much. There goes the final belt. Good performance that from Wells. He lost last time out, but there's plenty to like there, plenty to work on.
Listen, a real confidence builder there for Wells. He needed that victory. He needed the rounds under his belt, and he got them. Craig Sumner, the tough guy, knows how to get his way through these rounds. He knows how to hang in there. Comes with a little ambition as well. He had to go a couple of times. Credit to him. But, yeah, that was the sort of rebuilding process that Liam Wells needed there. He got the rounds under his belt. He regained a bit of that confidence. He found the distance well. He was working well in the pocket. Up short, he was working well with the hooks to the head. Got success to the body in that final round as well, where Sumner was really feeling those right hands that were going into the body. So overall, I thought that was a good rebuilding contest there from Liam Wells. And yeah, he's going to be glad to have got that one under his belt, and he can get back to those winning ways.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to our referee scorecard. Referee scores the contest 60-54 for your winner,
So 6 rounds in the bank there for Liam Wells, 60 points to 54, scored by referee Lee Avery. It couldn't really be any other way, but we've always got a soft spot for our away corner fighters, and as we mentioned, he managed to get through that quite comfortably.
Yep, I thought that was a good performance there from Liam Wells. The rebuilding, confidence rebuilding fight that he needed there. You know, Craig Sumner is a tough cookie. He come and he made Wells work for it, but it was a good victory. Won all 6 rounds on my card, as I know he did yours, Andy. And he's just with Ali Drew now.
How would you sum up your performance?
Yeah, all right. I boxed well. I'm boxing better. I'm listening better. I'm taking on advice better when people say it to me. Yeah, I'm definitely in a better place. I'm feeling really good now. My boxing's improving. Not nowhere near a finished article. Can't be picking that performance up saying I'm ready for things that I'm not. But it was a better performance from my last one, and yeah, improvement's been made.
Now, you had some good body shots towards the end of the fight. Did you think at any point you were going to get him out of there?
Yeah, listen, I could have got him out of there in the first, second, third round. No doubt about it, 100%. If that was the goal, to get him out of there, 100% I would have got him out of there. But I need to practice what I've been doing, because if I box 2 rounds tonight, it's only unfortunately all the people here that are coming and be like, brilliant performance. But for me, I want to take nothing away from it. And I've just bagged myself 6 rounds there, and I'd have kicked myself if I didn't, because there was mistakes that I made in rounds 5 and 6 that if I'm progressing on to title fights next, then mistakes can't afford to be there. So, yeah.
Is that what you're looking for next? Are you looking for those title fights?
Everyone knows I lost to Jack last time. Jack's a great guy. He's a really respectful person, and I look up to him in boxing. And congratulations, he's got a young little one now, and he's a great athlete. But I gave him the opportunity, sort of thing, when I took it on last minute notice against Jack. He was stepping up to take all the odds against me. So I wish him the best of luck tomorrow night and win the Southern Area title. And let's hope we can get the second fight back on again, and I can become the Southern Area champion. Because that's my goal from boxing, and I believe I can achieve it.
So are you going to be out again soon? We're going to see you active?
Yeah, let's see what happens tomorrow night with Jack, and I think it's Jordan. I hope Jack wins, as I'd love the rematch. Nothing against Jack, he's a great guy, I mean that. But it's the fight that I want for myself to revenge that loss, and what a great accomplishment that would be for me to lose a fight the way I did. When I was probably a huge favourite in that fight, and to come back as an underdog and to take the belt off of him would be amazing for me, yeah.
Well, great performance tonight, well done.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me on these TM14 shows, they're brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next fighters are ready to go, so hand over to our MC, Jonathan Millard.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. Please welcome first into the arena and to the red corner, Ronaldo Flaco Cagina.
So on his way in there is Ronaldo Cagina, one of a clique of Nicaraguan fighters now boxing out of Spain. There's a good number of them. I saw one of them, Brian Morena, cause absolute havoc in here a couple of weeks ago against Frank Arnold. So Cagina, although he doesn't boast the best record you'll ever see in your life, he will come to fight, and he's been the distance actually against some good fighters. Likes of Gamal Yafai, Ryan Walsh, Archie, Sharp, Martin J, Ward, Jazza Dickens, you know, these are serious operators. And when you look at who stopped him, you're talking about others like Ryan Burnett, Selfie Barrett, Nick Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and his opponent, please welcome into the arena, to the blue corner, the chosen one, Mohammed Bilal.
So making his way in now, Bilal Ali, who's sold plenty of tickets. He's from Beckton himself in East London originally when he turned pro. Simon Frank Warren, trained by Tunde Ajay. Those relationships have come to an end now. He's training at the edge in Romford with Will Jones, who just walks past me. And this is their first fight together since joining up about 4 or 5 months ago. So there's the tail of the tape between these two. Weighing in slightly heavier Ali. This is a lightweight fight though. Kajina more than capable of traversing a number of different weights. That's the discipline when you take the kind of jobs that he does.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening, leading in association with TM14 Promotions and Into Boxing, proudly presents 6 rounds of boxing in the Northwest. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board Control, our supervisor here at ringside, Des Reese. Our timekeeper is now Mr. George Smith, our referee, John T. Scoring the bout, Mr. Sean. So introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, official weight on the scales, 9 stone 8 pounds, an experienced international fighter, wearing the black and yellow shorts from Nicaragua, fighting out of Girona, Catalan, Spain, presenting Ronaldo Flaco Janica. His opponent this evening, standing across the ring, boxing out of the blue corner. Official weight on the scales, 9 stone, 11 pounds. He enters tonight with a professional record, 5 victories, 1 coming out way of knockout, 1 defeat. Wearing the brown and gold shorts from Beckton, London, presenting the chosen one, Mohammed Bilal Ali.
Sean McAvoy, our referee here, just checking both of these two got their gum shields in before hostilities commence. There we go with the opening bell. Ali just looking to try and get straight onto the jab, and he's at a pretty crucial stage of his career because, as I mentioned, he was signed by Frank Warren. He joined up with Hyundai Ajay, stablemate therefore of Anthony Yard. He just had a little bit of a trip and a stumble there, Kojima, and seemed to point at the canvas, or maybe it was the lead feet just getting slightly tangled up, but then he lost very unexpectedly against a fighter called Ed Harrison. It wasn't the fight that he was supposed to lose. He had one more after that, and then, as I say, the relationship with promoter and a little bit later on, I believe, trainer came to an end, and now he's looking for a new chapter, and he's made a good start here.
Yep, he certainly has. Ali's taken the centre of the ring. He's come out very positively, letting those right hands go, and looks like he wants to get this job done inside the distance, Andy. And his opponent already looks in survival mode, if I'm honest. He's boxing on the outside, but not really offering too much on the way of offense, if I'm totally honest. Just looking more on the defense side of things, and Ali controlling this early on in this opening round.
When you're fighting somebody like this, somebody like Kajina, who's got a losing record, he's an away corner fighter, but he will have a go if you let him. He's more than happy to have a row. What you need to do is get on top of him early and just kind of stamp that ambition out of him, and that's what Ali's looking to do here.
Absolutely, Kajina's, like you say, they're them fighters that like to grow into it. You know, he's had 89 fights, he's been around, he's travelled the world, as we see there, just letting that right hand go. Don't let him get into it. Ali's the one, the young guy with all the ambition.
No knockdown there, no knockdown. He swung himself off his own feet.
Yeah, just swinging wildly with that right hand, hoping to land that shot, but Ali too smart for that one. As I said, Ali's the one with the ambition. He's the one looking to make the statement here. But you're right in what you say, Andy. Kajina's one of those fighters that if you let him get into any sort of rhythm, he'll give you a tough night.
Final 30 seconds of round one. Just trying to measure for that right hand with the left. Just holds it out, just tapping the guard with the lead hand, just trying to set something up. Looks for that big winging overhand right again there, Kajina, and then got his feet completely stuck, and Ali just couldn't quite come back with anything.
Yep, you just feel that Ali just needs to set those traps. He needs to force the lead of Kajina, let him throw that wild right hand, take half a step back, and then come back with the shots of his own. He needs to be quite creative here, Ali, you know, to set this up, because Kajina's one of those guys that knows his way around the ring, is awkward, and he'll throw shots from unusual angles, and it will give you a difficult night. For Ali, you know, he's the guy that's got to go out there, he's got to stamp his authority. You're right in what he says, he's got to take that away from Kajina, but what he's also got to do is he's got to create the openings. He has to be creative in this contest, otherwise Kajina will just kid his way through the rounds.
And he sold some tickets, Bilal Ali. He's got some decent support. Kajina on the other side of the ring, his legs stretched right out, taking advantage of every single second in there.
Just showing you what a good old pro does, you know. That's exactly, you know, what you're told to do. Put your legs out straight, let the blood flow through the legs, you know, recover properly. And that's exactly what he does. He's a good old pro, Kajina. He knows his way around this ring. Like I say, Ali's the kid that needs to take this away from him, not let him get into a rhythm. Do what he's doing now, you know, just get the distance right, find the right distance. There's the right hands, but look at Kajina coming back with that dangerous right hand. Ali's got to be careful he doesn't sit in that pocket too long and get caught with one of those.
Just looking to snap the jab a little bit more there, Ali, and then using it more as a rangefinder. Goes down to the body with it. He's a lean, angular kind of fighter, Ali. He's put on a good amount of weight since the weigh-in yesterday, I would say, or since I saw him at the weigh-in yesterday anyway.
Kajina's just one of those good old-fashioned fighters that likes to have a fight, doesn't he? He likes it in there, he likes it, you know, when they're both there in range, trading. Kajina letting shots go with the left and the right hand. Nope, he's not landing them, and he's wild, but he is dangerous. This is a good learning fight for someone like Ali, you know, just to get taught a few of the little tricks that Kajina will know. You know, he'll mess him around a little bit in there and stuff, but Ali doing a good job so far. He's found the distance, he's judging the distance right, he's landing those right hands, showing some good variety as well.
Just darts that jab out every now and again. He doesn't really use it as much of a weapon. The right hand came off the back of it there. It's just a little bit short. Heading into the final minute of round two. Every now and again he just looks to win one in, like you say, Spence. Either it's that big overhand right or that kind of long, loose, sweeping left hand. Throws that overhand right and then steps around his man. And right hand there from Ali was a decent shot. That's backed him up. And again he looks for that big haymaker there, Kajina. He's maybe one of these guys who's most dangerous when he's on the run a little bit.
I tell you though, Ali has got a good boxing IQ. He's found that distance. See, now what he's doing is he's seeing those swings come from Kajina now because the distance is right. He's just there, he's working everything off that jab. He's letting the right hands go. Kajina loads up, will win one of those big looping right hands. Look, see, Ali sees it, takes half a step back. He's still in that same range, then finds the jab again. He's controlling everything through the distance here, Ali, showing a great boxing IQ for a young man who's only had 6 contests. This is impressive stuff.
So 2 down here.
Yep, 2 comfortable rounds there for Ali. You know, the first round, he went for it a little bit. He tried to make a mark, stamp his authority, whatever you want to say, and he dominated the round. But Kajina showed that, hey, listen, mate, I know my way around these ropes a little bit. I can use my experience. I've been here 89 times before, and he showed it. He's a little bit cagey and also a little bit dangerous if you try and take liberties. You try and stay there too long. But Ali soon worked that out in the second round. He found the range, he found the distance, showed Katina the respect that he needs to be shown, because he is dangerous when you get inside. Ali's working well behind the jab, setting the traps, taking half a step back, landing some good right hands, and controlled things a lot better there in the second round. Good round there for Ali.
I remember coming up top of the bill, we've got a really good-looking fight for the vacant English super lightweight title between Lucas Ballingall and Boyd Jones Jr. 2 area title fights as well, southern area title fights. Conor Marsden and Martin McDonough at lightweight, then at bantamweight, Jordan Perkis and Ryan Walker all made weight yesterday, all looked pretty good doing it. We've got a 6'2" lightweight in Conor Marsden, but amazingly, he looked fine. He made the weight and he looked absolutely fine. He's as thin as a rake, but he didn't look dehydrated. It's just how he's built. We'll be seeing them all later on. They'll either be arriving shortly or will have been here already, and we'll be deep in the bowels of those, as we described them, Spartan, which has been pretty kind, actually, changing rooms at York Hall. But as we were discussing, so many good fighters have shared that space. Ali just looking to try and get Kajina going a little bit here, but they landed a good few of those, but he was taking his feet out as they reached him, Kajina, so I don't think they really hurt him much.
Yeah, just showing Kajina a little bit of respect, to be fair. He's like finding, like you say, he's found the range and he's working the shots well, slammed in a good body shot there as well. Ali be showing good variety, but not taking too much of a liberty. He is showing Kajina some sort of respect, and he deserves respect because he is wild, he is dangerous. One of those shots land, and that can turn the pattern of this contest around. Ali at the moment in complete control, working well behind the jab, picking the shots well, great shot selection. But Kajina's a wily old fox. He knows his way around there. He's dangerous, and guess what? He don't mind having a tear-up.
No, he absolutely doesn't. He absolutely doesn't. And if he sniffs any opportunity to put it on somebody and have one, then he will. But Bilal Ali set his stall out, planted his flag, if you like, quite early on in this. And I think Kajina got the idea of the kind of customer he was in with and what he could really expect to happen over the next few rounds. It doesn't mean that he won't go looking for it whenever he thinks he's there, but Ali is just much the better fighter of these two, but I think it'll be a relatively tough job to get the stoppage. He has been stopped quite a bit, Kajina, but I listed some of the names, some of the British fighters who've done it. Ryan Burnett, Zelfa Barrett, Joe Murray, Nick Ball, Liam Walsh. I mean, you're looking at Olympians, British champions, European champions, world champions there.
Yeah, only the best get him out there at early doors. You know, not saying that Ali can't follow in those footsteps, but what I'm saying is it's going to be a tough night. It's going to be a tough job to get Kajina out of there inside the distance, because he is tough. He knows his way around the ring. You know, his game is all about survival, so that he can box again next week and the week after. You know, they've got them stoppages. They get the 28 days. It stops them from earning money. So he wants to survive. Ali, on the other hand, wants to make a statement. He wants to get the job done inside the distance. And guess what? He's dominating all these rounds so far, but Kajina, to his credit, hasn't looked hurt.
This one's scheduled for 6. So at the halfway stage, the corner there just massaging those arms almost, just trying to get the circulation going, as Fred said. Just that's the way to do it. You rest your arms on the ropes, but below, you stretch them out so that your arms are basically down below your heart. When you see fighters resting their arms up on the ropes at shoulder height, I was always told you don't want to do that, because the heart has to work harder to pump the blood up, essentially.
Absolutely. Listen, the amount of the words I want to use, I can't use, but the amount of telling-offs I've had is probably the better way of saying it, for having my arms up on the ropes, because you're right, Andy, it doesn't open up the airways like it should do. That's what I say about Kajina. You know, I'm just looking at him and I'm looking at what he does, and he's old school. He knows his way around the ring. He knows how to survive. He knows how to suck up the air in the corner. He's a pleasure to watch, he really is. And then on the flip side, in the opposite corner, Ali, the young, brash, you know, kid that likes to come and he's looking to make a statement. He's looking to get the job done inside the distance to match some of the names that you've already mentioned, you know. He'll want to get this job done inside the distance. A points victory might not be enough for Ali, you know, in his own mind.
The fighters are always looking to get that TKO or KO if they can. Nice jab there from Ali, just flicks that up from the waist. We could see a bit more of that from him, I think, given his physical dimensions. He gets some real tall lightweights. It's one of those weights where every now and again you just get an abnormally tall fighter, but he's got some height, he's got some reach that goes with it. And in this last round particularly, he's just looked to snap that jab up from the waist with a bit more on it.
Yeah, he's a well-built lightweight, Ali. He really is. He's a good shape, works well with the right hands there, and the right uppercut just went in. And
no knockdown. No knockdown. He's just judging there, Sean McAvoy, that they had a little bit of a waltz there, and he basically just turned around and bundled him into the ropes, and it was a right call. Yeah,
a couple of right hands landed just before that though from Ali. He landed the right hand over, the right hand up as well, and maybe just starting to break through the defence of Kachina, but maybe a little bit too late. But I think overall, Andy, this has been a good performance from Ali. He's showed a good maturity for a kid that's only had, like I say, 6 contests. Yeah, it's not a bad performance at all.
Just backing up here, Kajina, staying out of the way, and then looks for that big overhand right, but Ali got those gloves up. The way he boxes, he's got his weight quite heavily on that front foot, and he does lean in a bit. The uppercut just seems to be made for an uppercut, Kajina, but he hasn't really let one through yet.
Well, he's not really focused there, Ali, has he? You know, he's been working at long range, working well behind that jab, whipping those right hands in, but he's not really sat in the pocket. I think he's chose not to do that because that's where Kachina is dangerous. That's where he lets those whipping right hands go, those wild right hands go, you know. He doesn't even look to where they're going. He just lets them go, hoping that they'll land, and they look like they've got a bit of venom on them as well. So I think Ali has played the safety first approach, and it's worked for him well. He's demonstrated some good boxing skills. He's showed good distance, worked well behind the jab, and this is a great learning curve fight for someone like Ali at this stage of his career, you know, to get these rounds under his belt against this wily old fox, a guy that knows his way around the ring. Yep, I liked what I saw there. I thought it was a good performance from Ali in those first 4 rounds.
I like that last round as well, actually, because he did really get on the jab there and look to keep it on the outside and just control the fight completely doing that. And I think every now and again was just rocking Kachina back onto his heels, and I wouldn't say necessarily hurt him, but just kind of demoralised him a bit because he's too far out to throw that big, massive javelin over the top, which is what he's always looking to do. That was the knockdown that never was. It was the correct call there from Sean McAvoy. But he just showed just another side to his game there in the 4th round. Bilal Ali. Who knows? Maybe he was just looking to take a round off there to an extent, and then really launch himself into these final 2. But we were asking for the jab a bit more. I was anyway, and that's what he gave us in that 4th round. So 2 to go here. Scheduled for 6.
Ali again, just doing what he does best, taking the centre of that ring, controlling the pace by controlling the space, actually. You know, he's making Kachina box on the outside, making him work, to be fair, but keeping him on that outside so that he's not dangerous with those swinging hooks on the inside. So this is good work here from Ali, just controlling the centre of the ring, working well behind that jab.
There's that jab again. Just putting a little bit more on that. It gets the most power on it when he flicks it up from the waist, and the big sweeping kind of right hand comes back there from Kachina, but Ali can see that coming an absolute mile away, and that's the benefit of just keeping him on the end of that reach, just keeping him on the outside, because he's got to start his attacks from so far out, Kachina, that there's not really any chance of them getting through.
Sure. You know, that's the benefits of controlling when I'm talking here, and people that are listening that maybe just casual fans will be going, what's he on about, controlling that space? When I say controlling the space, that means that your distance is right, that you see your opponent's shots coming, so you can take half a step back and land your own shots. It's all about the distance, and that's controlling the space. When you control the space, it means you're making your opponent work really hard without really doing anything yourself. So just giving you the technical side of things, that when I'm talking about, you know, controlling space and controlling distance, that's what's going on in there, you know. I think that Ali has got hold of those two, so he's controlling everything in there. So he's making Katina work hard on the outside, but keeping him out of distance at the same time. So he's controlling the fight, really. What we would like to see him do, though, Andy, to be fair, is maybe go through the gears, give us something a little different. Try and now, with a couple of rounds to go, or 50 seconds in this round, just give us a little something else. Go through the gears just a little bit more. You know, he's boxed a technically brilliant fight so far, but roll the dice maybe just a little bit now.
I think he will do that in the sixth and final round. He was more expansive in those opening 3 rounds. In the second half of the fight, rounds 4 and now in round 5 as well, he, as you say, he's completely controlled it. He's controlled the distance, and therefore he's controlled the fight. He's not really been landed on in the slightest. So I think his trainer will like this second half quite a lot better than he liked the first half.
And see what I'm saying there about when I'm talking about that distance and that space, because he's got the distance sussed. Everything that Kachina's doing, he's seeing it. He's just taking half a little bounce back, but he's still in range to land his own shots then.
Well, goes at the end of the 5th, little touch of gloves between the two. And as I said earlier, decent crowd inside your call already. We've got those 3 title fights coming later on. They'll bring plenty with them. Supporters, I'm sure, spread around the assorted bars and pubs of Bethnal Green. There are plenty of them on the way up to your call. And just a little bit of action there with the jab. It's not a real big heavy jab, but it doesn't necessarily need to be, because so often in those couple of rounds you see Kachina, and he does lean in a bit, doesn't he? He looks to try and come forward and get something going. He gets jabbed on the forehead, and it just takes his balance away, and he's got to start again. And Ali's just, he's had him in his pocket those last 2 rounds, and as you say, interesting to see what he does in this 6th and final round. Is the trainer going to be happy just to have one more of them, or do you think he'll let him off the leash a bit?
Well, he recognises Kachina's a dangerous opponent, that's for sure, but I'm in his corner. I'm going to say to him, right, let's see a little bit more now. Let's go in there. As soon as you find the range with that jab, which you're controlling, and that right hand, let the right hand go, and then give me another 3 or 4. Let them go through the gears, show them something different. We've seen what Ali can do now. We know that he's controlling everything, he's dominating everything, but let me see something come after that right hand. We see the double jabs, we see the right hand come off the back of that. I want to see a little something after that. There's the right hand. What we got after that? Let me see you go again. Go through phase 2. There's phase 1. Let's see it again, phase 2.
I'm sure he'll be interested in that southern area lightweight type of fight that we've got coming up later on as well, between Conor Marsden and Martin McDonough, Bilal Ali, because that's his weight. And why wouldn't you want to fight for a southern area title if you're in the kind of position that he's in? Kachina just looking to try and launch himself from the outside there, which he did with some success in the opening couple of rounds, because that distance, as Spencer's been describing, wasn't quite the same. And for the first time here, Kachina just having a bit more joy, because he's worked really hard there to get onto the inside.
This is a classic example of what you said early on in this contest, Andy. At the beginning of the round, you said Kachina is a type of guy that if you give him a little something, he'll grow in confidence and he'll start fancying it a little bit. He's doing that now, because Ali's done the same from the first bell into the 6th round. Not saying that it's been the wrong thing, because like I say, he's done everything. The boxing IQ's been great, shot selection great, distance great, but I need to see a little something else, because he's allowing Kachina now to maybe grow in confidence a little bit and start standing his ground, start pushing forward a little bit. This is where now Ali wants to go. Kachina's now sitting in the pocket. Now he needs to let the shots go. Show us that shot selection. Show us the variety. Forget the 1s and 2s. Let's see a little bit of razzmatazz now. Let's see the eye-catching stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting, because the fight was more at this range in the first 3 rounds, and he won every round, no question about that. But Kachina was more in it. He was more active 4 and 5, he just completely bossed it on the outside, and now he's got back into that mid-range. It's not getting difficult for him, but it's a part of his game that just needs just a little bit of work. Where does he find the space for those long levers? Because he's not quite, he hasn't quite got that distance when he's closer up, has he?
No, when Kajina's in the pocket like he is, he starts becoming competitive. He's starting to land shots as well. But look, if you see what Ali's doing there, everything's single shot. The shot selection's great. He's throwing a screw shot with a right hand, the single right hands. I want to see the 3s and 4s. I want to see you go to another level. This is where he needs to go back to the gym, go back to the drawing board, and this will improve him as a fighter because he's got the great distance, judgment of distance, and the great distance of controlling the space, but he's not letting his shots go. That's the one area he needs to work on now.
So there goes the bell at the end of the fight. Good fight, that. Interesting fight to watch. And nice to see these fighters who've had a defeat early in their career kind of rebound. I mentioned it's a new chapter, and it is because he was with Frank Warren and Tunde Ajayi, who might be here somewhere, actually, because Anthony Yard's here. And now he's signed with Lee Eaton and Will Jones, and, you know, you're looking for something. You've got to get something going again. You've got to recreate that buzz, because there was a bit of buzz around him, and you've got to generate that noise again, get people wanting to watch you, get them excited about you. The fundamentals are there, aren't they?
Absolutely.
He's a good fighter.
Yeah, he really is. You know, you can see that he's got it in the locker. You know, the fundamentals are exactly. That's a great word to use, Andy, because they are there. You know, he's got everything in that locker. He just needs to open it and start bringing those tools out now, because, you know, as I said in the commentary there, I added a couple of things that I think if he added that to his game, he would be a much better fighter again, and I'm sure he will. I'm sure he'll go back to the drawing board. This is the stage where they're at right now. It's the development stage. It's the stage where they learn before they go on and box for these titles that we were talking about, the southern areas, the English, you know, the British titles. These are the fights now where they learn a lot. Kachina was a great opponent to get over. I think that was fantastic matchmaking, because great learning curve there for Ali. But yeah, good performance, still a lot to work on, but he got the victory. For me, won every round there, 6 out of 6, and yeah, impressed with what I saw.
Boxers 7, please. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to our referee's scorecard. Referee Sean McAvoy scores the contest 58-56 for your winner. From back to London, the chosen one,
So Bilal gets the win there. 4-2 in rounds, so our referee Sean McAvoy has given a couple to Kajina. I didn't really see that myself. In the first 3 rounds, he was more in the fight and he had more to offer. I didn't really see a round win in there for him, but the referee's closer than we are, and in any case, the right man has won, and he is now down ringside with Ali. Right,
Bilal, you got the win there, great performance. You took the fight to him right from the opening bell. How happy were you with your performance?
It was right, you know, it was my first fight back after a year, so I had to kind of shake up the cobwebs, but I know I'm back, I know I've got more to show, so I can't wait to get out there again and keep working.
Now, your first time to 6 rounds, you went the distance. Was there any point in there that you thought you were going to get him out of there inside the distance?
Yeah, a couple of times, but, you know, remember, I'm not that experienced when I get in the ring, so I've got to just keep learning and learning. You know, there's been legends in the past that are late bloomers, and I think I'm one of them. So I know I still got a lot more to show. I just got to keep going out there, and sooner or later I will show. So.
Now, Spencer Oliver on the commentary was saying how good your boxing IQ was in there. You were controlling the distance. Is that something you've been working on in training?
Yeah, I mean, from a long time I've been trying to work on skills. I believe skill pays the bills, but also I like to entertain. In the future, I want to take people out. I know I can. I do it in the gym. I know in the gym it's different to the ring, under the lights, but like I said, I just need experience. Once I get there, it's going to be great times.
Now, the scores there were quite close in the end. Were you a bit surprised by that?
Yeah, I was. I don't know how, but judges are judges, so I can't really go against that. So
but I know I've done enough to win the whole fight, so that's the main thing.
And the support in here for you was massive. You got a lot of fans here. Could you hear them when you were in there?
Oh, 100%, I heard them from there. So as soon as I got in the ring, they gave me a lot of energy. But you know what? My next fight, there'll be more crowd, more people. And like I said, I'm not them guys that say I'm the best right now. I know what I can do, and I'm going to prove it sooner or later. And like I said, I can't wait. But I'll get there, 100%. That's a promise.
So what's next for you? When are we going to see you next out?
They're saying I might be out in November. So let's see. You know, that's a good thing for me because in the past I wasn't too active. I think that's one of my downfalls. I didn't get enough fights back to back. So, I mean, it's important. I think it's more important to learn in the gym, but also it's important to learn under the lights. So, like I said, I just can't wait to get out there. You know, people like Spencer Oliver are saying that, you know, it's great news. So I just got to keep on working, not get ahead of myself. I've got a lot to learn. But like I said, I will get there sooner or later.
Well, it was a fantastic performance. Well done.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you. Right, so that fight is done. Now we're going to move on to the next one. The fighters are ready, so we'll hand over to our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next battle of the evening. Please welcome first into the arena and to the red corner, Justin Mendes.
So making his way to the right corner here, Lee Hallett, experienced fighter, very experienced fighter. Knows exactly what it takes to get through the rounds, boxing out of the away corner. So down the road in Camden Town. Lenny Fuller making his way in. 11 wins and 1 defeat. So not much between these two in weight, obviously. They're boxing in the welterweight division here, and you look at the difference in record between the two. Just that one blemish on Fuller's record meant he, as we say, accomplished in getting through the rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next battle of the evening, legally in association with GM14 Promotions and into Marsden, represent 4 rounds of action in the welterweight division. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, our supervisor here at ringside, Des Rees, our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. John Smith, and our referee in charge of the action, Sean McAvoy. So introducing to you first, his official weight on the scales, 11 stone, 1 pound. An experienced fighter wearing the black and blue shorts from Barking. Please welcome Justin Mendes. His opponent this evening, standing across the ring, boxing out of the blue corner. Official weight on the scales, 11 stone, 2 pounds. He enters the ring tonight with a professional record, 11 victories, 1 defeat. Wearing the black and gold shorts from Maidstone, Kent, presenting the main man, Lenny Fuller.
So 6 rounds. A welterweight here. Both of these two coming in slightly above the welterweight limit, but Fuller boxing out of that blue corner, quickly to the centre of the ring in the black and gold. Menzies in the southpaw stance there. Black shorts, blue boots. Started boxing young. Fuller went into Ultimate Boxer just down the road at the Indigo back in late 2019. 3 years ago now. Got to the final. Beat a couple of good fighters in Kingsley Egbenike and Josh Ejakpovi, and then ran into Stephen Donnelly, who was a pretty supersonic amateur. Got to the Rio Olympics, won a Commonwealth Games bronze medal. Nice long right hand there from Fuller, so no disgrace in losing to him. And since then it's been wins.
Yep, he's well schooled, Lenny Fuller. As you can see there, works everything well behind the jab. Quite awkward, likes to keep things at range. And Justin Menzies is the type of guy that is tough. He knows how to get his way through rounds. You know, he does get the occasional win as well. Good shot there from Menzies. Just a little reminder that Fuller needs to stay switched on. Can't take any liberties here.
Menzies was one of those fighters I was talking about earlier on. He won his first 3 boxing out the away corner, then lost to Bradley Price, who was in opponent mode himself by that stage, but a good fighter back in the day. He got stopped by Price, and after that he's hit the road. So just a good example of that career shift. In March we saw him against Pat McCormack for the Olympic silver medalist's debut, which was a brave one to take. Nice left to the body there from Menzies.
Yep, good start here from Fuller actually as well. He's switching from orthodox to southpaw. He's trying to create those openings, trying to confuse Menzies, but doing most of it on the front foot, controlling the space well as well, just looking to land shots from unusual angles, just stepping around the side as well, showing good switching of angles as well there. This is a nice start from Fuller. Not really found his range at the moment, but showing us a lot of skills in there.
It's the final 30 seconds of round 1, just working behind that shoulder there, Fuller, tucking that chin in, right hand into the body, a lot of upper body movement. He looks in good shape, he'll need to be. It's tiring fighting like that. Switches southpaw very briefly, final few seconds. You look at Menzies, he's in good nick as well.
Yep, he certainly is, Menzies. You know, he's one of those guys that will always give you a tough fight. He comes to fight, he comes to win. He's got the 5 victories out of his 16 contests. And yeah, I think that he's come to have a fight here tonight, that's for sure, Andy. He's going to keep those hands nice and tight, and he's going to make Fuller work for this. Fuller's come with a good crowd here as well. We've got some great support. Looking forward to seeing how this contest unfolds.
That's the Menzies corner. Said he had that start to his career boxing out of the home corner. Nothing really happened for Fuller off the back of winning Ultimate Boxer. Again, just switching orthodox to southpaw quickly there at the start of the round, and he's got some skills, Fuller, as we mentioned. Maybe just needs to settle down and pick one method.
Well, you know what it is, Andy, in these short, you know, 4-round fights, it's not as difficult, it's more difficult to do that because it's more of a sprint. So tactically, you have to change a little bit. Fuller looks like the type of guy that likes to control that space, work the angles, slowly, systematically break his opponent down, frustrate his opponent, and just sort of steal the soul of his opponent, really, by just an accumulation of punches. And with the 4-rounders, it's more difficult to do, especially against someone like Justin Menzies, who's looked very strong, very capable, and knows his way around the ring. Good work again there from Fuller, just working the angles with his feet, stepping around the side, putting the combinations to the body. It's all Fuller in there at the moment, but Menzies sort of holding his shape very well. This is where Menzies needs to now lead off with the shots himself. Try and break the rhythm of Fuller. He's letting Fuller get into some sort of rhythm which you can't allow your opponent to do. Again, good work there from Fuller, body and head switching it up well. And Menzies just being kept in that corner.
Midway through round 2, he boxed in February 2020. Fuller then was out for a couple of years, coming back in February this year, so they want to get active as he possibly can. I'm sure he would have liked this one maybe over 6 rather than 4, but you need to fit within the parameters of the show. Big step off to his left-hand side there. Menzies, who just rides that attack really from Fuller.
Fuller demonstrating his hand speed there, putting the combinations together well. And just saying to Menzies, listen, make a little mistake, mate, and I'm going to jump on you with a combination. So Menzies, who has got a tight guard, keeps the hands well, works well, stabbing jab there from Menzies. But sort of holding himself well here, Menzies, but the class coming really from Fuller.
Decent looking jab there from Menzies. Final few seconds of round 2. Fuller just managing to back him up to the ropes, but Menzies quite quickly gets a hold of him. So halfway through this one, scheduled for 4.
Yeah, another good round there for Lenny Fuller, who dominated, really held the centre of the ring, was working the body very well, switching the attacks to the head as well. Maybe lacks the one-punch power, you know, out of his 11 victories. He's only had that 1 KO. He's not really planting his feet. He lets his shots go with quick combinations, but doesn't sit down on the shots too much. That's just his style. Adjusting Menzies is holding himself well. He's making a fight of it, but just falling short in the rounds, if I'm honest. He's sort of coming back with good combinations. We're not seeing enough of that. If Menzies wants to turn this fight around, he's going to need to start leading off with the shots first. He needs to roll the dice. He needs to get out of that defensive mode and start taking control of it. Because at the moment, the speed, the combinations, and the variety of punch from Fuller is what is doing it, and is what is winning these rounds.
So into the third, Lenny Fuller in the black and gold, Menzies in the solid black. Southpaw Menzies. This is a good fight for Fuller, I think, off the back of a long period of inactivity, those couple of years out, and then a few months since he last boxed in February. He needs to try and get some momentum going, but in Menzies, he's in with a southpaw, which is always a useful thing to get under your belt, and somebody who's come in shape also.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do, box a southpaw when you've been out for a while as well. You know, especially someone like Menzies, who's an awkward southpaw. He turns to the side a lot. He rolls the shoulder down as well. Just a clash of heads there, I think, as Menzies just dabs on the top of his forehead. I'm not sure if there's a cut there, but he definitely felt something there on the top of his forehead. I think that was a clash of heads, actually.
I think he's okay. He was just checking to see if there was any blood just leaking from that hairline, but it looks fine to me. A minute into round 3.
Menzies just starting to go defensive now, sitting on those ropes way too long and not really coming back with anything. Fuller the one with the work rate. Not really breaking through the guard of Menzies, though, if I'm totally honest. He's trying to switch angles, trying to take the feet round the side, putting the combinations together, but not really planting his feet enough to have any sort of effect on Menzies, who seems very comfortable in there, but he's just not doing enough work himself.
heading into the final minute. Right hand from Fuller, but then Menzies just sprang across the ring at him and looked to follow him with that long left himself. But just about got there as Fuller was pulling back towards the ropes. He's an athletic fighter, Menzies.
Yep, you know, Menzies may be starting to think, you know what, Fuller can't hurt me here, you know, I'm covering up. I'm not really feeling the effects of these punches. Perhaps I need to start going for it now. That's what you'd like to see from Menzies, who looks a very capable fighter, to be fair. He looks like not a bad southpaw, but we're just not seeing enough action from him, you know. He's just been a little bit too defensive in these opening 3 rounds. He seems to be breathing quite heavily, but you just like to see him, Andy, go for it just a little bit more, and you feel that he could make more of a fight of it than he actually is with Fuller at the moment.
Well, he's fancying it a bit more now as we head into the final few seconds of round 3. This final minute of round 3, it's almost like he's read your mind there, because he's just looked more ambitious. But as I say, he's obviously somebody who stays in the gym, spends an awful lot of time making sure that he's ready to go whenever the call comes in. And there's some technique there as well.
Yep, there's a little bit of talent there from Menzies, isn't there? We're just not really seeing it. He spent a lot of the first 3 rounds. We saw it a little bit there in the 3rd round, to be fair, what he was capable of, that he can open up. He has got shot selection. He has got a bit of variety. He has got a little bit of something about him. You know, we see him bite down on his gum shield and go for it a little bit, but it's a little... We're not seeing enough of it, if I'm totally honest. Lenny Fuller's the one that's come out there with a little bit of razzmatazz about him, trying to work the angles, putting the shots together, putting the combinations together, switching the attacks from body to head, showing us some good stuff, Fuller. I'd like to see him sitting down on his shots a little bit more now, and starting to dig them in a little bit more. And I'd also like to see Menzies roll the dice here in the 6th round.
So it's the final round between these two. Fuller looking to try and come forward, got picked off there though by Menzies as he was on his way in. And Menzies had definitely a good finish that 3rd round, a pretty good round overall actually. He just leans in there and looks to dig away to the body a bit there. Fuller, left hand off the ropes there from Menzies.
Menzies seems to be the one with the power actually. When he lets his shots go, they're the ones that seem to have more spite in them, more venom in them. But he's just not doing enough of it. He's trying to box to the outside, and you can see now, Menzies up on his toes, he's bouncing around. He's starting to gain confidence, you know, Andy.
Oh, 100%. You could see that in the previous round. I think he feels that if he can win this final round, then he's in with a shout here.
Absolutely.
Of getting a split of this. And that movement there, when he's pivoting around his front foot, just flicking from one corner of the ring to the other, that shows the fitness that is there, just throwing that right hand off the back foot there, almost tripping over the advertising Toblerone.
But it actually landed, though, to be fair to him. You know, he's showing good movement in this round. He's showing good variety, and he's doing enough in this round. The 3rd round was close as well. Although Fuller won the round 1 and round 2, this could be getting close, Andy. If Menzies can have a good last minute and a half here as we currently approach the 140 mark, if Menzies can have a good last bit of this round, it could become interesting.
Heading towards the final minute. Just looking for that right hand into the body there. Fuller just couldn't quite land it. They're both closed down their own space a bit. Did land a couple to the body there, and then just leans in Fuller and wraps Menzies up a touch.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of tying Menzies up on the inside. Menzies boxing out that southpaw style and lets some lovely left uppercuts go on the inside. So Fuller reading that well, to be fair, closing the short range down and doing a good job. There he goes with that uppercut, that lead right uppercut is dangerous there from Menzies. Throws it, whips it up on the inside.
Looking for the combinations to the body there, Fuller, but he covered up pretty effectively, Menzies.
Yep. Yeah, it was quite a close 4th round, this one. Last couple of rounds have been quite close, to be fair. Menzies sort of pulled himself in there. He seems to have grown in confidence as he's finishing this round, just approaching the 10-second mark. He seems to be talking to Fuller in there as well. Yeah, as these rounds have gone on, Andy, Menzies started to fancy this a little bit more. I'm not sure he's done enough here. I think Fuller might have held on and just nicked this one, but interesting contest. Good contest, that one.
So the 4 rounds completed between these two. And it was interesting to watch because you've got an away corner fighter there in Menzies who, as you say, as the fight wore on, in the second half in particularly, his fitness was always going to held up, because you could see that from the shape of him as he came into the ring, and he fancied his chances a bit towards the end there.
He was definitely growing in confidence, wasn't he, Menzies? You know, he's that guy that if you give him a little sniff, you know, he will go for it. He grows in confidence, and that's what was happening there. Lenny Fuller was probably fortunate that was over 4 rounds and not 8 rounds, because you just sensed that Menzies was the type of guy that was growing into it. He's got more experience than Fuller. Fuller's been a little inactive of recently as well, and that fight seemed to have suited Menzies over the longer distance. So I think Fuller's held on. I think he's done enough, but Menzies played his part there. He showed that he's more than capable.
Waiting for these two to be called to the centre of the ring. The referee there, Sean McAvoy, just giving a scorecard to our MC.
Boxes to the centre, please. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 4 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee's scorecard. Our referee, Sean McAvoy, scores the contest 39-37 for your winner from Maidstone, Kent, the main man.
Fuller gets it 39-37, 3 rounds to 1, so I've got no arguments with that.
Yeah.
But good to see Menzies getting around there, because in the second half of the fight he put plenty into it, and he did go after it a little bit, because I think he definitely sniffed, you know, an away corner draw there maybe.
I'll tell you what happened there. Menzies, well, Lenny Fuller, we know, won the first 2 rounds. Menzies come back well in the third. The 4th round was closer, but I think Fuller maybe just done enough to nick it, which would tell you the 3-1 scorecard. But it started to become interesting then, because Menzies started closing the gap, and that was a good learning curve there for Lenny Fuller, and it'd be interesting to see what he's got to say here as we hand over to Ali Drew.
Right, Lenny, great 4 rounds under your belt there. Just sum up your performance.
Listen, I got to win. That's all that matters. But tonight, I made that hard work for myself. I don't know. I feel like I performed a lot better tonight. No giving it away to Menzies. I've had 4 different opponents in the last week. Every one of them dropped out, except Menzies took a step up. He's way above. Listen, it is what it is. I got to win tonight. My fans come out, supported me. My sponsor's still behind me, and I look to push on for the southern area, maybe the English, the end of this year. Don't judge me on that 4 rounds. That's what I'm saying tonight. Everyone has a bad day in the office, but tonight wasn't my night. I got to win still, but all congrats to Menzies.
What was the game plan going into that? What did you want to showcase that you feel like you didn't?
Like I say, we've been working a lot on angles and stuff, and I was trying to get in there. I got too comfortable in the rhythm, thinking I'm going out to box a journeyman. And it shows tonight you can't unprepare for anyone. It's fighting, it's a sport, you can get knocked out. He caught me a couple of times. I'm lucky, without disrespecting him, he's not much of a banger. I've been in with some big bangers, sparring, fighting. So, but no, and again I say no disrespect to Menzies. Come out tonight, give me a 4 good rounds at 2 days' notice, I think, where 4 other opponents dropped out and wouldn't fight me. Yeah, no excuses. It wasn't the best night in the office. I got to win, and I just want to say a big thank you to all my sponsors, all my fans, everyone want to come out tonight and just show me the love. Next time round, you're going to see a better Lenny Fuller, different Lenny Fuller, and don't judge me on that performance tonight. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you got the win, so well done.
Thank you very much. Push on for better things. Up, man, grab it up, Mason, up the boys, come on!
Thanks, Lenny. Right, the next fighters are ready to make their way to the ring, so we'll hand over to our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening. Please welcome first into the arena and to the red corner, Lee Hallett.
big one outdoors in Stevenage in May 2018 on the Saunders and Sufi card, where he beat a 6-0 Harley Ben, who we've seen around this week actually. He was at the weigh-in yesterday, so that was a big scout. Generally, though, he gets through the rounds.
Their opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome into the arena, to the blue corner, Tommy Murphy!
Just the one pro fight for Murphy so far. Decent amateur, from what I'm told. Boxed with Del Youth, I think. Got to a Celtic Box Cup semi-final, and his debut here back in July. And a comfortable win. I think he's scheduled to be back out again at the end of the month. These two pretty much bang on that super lightweight limit, as we call it these days. Both from London.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening, Lee proudly presents in association with TM14 Promotions and Into Boxing 4 rounds in the super lightweight division. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Our supervisor here at ringside is Des Rees. Our timekeeper at the bell for this bout, Mr. John Smith. And our referee in charge of the action scoring the bout, Mr. Lee Every. So introducing to you first, fighting out on the red corner, official weight on the scales, 10 stone, 1 pound. An experienced fighter entering his 51st bout of the evening, wearing the black, gold, and green shorts from Cannington, London, presenting Lee Hallett. His opponent tonight, standing across the ring, boxing out of the blue corner. Official weight on the scales, 10 stone, 2 pounds. He enters the ring tonight with a professional record, a perfect one, 1 victory, no defeats. Wearing the blue and white shorts from London, presenting Tommy Murphy.
So super lightweight contest here between Tommy Murphy, who's on the left of the screen there in those blue and white hoops, QPR colours. That's his team. He's from down that way in Ladbroke Grove. Lee Hallett's a very experienced campaigner. This is 51st pro fight, so his last time out got 50 under his belt, and that's an achievement in itself, whatever the record may read, that kind of milestone. And you can see from the condition he's in that he takes this seriously, and that is why in all of these away corner jobs that he's taken, he's been stopped just twice.
Yeah, he certainly knows his way around the ring, does Lee Hallett. He's been in with some good fighters, and this is a great learning curve for Tommy Murphy, who's a well-schooled amateur, comes out of Dale Youth Gym, has produced many of great champions, George Groves, James DeGale, just to name a couple. It's a good amateur gym, and Murphy's a product of that. He's very well-schooled, and looking forward to seeing his development as a professional boxer as well. Nice high guard, boxing out the southpaw stance, but Hallett letting him know he's here for a fight.
He definitely is. Just stepped in to close range there, Hallett, and just let those hands go. There's a nice kind of setup and style to Murphy. Nice balance in that southpaw stance. He's got quite long levers, but just left his head in the bucket, as they say, for a second there, and Hallett was very quick to whip off a right hook. He seems to fancy this one, Lee Hallett.
He certainly does, but he's in incredible condition, isn't he? Like, you look at his back, and you see the veins coming off his back, and you know, you can see this guy has come here, and he does want the victory. He's thinking, right, I'm boxing a kid here who's 21 years of age. He's only had the one contest, and I'm going to show him a little bit about what the professional ranks are all about. Forget the amateurs, forget what you've achieved in that, mate. Let's see what you're like in the professional ring, and this is going to be a good learning curve here for Tommy Murphy. It really is. Like I say, he's well schooled, does everything behind that southpaw jab, moves the head well, got good shot selection. But Lee Hallett will rough him up a little bit in there. He's come to fight himself here.
So final 40 seconds of round one. Southpaw up against southpaw as well, and you don't see that too often. It's a problem for southpaws themselves because they're not used to fighting each other. Can be anyway.
Yep, that's very well said there, Andy, because it is two southpaws. Generally makes for a very ugly fight, if I'm totally honest, because they're not used to fighting other southpaws. You know, it's quite unusual for them.
Just looking to lead off with a long kind of uppercut there, Murphy. Didn't quite land it, but then just pulled himself back out of range. Hallett trying to spring back in with the hook. Murphy, again, just pulls those feet back. It's been a good one to watch that opening round.
Yep, Murphy may have just done enough to nick that one, to be fair, but Lee Hallett, he definitely fancies here tonight. You know, he wants to get that second victory on his professional record. He's come in, looks in tremendous shape, and you know what? He started throwing shots from the opening bell. Normally with the journeyman, they're the type of guys that like to grow into it, you know, if you like sort of get, you know, feel their way into it, and if they get given that opportunity, then they grow. But actually, Lee Hallett come out there like he wasn't the journeyman, like he was a prospect himself, and he would look like he wants to get victory here. So this could be a tough night here for Tommy Murphy, who, for me, just nicked that first round, but he didn't have it all his own way. Good start from Lee Hallett as well.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out, round 2.
Just trying to chop down with that left hand there, Murphy. He makes himself quite a difficult target, Hallett. He's got quite a wide stance, so he'll tend to dip relatively low at the waist, as he does there. But then just straightened up a bit and threw the jab, and it almost found its way through the guard. There's a good battle between these two, because Hallett, we know what he's about generally. He's an away corner guy, he gets through the rounds, he very, very rarely gets stopped. But he's in, as we've said, he's in good nick. He takes it seriously, he takes the training seriously, and he's got some technique himself.
He certainly has, and you know what, he's the type of guy, as I said, Andy, you know, with these journeymen, if you give them a little inch, they will try and take a mile, you know. If you give them a little inkling that they're in this contest, and I think he's sensed that here, Lee Hallett. He really has, because he's starting to hold the centre of the ring himself. He's happy to trade with Murphy, who at 21 has maybe got not that man strength at the moment. You can see that he's, you know, he's got a good shape as a fighter, but he's not got that man strength. The shots that he's throwing don't seem to be having any real effect, and I think Hallett has sensed that, and he's starting to fancy this. He's holding centre of the ring, and he's getting off with some good shots of his own. This is a good contest, this.
Nice right hand there from Hallett. Was there a low blow in there as well? The referee, I think, just indicating that he needs to keep those gloves up, maybe a left off the back of that right hand. His last fight, Hallett, was against Mikey Saki, good fighter, former Southern Area champion at this weight. Won it in amazing fashion here, actually, in a brilliant area title fight against Sear Osgood, produced an incredible finish. I was commentating on that one, a great example of the kind of thing we might see later on. Anyway, that fight against Saki, he lost it 59-56, so he won a round. He got a draw out of the 6 rounds as well, and that shows that he put up a good display on that night.
Yeah, he's really fancying it here, Hallett. He's growing in confidence all the time. He's holding his ground. He's calling now Fuller in as well. Fuller showing good shot selection, just throwing the 1-2, switching the shot downstairs, the left hook downstairs. So showing good boxing skills here.
He's looked nice and balanced and composed though, Murphy, hasn't he? He's not really looked all that rushed. Lee Hallett's tried to shut down the space and climb on top of him at times, but he adjusts those feet nicely. Just catches a jab high on the forehead there, but that's a nice combination there from Murphy, just digging those toes in on the inside when he needed to. This is where Hallett will want it though.
Yeah, Hallett wants it on the inside, doesn't he? He wants to use that man strength, as we saw there in the final 10 seconds. But you're right in what you say, Andy. Tommy Murphy, you know, he's got some lovely boxing skills. He works well behind the jab. Everything is textbook stuff, working the jab well, throwing across, and he switches that left hook to the body so well as well. And he doesn't mind having a scrap, actually, as well. He don't mind sitting in the pocket. He don't mind having a little tear up. This is a good learning fight here for Tommy Murphy, you know, who's a well-schooled amateur, just into the second contest, into the professional ranks, and he's up against a tough journeyman, a guy that's going to make him work for the victory. And Murphy may be just nicking those rounds, but Hallett playing his part in a close contest.
And there's that nice combination, kind of reverse 1-2 almost, really. Final few seconds of the minute in between rounds as we head into the second half of the fight. The York Hall really filling up. I think part of the reason for that is we've got Joe Giles next up, who was a big ticket seller, from what I'm told. But the floor area is pretty much full, and the balcony just scouting around, maybe a third full so far. So hopefully later on, when we get those title fights in, it'll be absolutely packed. Left hand off the ropes there from Murphy as Hallett was just trying to hem him in a little bit there, plant those feet wide and let his hands go.
Murphy just starting to find a rhythm now. He's just found his range and he's letting the shots go, and he's just, Hallett's trying to draw him in. He's trying to get him to sit in the pocket and so he can get off with his big shots, but Murphy not playing that game. He's working well behind the jab, using his boxing skills, putting the shots together. This is better stuff here from Murphy in this third round. It's looked the most comfortable he's been in this contest so far.
Just touching with that lead hand, Murphy, trying to whip the left hand through. Hallett throws that right hand himself and then just steps off to the side. Just goading Murphy a little bit there. He puts together a good combination. A couple of those did get through.
Yeah, Murphy just starting to take over though now, that putting those combinations together. There might not be a lot of power in those shots, but they're point scoring shots. And you see Hallett there when he's putting his hands down, sticking his tongue out. That's a sign of frustration. He's just getting a little frustrated because he's not been getting off of his own shots now, you know. I think it's Murphy has just worked him out a little bit. He come out there and tried to stamp his authority. He underestimated probably Hallett, who doesn't come with the best record, but as you said, Andy, he gives it a go, and he gives it a good go. I think Murphy was surprised at that. He's settled down now here in the third round, and this is better stuff here from Murphy.
Yeah, I think he's kind of got better and better as the rounds have gone on. He's always looked composed, just dabbing at the left eye there, Hallett. Maybe the head's just coming together. I don't think there's any real damage, but those feet are almost always the same distance apart. He takes them in together, he takes them out together. He doesn't load up on anything. He looks pretty nice and loose to me, just working around that front foot. That longish left uppercut is something that he does like to throw.
Yeah, he's got a nice flow about his work, Murphy, isn't he? He's got a good-looking style. He puts the shots together well. Doesn't make too many mistakes. This is a good fight for him here, a good learning fight for him in this second contest. A guy, you know, I like this when they get opponents put in front of them that are not just going to fall over, not just here to make up the numbers. Actually, although Hallett's only got the one win out of the 50 contests, he's come to win. He's come to have a go. He's really fancied this. Look at the condition he's in. It's, you know, credit to him. You know, he's one of those guys that if you take him lightly, he'll make you pay for that. And I think that Murphy's done a good job there in the third round. He worked him out well, put the shots together well. He was putting lovely combinations, short uppercuts to the head, switching the attacks to the body. And yet, that was the most dominant round there from Murphy, who held the centre of the ring. And we saw the first sign of frustration from Lee Hallett as he was dropping his hands, putting his tongue out. He's going, come on, kid, sit with me, stay with me so I can get off with my shots. Let me have a go. Murphy's saying, no, I'm staying on the outside, mate. I know where I'm safe. And that's exactly what we saw there in that third round.
I agree with all of that. This is a much more worthwhile outing for Murphy in against someone who's going to give something back and present some problems. And it's much better for everybody in York Hall as well to see a proper contest. And interesting looking over at that Hallett corner. A bona fide away corner legend, Johnny Greaves, doing his corner, one of the fine men of the Peacock. The Peacock's moved actually from Caxton Street down to Canning Town out to Epping, where it's just a pro gym these days run by Martin Bowers. I've been there a couple of times. It's a spectacular setup. Probably the cleanest gym I've ever been in. Hallett just steps in. He's another Canning Town man looking to plant those feet and let that right hand go. That's what he's always trying to do. Just get onto the inside. That's where he needs to be.
Yeah, he fancies it here in this final round, doesn't he, Hallett? He's going for it a little bit to his credit. Murphy doing well, keeping him at distance, working well behind that jab and letting those shots go so that he has to stay at range. But Hallett wants to get in there, doesn't he? He wants to sit in the pocket. He wants a rough, tough tumble. He wants to give it a go here in this last round.
He's been stopped twice. Once was on his debut in 2018. He's been in that away corner right from the beginning. And then Callum McCauley in March 2019. Since then, nobody's managed to do it. That one win, as I said, a big one though, outdoors in a stadium fight against Harley Ben. Good combination there from Murphy, found nice distance there. Just bounced that 1-2 through. Midway through this fourth and final round.
Yep, Murphy showed good composure here for a kid only having his second contest. He should have lost that composure a couple of times with Hallett, who's been putting on a lot of pressure, been using his experience, tying him up, trying to goad him into a fight, using all that experience that he's had over those last 50 contests. But Murphy, to his credit, has kept to his fight game plan. Distance well, working the body well there, switching the attacks to the head as well, and a good finish here from Murphy as we approach 40 seconds to go in this round. He's showing us some good skills, and as I said, Andy, yeah, he's showed great composure as well for a young kid.
That was good stuff. The hook got through, and then he sent the left hand lovely and straight down the middle. That southpaw left, it's amazing how often it gets through when they shoot it absolutely straight. And it's been a good watch, this. Been an enjoyable fight. Nice combination again there from Murphy. Most of it, though, taking on the gloves there from Hallett, who just looks to try and muscle in a right hook there. Final stages, and he's still coming forward. He's still looking to land something big.
Yeah, great performance here from Hallett as well. He's really made a great contest of this one. As you rightly said, Andy, it's really enjoyable to watch that one. I think Murphy's done enough to win a contest. It was competitive. Murphy was winning the rounds. You know, he was showing the skill set, switching the attacks to the body and the head, but Hallett was coming with it, man. He was bringing it. He wanted to have a fight as well. That was very entertaining stuff. And you know what? It's the type of fight for Tommy Murphy's development where he's going to look back on that and go, you know what? I took so much from that fight. I learned so much from that fight. Well done to Lee Hallett for making a great contest of it. For me, Tommy Murphy having the better of that one is some of the action in that final round. It's Hallett really trying to rough him up on the inside there, using all that experience. And Murphy just trying to put those combinations together there. We see him controlling the distance, putting the fours and fives together, finishing with the lovely left cross through the middle as well. Great stuff there in that final round from Murphy, but credit to Lee Hallett for making it a brilliant contest.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 4 rounds of boxing, we go to our referee scorecard. Referee Lee Emery scores the contest 39-37 for your victor in the blue corner, Tommy.
So Murphy gets it, another score of 39-37. Lee Hallett will have picked up a few of them in his career. I wouldn't mind betting on that. So 3 rounds to 1 in favour of Murphy. Good to see Hallett get some reward with the referee there getting around, because that was a good fight. He won that fight, Murphy. He's the more technically accomplished of the two, but as we were saying all the way through it, these are the fights you need when you want to know. If you want to learn something, it's not about getting in there and just knocking people over and blowing them out. That's okay every now and again because it gets your confidence up, but you don't learn much from that. He'll have learned plenty from that 12 minutes.
They're the development fights that you need at this stage, you know. They're the ones that you need where you're going to have a kid standing in front of you and he's going to rough you up and he's going to take you there and he's going to take you to places you haven't been before in the ring, you know, where you need to be tested like that. You know, Murphy didn't have it all his own way, but that's the type of fights that you develop as a fighter. And just as he's got out the ring here, we'll hand over to Ali Drew, who's just going to interview him.
Bro, how did you find that in there tonight compared to your pro debut?
Lee's a lot tougher. Well, they're both Lees, but Lee really give it a go. He hit me with some shots, he weren't letting me off. It's the type of fights I need. I didn't have a lot of amateur career, so I need the 4 rounds. I don't need to go in and try bang them out. I need to learn, so I'm not going to get any better than that. He's one of the best journeymen out there. He does his job, and I'm grateful for the win. Grateful for my team, Alec Wilkie and Derek Granger, and everyone else in the gym helping me out.
Yeah, he's very experienced, very tough. He certainly made you work for the victory. What was the game plan in there?
Just box, show my skills. I'm a classy fighter, and that's what I had to show. I started slow the first 2 rounds. My corner told me what I need to do, and I think I started boxing better towards the end. And I got the win, which I think I deserve, but credit to Lee, he's a really tough man.
What was the instructions coming from the corner?
Jab, I got a really good jab. I didn't use it much in my debut, and I had to let it off tonight. The jab was going to win me the fight. If I stood in close and tried to bang with Lee, he was going to catch me, which he did a few times. But it's learning. When I start moving up the rankings, they don't know how to survive like these people do. I caught him some good shots, and he caught me some good shots. But it's learning at the end of the day, and I'm happy with the way I boxed. But I'm sure there's room for improvement.
Am I going to see you out again very soon?
I'm out again the 29th of October here at York Hall, so if you like what you see, please get behind me. And I just want to pay a special shout out to my dad, Mick Murphy. Without him, I wouldn't be the man I am today. I wouldn't be the boxer I am today. I wouldn't be anywhere without him. Also, credit to my mum. But if you know what my dad does for me behind the scenes at the boxing, then you know he's a man. And I want to thank everyone who comes to support me, because it always cheers you on when it gets tough in there.
Well done, great performance.
Thank you, pleasure.
Thank you. Right, the next fighters are ready to make their way to the ring, so I'll hand over to our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the action continues with our next bout of the evening. So please welcome into the ring and the red corner, Giles
So joining us from Latvia tonight, Juris Lundovskis. 6 fights, 4 wins, 2 defeats. And a couple of defeats have come when he's been in that away corner in Denmark. That was his second fight, just 12 days actually after his debut. And then in his last fight in late May, he was at the Arena Riga in with an undefeated fighter. He makes his York Hall debut tonight, Lundovskis. Plenty of his fellow countrymen have been here before.
Ladies and gentlemen, and their opponent, please welcome into the ring and to the blue corner, Giles Joe Giles!
Well, Giles is one of these guys who sells tickets, and it's absolutely invaluable in the early stages of a pro career because it endears you, well, basically to everybody. It endears you to the venue, it endears you to the promoter, to your manager, to anyone who's showing it on TV. 24 years old, 3 fights and 3 wins for him. Another fighter from Essex, these two again tipping the scale slightly above the light heavyweight limit there actually. This one though described as super middleweight.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next bout of the evening, Lee Eaton in association with TM14 Promotions and Into Boxing proudly presents 4 official weight on the scales today, 13 stone. He enters tonight with a professional record. 4 victories, 3 coming within the distance, 2 defeats, wearing the black and white shorts. From Liepaja, Latvia, presenting Juris Sundowski. His opponent tonight, standing across the ring, boxing out of the blue corner. His official weight on the scales, 13 stone. He enters tonight with a professional record, a perfect one, 3 victories, no defeats. Wearing the white, blue, and pink shorts from Wickford, Essex, presenting Joe Giles.
So they're scheduled for 4 between Joe Giles and Juris Sundowski. Sundowski in the red corner in the black shorts, in the blue corner bouncing on the balls of his feet is Giles in mainly white, but a bit of blue and I'll call it magenta in there as well. He boxed for Billericay and Wickford as an amateur out in Essex. Won an NABC title. Also known as a CYP at other stages. That was back in 2016. I believe he was put forward for a GB assessment after that. I'm not entirely sure what happened. He's had 3 4-rounders so far and has won them all, winning every round.
Yep, definitely well scored. Giles, as you said, comes from a good amateur pedigree. Winning the NABCs is not an easy thing to do. Boxing on the GB squad or being selected for the GB squad as well. You can see that he's very tall, he's very rangy for a light heavyweight. Looks like he controls that space well as well, working well behind the jab and putting Sundowski under pressure here in this opening round.
Sundowski has got a solid look about him. And the two of them physically, they're quite different. As you said, he's long and lean. Giles has got still quite a kind of boyish physique about him. I think there's quite a lot of strength that's to come there, some power that will be added to that frame, whereas Sundowski at 36 years older, he's got a thick, real set look to him. Little feint with the front foot there, and then a nice jab from Giles.
Yep, just taking the centre of the ring, isn't he? But you're right in what you say there. Sundowski has got that solid look about him, isn't he? He looks like he carries a bit of weight there in that right hand, and Giles got to be careful. He's very tall, very rangy, but he carries that left hand low, and as he brings that left hand back, he brings it back to his waist. You watch when he pops out that jab, it should be coming back to his eyebrow, and it's coming back to his waist, and that sets up or gives Sundowski the opportunity to counter with that right hand over the top. And that looks like Sundowski's best shot, if I'm totally honest. It looks like he's dangerous with that right hand counter.
Well, it was an interesting little 10 seconds or so there, wasn't it? Because he almost brought him onto an uppercut, Giles, and he pursued him a little bit. And then as he was coming back out, pulling his feet back out, he kind of marauded in there, Sundowski, with that almost lead right hand, and caught him high on the head. So that is something he just needs to be a little bit careful about, but he almost timed him perfectly with the uppercut, just using that lead left hand as a distraction almost there, Giles, just varying the height of it. He's a bit crab-like, Sundowski, dips quite low at the waist. And again, he's looking for that long right uppercut there, Giles, but he does have to be a bit careful because he's reaching for it a bit, and it leaves him in the danger zone.
It certainly does, and Sundowski does look strong, he does look dangerous. So good round there for Giles. He dominated that, he controlled the space, worked well behind the jab, but was carrying that left hand or bringing it back worryingly low, and Sundowski looked dangerous on the counter. You know, he looked like he wanted to get inside there, he looked like he wanted to sit inside and in the pocket, his short range, whatever you want to call it, and work those shots off. So Good round for Giles, but the warning signs were there to say, listen, mate, keep your head switched on here, keep it sensible, work well behind the jab, draw him in, bring him into those uppercuts, let him come in low, drive the shots in, but don't hold your ground here, Giles, because Szynoskis does look dangerous.
And you can see why he's looking for that uppercut, because Szynoskis, he comes blundering in, really, with his weight heavily forward. But in a way, that can make things quite tricky, because he's kind of crude and ungainly and unorthodox, and does a few things in there that you might not necessarily expect someone to do. Nice wide stance there. Giles looks to try and fire that jab. Again, just was a little bit slow there, and the right hand got through from Szynoskis. That landed clean, and down he went.
And that is exactly what we was talking about. The right hand, he looked dangerous. I said he looked dangerous. That was his only shot to counter. And what Giles was doing wrong was carrying that left hand. He's bringing it back low, and he was made to pay the price there.
Just 30 seconds into round two, Szynoskis, I think, will look to have a go here and really put it on Giles. He should, certainly, because the right hand put him down, and again he goes in with the right, and he's standing a little bit tall there, Giles, and I think he is slightly buzzed here, because he's getting drawn into a touch of a firefight there, and that's not what he needs to do. He needs to try and snap out that jab, bring it back, as you say, up to that eyebrow, keep that distance between the two of them, and just use those feet and stay away for the moment until he's absolutely solid again, because I think with a punch that put him down, caught him quite high on the head, and that can always be a problem. He didn't go down straight away from it, which was quite interesting. There was a little follow-up, and then he went down. So he's just got to get through this round now, really. We're midway through the second round. He's won that first one. This is only scheduled for 4. If he can get through this, okay, he might drop it 10-8, but then if he wins 3 and 4, you know, it's still very much doable here, but he's got to try and hold it together right now, basically.
Yep, he's got to box smart here. He can't get drawn in. He's got a good crowd in here, and that can easily draw you into those fights where you just listen to the roar of the crowd and you sit there a little bit too long. The game plan goes out the window. He's got to box smart here, Giles, because he's got a dangerous opponent in him, a guy that's looking to counter-punch. He's looking to counter-punch with that right hand. He looks physically strong. He looks like he can whack a little bit. Giles, a little bit open with his defence. He's got a wide stance. He's throwing the left hand, carrying it a little bit too low, which is dangerous tactics, but he has to keep it together here. He's got to stay switched on.
40 seconds remaining in the round, and there comes Szynoskis. Just stepped off to the side there, Giles, which is definitely something he needs to do. Doesn't want to just be pulling back out in straight lines, because Szynoskis is one of these guys who will just come forward and keep coming forward and keep coming forward, as he did there, and Giles does just pull out in straight lines there, and he's in a bit of trouble. The right hand gets through again there, quite high up on the head, and Giles is looking to bob and weave on the inside, and Szynoskis is just clambering all over him. And this is dangerous again here for Giles towards the end of the round, and Szynoskis getting through with lefts and rights, and Giles somehow managing to stay on his feet, but he's all in. He is absolutely all in, and the referee jumps in and waves this one over, and that is a defeat for Joe Giles, and a big win on the road for Yuris Szynoskis. Congratulations to him. And he got it done towards the end of the round there, Spence. He put his man down early at the start of the round. Didn't go crazy, did he? To be fair to him, he didn't go crazy, but then he backed him up in that neutral corner. He was getting through. Giles was firing back as best he could, but then the legs had gone, and there were only a few seconds left in the round, but that's not the referee's concern, and he did the right thing.
Great refereeing there, because, yeah, Giles was gone. We just see him. There was the first knockdown. Short right hook. We was talking about it just before he got caught. Giles was carrying the left hand way too low, bringing it back too low. You know, he's tall, he's upright. He wasn't moving off the line. He was sitting in the pocket, and Szynoskis landed a good shot. And then he took his time. You're right in what you said, Andy. He was waiting for the opportunity, and then when he saw it, he pounced on there, let the combinations go. Giles felt the weight of a couple of shots, and then there was one final big right hand that went in, and that took the legs away from him just as he went back. Yes, there was only a few seconds left in the round. Referee didn't know that, and he done the right thing by stopping the contest, because you felt another follow-up, and Giles could have got knocked spark out there. So good refereeing. Back to the drawing board for Giles. He's got, you know, you can see that he's got the talent there. but he just has to get back and work on the things that he done wrong there.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, at a time of 2 minutes, 57 seconds of the second round, our referee stops the contest. Your winner by TKO from Liepaja, Latvia, Juris Zundowski.
Big win for Zundowskis. I remember another Latvian fighter, Mantis Davidaitis, getting a couple of big knockouts here 6-7 years ago in fights that I covered here at this terrific venue. So he'll be lapping this up, and there's every reason that he should. For Giles, this is a setback, but it's not fatal. Ellis for learn, not for losses, as you say about boxers earlier in their career, and there'll be loads that he'll learn from this. He might not feel like it now, but he'll be the better for it.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, it's not, a loss doesn't spell the end of the career. This is all the learning stage. This is all the development stage, you know. Giles comes from good stock. He's a good amateur, and he made some mistakes there. He got drawn in. He brought a good crowd with him tonight. The crowd were going wild. As I said, the atmosphere here in the York Hall, the noise bounces off the walls. You get a real vibe in here, and sometimes that gets to a fighter. He gets drawn in. Giles is the type of guy that likes to keep things long, you know, work those skills on the outside. Zundowskis is the type of guy that wants to get inside. He wants to rough you up. So, you know, Giles played into his game. He was throwing the jab, carrying it down low. He got caught with that one big shot, and Zundowskis never let him off the hook. And there we saw the finish where Giles had nothing left. He wasn't complaining going back to the corner. Good work there from the referee. But look, Giles can come again. Of course he can. He's got the boxing skills. He's just got to go back to the drawing board. It happens to good fighters. It happens to fighters that go on and become world champions. It's all about how you come back. It's not about the defeat. It's about what you learn from the defeat. Early stages, it's not a damaging thing. And I think we can definitely see Giles go on and do better things. But that's it's going to be a big learning curve fight for him. It really is. It's going to be a shock now. He's going to feel it. It's going to be hurting. But it's how he comes back from it that matters.
He'll be in the horrors for the next few days. That first defeat is always a bitter pill to swallow, but he's got good people around him. There's a lot of people here supporting him. I'm sure they won't just disappear overnight. So he's not going to enjoy it tomorrow. He's not going to enjoy it over the next few days either, but life is not over. And tonight's action is far from over, because next up we've got the first of our Southern Area title fights. Jordan Perkins up against Ryan Walker. So just a slight delay here. I think our MC has got a slight issue with the microphone. He's doing his best, but I'm sure we will get that sorted out fairly shortly. But this is a great contest. Vacant Southern Area bantamweight title. Jordan Perkins up against Ryan Walker. Perkins is 4-0, so very early in your career to be boxing for a Southern Area title. I'm not sure if many people have managed to do it any quicker than that. I saw Daniel Benike win the Southern Area against Billy Allington in this very ring early in his career, but I think that might have been his 6th fight maybe rather than his 5th, but it was around this kind of marker. So Perkins is looking to move quick. Ryan Walker, as we said, he's one of these kind of seasoned guys, 12 wins and 3 defeats. He's been in with some tough men. Michael Ramabaletsa was the first one. People who know that name will know exactly who I'm talking about. Boxed at a good level. Accomplished fighter. And then the other 2 defeats come against Lee McGregor by stoppage, who's now a European champion, and Paul Butler, who's now a world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the time has come for our first of our championship bouts of the evening. So please welcome first into the arena, to the red corner, our challenger for the vacant British Boxing Border Control Southern Area Bantamweight Championship. Please welcome Ryan Walker!
Walker, 30 years old now. He's won an area title once before. That was a super bantamweight, the Southern Area super bantamweight title. Some fine men have won that title down the years. One of them is sitting to my right-hand side. So he's had his hands on this kind of silverware before, but looking to become a two-weight area champion and then kick on to bigger and better things. I mentioned those defeats against a very high level of fighting. There have been the 12 wins as well. I kind of like the cut of his jib when I saw him in the weigh-in yesterday. I tried to quiz him about his amateur career and he basically refused to answer. Just said, well, I'm not an amateur anymore, so what does it matter? And I've never had anybody come back with that before when I've asked him the question. He was in fight mode, I think, already pretty much yesterday by the time we got done with the weigh-in. Had a long absence due to COVID, as so many people had. Boxed here in July. That was his first fight with new trainer Ross Pearce. So he's hungry, Walker, really hungry. And all of the fighters you'll see on the bill of these type of fights tonight are. That's what this is all about. You win this, you can kick on to bigger and better things. Even if you don't, then you are a champion, and it's something that nobody can ever take away from you. The kind of narrative that people have been building around this one a little bit is that Perkis being 4-0 and not silver spoon exactly, but he achieved quite a lot as an amateur. Whereas with Walker, Spence, we've got someone who at 30 is that bit gritty and that bit more seasoned because of the defeats. And I could tell from talking to him yesterday, you know, I spoke to them both, but I could tell from talking to them yesterday that, you know, this is something he wants badly.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, this is a big opportunity for him at this stage of his career. It's a must-win, really, for Ryan Walker, you know, who's been there, seen it, done it, like you say, been in with the likes of McGregor, who's a great fighter, got stopped in 5 rounds, been in with Paul Butler, world champion, been the distance with him. You know, this guy's seasoned, you know, very seasoned. He's not had it easy. 15 fights, 12 wins, been in with the best, happy to mix it with the best. You know, this is a big opportunity for him now. He needs a victory here in this contest.
He's just been made to wait here because Perkis has yet to emerge on the stage behind us away to our right-hand side. And I always find these situations interesting because you don't really know what's going on behind the scenes here. Maybe there's some last-minute drama. Maybe this is just a little bit of gamesmanship. He's making his opponent just hang around in that ring, just see if the nerves will get to him. He won't get cold. That's one thing he won't get. You don't get cold in your call.
Listen, I'll tell you what, you won't get into Ryan Walker's head either. He's been there, seen it, done it. As I say, you know, he's mixed it at a much bigger level than this.
So we're still having a few issues with the microphone here. Jonathan Millard is gamely trying to announce Jordan Perkis into the ring, but unfortunately at the minute we can't hear him, and he is ready at the end of the ramp there. Perkis, a good amateur, as I mentioned, won a couple of Haringey Box Cups, the Celtic Box Cup, a novices title, national title, boxing for Chadwell St Mary. He's boxed as a pro in Kazakhstan, in Almaty. Last December, I covered that bill actually. It was the undercard of Kamshabek Kunkabayev against Stephen Ward. So he's had that kind of experience in his career up until this point. And this title hasn't actually been boxed for since 1998. Vince Feeney defended against John Matthews at Acton
You're
Town
talking
Hall,
about my era there,
Absolutely,
mate. That was my era. Like, I made my last fight when I was 23 years of age in 1998. That's like some 24 years ago that this fight, this championship has not been contested for. And this is a great fight, a great platform, you know, the Southern Area. Like I said to you, I won the Super Bantamweight Southern Area title in 1997. And in the same year, I boxed for the European title, but that was the platform of the Southern Area. That was the power it gave me. It elevated me into that top 10, into the European rankings. So it is a title to be reckoned with.
Well, it's gone down in folklore, that fight between you and Patrick Mullins, because you both went on to achieve great things. You went well past the area of the Southern Area. And there was some buzz around the gyms for that one. I remember we got you on our podcast, me and Matt Macklin, to talk about it. And, you know, it was kind of around the gyms, you were either Oliver or you were Mullings. You know, there were people really buying into that because you knew each other, you sparred each other. There was a lot on the line there. And you got it done by stoppage in the end. But I watched it back before we chatted to you, actually. And it really was a terrific fight. And it does just show exactly what the area title is about.
Absolutely. Listen, it's the platform. It's the platform that opens up the doors to other contests, you know, to bigger and better things, you know. Like I say, I went on European title after that, but it was a great fight. You know, these area titles, they put it on the line. Jordan Perkis is, you know, he's 4-0. He's not got that experience. Ryan Walker's been around a long, long time. It's going to be an interesting fight. That's what we're going to see here. We really are.
Well, there's some scrambling being done at ringside here because no one's absolutely sure how to solve this issue. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus here. I've absolutely no idea what has happened, and everybody will be doing everything they possibly can to fix it. But well, I'm not entirely sure that it's going to happen, so you might have to do this the old-fashioned way, Jonathan Millard.
Listen,
and just open up those lungs.
I'm happy to do that, mate. And whilst we're doing that, I want to just give a big shout-out to the sponsors of the show tonight, which is Smile Dental in Turkey. So that's the sponsors, the Smile Dental in Turkey and Fuse Gold. May as well get that in there whilst I'm looking to fill some time. Get the sponsors in there, give them a shout, because, you know, the sponsors are the guys that help these fights, you know, these shows survive, if I'm totally honest. You know, these shows really are pretty non-profitable. By the time you've got everything in there, you've done your rings and you've paid all the staff and you've paid all the fighters, there's not a lot of money in these shows. So we need the sponsors like the Smile Dental Turkey and False Gold are much needed, so much appreciation for them for showing their continued support.
Well, Walker just trying to keep loose in the ring there, just doing a few stretches, just rotating at the waist, just flexing those knees. He's got to make sure that when that bell does go, he's absolutely ready. Well, the sound system has come back on, and we're wondering if that means that the PA system might be back functioning again. Nobody's really sure. Some final words there from Ross Pearce, or a quick chat between Ross Pearce and Ryan Walker. They're a new partnership. It's just their second fight together, and this is building the anticipation around York Hall. And here comes Perkis. He didn't get the traditional invitation to the ring, but that is just what happens sometimes. We're all talking about Eubank and Ben these days. I remember their first fight. Shenanigans behind the scenes, and Chris Eubank had no ring walk music, stuff like that. It happens every now and again. It happens every now and again. So Perkis makes his way in.
Yeah, well, he certainly looks nice and relaxed, doesn't he, Perkis? You know, only having his fifth contest. This is a massive step up for him here. Southern Area Bantamweight title. Over the 10 rounds is a big step up for a kid only had 4-0 contests. I know he's a great amateur. He's got good pedigree, but it's going to be interesting, this one, Andy, for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Perkis boxing out of Essex, Stamford La Hope. Ryan Walker out of Newham, which is just to the east of here. We're in Tower Hamlets. Bethnal Green in terms of London boroughs. So it'll be interesting to see what they do now. I think we're just going to have to get this started. So Lee Every will pull these two to the centre of the ring and give final instructions. I really feel for our MC, Jonathan Millard, because this is absolutely nothing to do with him. But he doesn't get to announce this particular fight. Hopefully we'll get the show back on the road for him for the next one. And this is just one of those things that people have to adjust to. It won't be what they were expecting. It's caused a delay. You don't get the kind of the juice or the heat of the ring walk, but you've got to be ready to go, whatever the circumstances.
These things happen. So listen, just for our listeners listening at home, Ryan Walker is in the red corner and Jordan Perkis is in the blue corner.
Okay, so here we go. Perkis out of that blue corner. He's in the solid white. Walker in the solid black. And both looking to try and get onto the jab nice and early. Just dips those knees and jabs down to the body. There, Walker. Both of these two in fantastic nick. Made the weight. 118 pounds bantamweight, of course. Made that yesterday without any drama.
Well, lovely right hand there, landing flush on Walker's chin. Just as I was going to say, this looks like a very even contest. Walker's got the experience, but both guys have got plenty of ambition. They see themselves going far in this sports hill, but that was a good start from Perkis, who's found his range early.
Perkis just, again, looking for that jab. He manages to switch it up top there. It looked like that was heading for the body, and then he just switched it up. Walker getting tight to him. But it's Perkis who's having the better of these early stages, chopping down with that right hand again there. I don't know if that one landed absolutely clean, but he's tailoring his work and measuring the distance early on pretty well here, Perkis.
Yep, he certainly has. He's the one that's found the rhythm straight away, hasn't he? That Walker looks fired up. He's letting the jab go. He's trying to get in range with that right hand, but he's not found it yet, whereas Perkis has established that jab early, and he's got through with a couple of nice right hands.
It's a little feint there from Walker, but Perkis just steps in and looks for that long right hand. He just about got there. Walker was pulling back out, but it to travel further than he thought.
Yeah, I think he landed with a couple of right hands there, actually, Andy. They landed just a little bit short, but they still landed. But there was a little warning sign there for Ryan Walker. Keep your left hand up, mate, because them right hands are going to be coming.
Left-handed there from Walker. It's the final minute of round one. He will know that he's the more seasoned of the two. Maybe he's feeling, or will feel, that the second half of this fight will be more his kind of territory, because Perkis has just got those 19 rounds under his belt. Walker's got 67, and he's done 8 tough ones with someone like Paul Butler. But this has been a good start for Perkis, just making Walker miss there and making him look a little bit clumsy in the process. Trying to double up on the jab that time, Walker.
Yeah, he's just trying to find some sort of rhythm. Walker is trying to establish that jab. He's trying to take centre of the ring. He's trying to take the play away from Perkis, actually, who's had the more success in this opening round. He got through with a couple of good right hands and caught Walker by surprise. But a good finish there to the round from Ryan Walker. He started establishing that jab. That will give him some hope. Perkis, for me, won the round. He started well, he found the rhythm, landed the right hand, started controlling the space early. Walker was a little bit all over the place. He was falling short with his shots, getting caught with right hands, but started finding some sort of rhythm in the back end of the round. But there was that first right hand that landed there from Perkis, landed flush on the chin and just forced Walker to hold there. I've been caught by those shots early in the round as well, and that really does send bells ringing in your head. You feel it down to the soles of your boots. That does take some time to recover, but Walker did look like he recovered by the end of the round. But good start from Perkis, good finish from Walker. As we said before the contest, Andy, this could be interesting.
Just ground his way into that towards the end of the round there, Walker. And I think by the time he went back to the corner, had a fairly satisfied look about him, because he got clipped solidly by Perkis, but he managed to take it. And I think by the end of the round, he'd figured a few things out a little bit and just made sense of it all. Perkis has got a nice style about him, though. And just shuffling in behind that jab there, Walker. And there's that kind of up jab again there from Perkis. He dips those knees and sends it up in quite a kind of steep trajectory. It looks like he's going to go to your body and then ends up coming up to the head.
Walker just trying to force the pace here in the second round. He wants to stamp his authority in this contest. He had a good finish to the first round, and he's trying to take off where he left off. But Perkis is boxing well around the perimeter, showing a lot of patience, working well behind the jab. And you're right in what you say, Andy. He's got a good look about his style, isn't he? There's a nice shape about it. It's going to be interesting, this one, as it unfolds.
Walker doing some good work in this round, though. He's keeping it tight, he's keeping it compact. Trying to move in behind that jab, left hand into the body there. Even round this through the first minute of it. Walker again just trying to steal that right hand into the body. Gets close, plants his feet, and that was a nice left.
Yeah, good spell this in the round here from Walker. Just really planted his feet there, showing his experience. Double jab, tapped it upstairs, try and bring the arms up, then switch the attacks underneath. Big right hook, left hook. Good stuff here, and a good round from Walker. You're right, Andy. I think he's getting the better of this one.
Almost, though, got caught by a right hand there from Perkis. He measured him as he was on his way in and almost caught him. The pair of them just swapped jabs there towards this neutral corner up on our left-hand side. But he's looked to hold the centre of the ring in this second round, Walker, for the most part. There's not been much in it. Right hand there from Perkis, a strong finish in this final minute from either. Could take it. Another right hand into the side of the head there from Perkis.
Well, there's no feeling out process for these two. They've both gone for it. We said that the Southern Area title means so much. It opens up so many doors. Good double jab there from Walker, just holding centre of the ring.
Again, he feinted with a jab up to the head there, Walker, and then went down to the body. It's good stuff, this. It's kind of absorbing to watch because there's not much between these two in this second round. Good jab again there from Perkis as they revolve around each other in the centre of the ring. He looked for a big, extravagant lead left uppercut there, Perkis. I love seeing a fighter try one of them, although they are a bit dangerous. Left hand there from Walker landed right towards the end of the round.
Yeah,
tight one that, wasn't it?
He certainly was, Andy. I think Walker may have just done enough to nick the round. You know, just as you think someone's getting a hold of the round, the other one comes back, and it was a real sort of even round, that one. But I think Walker maybe just done enough early part as he established that jab, and he really switched the attacks to the body, drove that right hook in, drove that left hook in. Perkis, to his credit, took it well, stayed nice and composed, worked well behind the jab, didn't get flustered, come back with some good short right hands of his own. But Walker maybe just finished the round strong. Last 10 seconds, he had a good finish, landed a couple of good shots, and maybe just enough to nick that round in a close round. But this one seems to be unfolding nicely.
In terms of the distance here, Walker did it when he won his Southern Area Super Bantamweight title back in 2019. He's done 8 rounds as well. The deepest Perkis has been is into the 5th over in Kazakhstan, and this is a good contest, and this is what you get in these area title fights. Going down to the body again with a jab there, Walker.
Good response there from Perkis as well.
It's interesting from Walker when he throws that jab, when he doubles up on it, he very often makes it, gets there with the second one. It's not the first one, but it just allows him that time to shuffle in.
Yeah, just finds the distance, doesn't he, with that second one. And when he's in, that's when he works well. He switches the attacks to the body. He lets the left hooks go on the outside. Perkis is the type of guy that works. He looks nice and composed. He takes that half a step back. He tries to create his own space and get off of his own shots. So these styles are blending lovely together. It's making for a really good contest. As I say, that Walker does the same again. Double jab, inside, right hook, left hook.
Good right hand there from Perkis, but I think he rode it okay there, Walker. He was just pulling the weight back. It looked to me like it made contact. It was right up above me. Walker's broad back was to us.
I tell you what, Andy, if we get into the second half of this contest, we know one thing. Ryan Walker's been there before. He's got that experience. This is going to be a whole new ball game for Perkis. It's a big gamble, 4-0 coming into a Southern Area title fight. You know, you've had no time to develop, so the team have obviously got a lot of confidence in his ability, a lot of confidence that he can do that 10-round distance, because I've got to tell you, forget that you do 10 and 12 rounds in the gym when you're sparring. Up there is a different thing. Trust me, 10 rounds up there is like a long time. And yeah, it's going to be a new experience that Perkis is going to be going to here, because I think that Walker will take him to those later rounds.
He's Just looking for that uppercut again there, Perkis didn't quite manage to land it. These two again just rotating around each other. There's that long right hand again from Perkis. Sets his feet and throws it again that time, and it's an eye-catching shot. He's looking for the uppercut again. I think he feels that he's maybe made a little bit of a dent here in Walker. He just looks to grab on the inside. His eyes look nice and clear to me as the referee just breaks these two, but that was good stuff from Perkis.
The right hand landed there, Andy. It was a beautifully timed shot. He just waited for it, stepped back and landed it. The same shot he landed in the first 10 seconds of the opening round, actually. Lovely little shot, just created the space and drove it through. Credit to Walker, who used his experience, tucked up well on the ropes, didn't panic, and now is coming back as well. Lovely fight, this one. Both guys having their successes. Perkis nicking the round for me with a cleaner work, but yeah, great rounds here.
He's just got that ability, Perkis, to land something of just slightly higher quality that maybe just sticks in the mind of the referee who'll be judging this one. No scoring judges ringside, it's all on the referee. That's for the area title fights. There will be scoring judges for the English title fight.
But you're right though, Perkis just does a great job. He just tucks up well, he takes that half a step back, he doesn't panic, and he drives those shots through. There, a good right hand again landed just on the side of the head of Walker, who was just riding that shot, so that never had the effect. The effect come from earlier on in the round. The big right hand landed, and we see the legs do a little dance, but he recovered well, he used his experience. That's what we see, what we get here in round 4.
So into the 4th, Perkis training with Will Jones. A number of fighters on the bill tonight are up at the Edge in Romford. Good pace to this as well. Been lively right from the start. Good foot movement there from Perkis, just working around this man, caught him with a right hand, and then as he manoeuvred him towards the ropes, again just sunk those toes into the canvas, got that kind of good biting point, and let that right hand go in particular. Double jab to the body there from Walker, who has got a good compact look to him. He's not going to give anything away here, he's got a plan.
No, he's experienced, Walker, isn't he? You can see that. He knows his way around the ring. He knows how to deal with certain situations. Perkis is the one that looks nice and seasoned. He's technically really good. Will he keep that together in the later part of the contest? Because I tell you what, Walker is going to take him to some dark places. He's been there before, and you can see he's that old seasoned pro, knows his way around the ring, knows how to deal with situations. This fight is going to be really interesting if we get into that second half. Perkis, like I say, he's the season 1 of the 2, Andy, and he's picking the shots well. He's trying to force the pace, but we've got a long way to go.
Very long way to go, midway through round 4. And at the lower weights, the tempo is generally pretty high. This has not been any exception. Both of them just throwing a few feints in the middle of the ring there, trying to draw something. Left hand eventually snaked out from Perkis, who again looks for that right.
Nice combinations again there from Perkis, working well behind the jab, switching the shots underneath as well. Walker trying to rough him up, trying to work the body himself. Perhaps he senses that he needs to slide Perkis down as he takes him into those later rounds. He's concentrating on switching the attacks to the body, landed a good right hand there as well, Walker. Good little spell in the contest, this.
Coming up with that left hand to the body there, Walker. That one didn't quite get through. Short right hand on the inside, though, I think did. The right hand coming back from Perkis slid over the shoulder. It's nip and tuck, this, really. And Perkis maybe just shading some of these rounds early on. There's not been an awful lot in it at all. The more eye-catching, more memorable single shots, if you like, or scoring punches have come from Perkis, but that is not how you score a fight. Lead left hand there from Perkis. He's got to, I think he's well advised to just keep going to the body here, Walker. Keep going to that body and see if it pays dividends down the stretch, because it may well do.
Yeah, Perkis was trying to force the pace there. in that 4th round, but he was getting a little bit wild, a little bit ragged. He was missing the target a bit, and you're right, Perkins is the one that's the eye-catching shots, but Walker just keeps going, he keeps niggling away, he's very relentless in his attacks, you know, he just keeps pushing forward, working behind the jab, and he was finding success with his own right hands there as well. A round that I thought Walker won, just sheer on the better quality of work, the shots that were landed. Perkins was working hard in that round, but he wasn't landing anything clean. Walker, for me, landed the cleaner shots. Another close round, but another round in the bank for Walker. I've got it all level here after 4 rounds. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes in this last 6, Andy, because this is one of those fights that neither guy has stamped their authority, you know. It's swinging one way, then the other. And they will stamp their authority at some point. At one point, one of these guys will start coming apart.
So into the 5th we go. Ryan Walker in the black, Jordan Perkis in the white. The vacant Southern Area bantamweight title on the line. That first British Boxing Board of Control belt that you can win, and then you're on the conveyor belt. You can step up to a national title, in this case an English title, then a British, Commonwealth, European, world title. That's the kind of path you want to get yourself on. Right hand there over the top from Walker. And looking for it again there. Pivots around that front foot, lands the jab. The jab comes back from Perkis.
Yeah, just like to see Perkis getting back into this one now, because he's allowing Walker to get some sort of momentum. I think that Walker finished that last round quite well, started finding the range with that right hand, and Perkis has just seemed to have taken his foot off the gas ever so slightly. He was forcing the pace in the last round, but getting a little bit wild, and he was not finding the accuracy that he needs. And Walker's the one that seems to be pushing on a little bit here in this 5th round.
Just stepping to him, Walker, looking for that long right hand to the body. Perkis fires off the jab, steps off. But he cuts off the ring pretty well, Walker. Just canters in. He's not in any great rush. He's an economical, methodical kind of a fighter, looking to try and unload on the ropes there, and Perkis was doing the same thing as he was trying to come off them. I've just got this feeling that someone's going to land something big in the not-too-distant future. Good long right hand there from Walker.
I'll tell you what, Andy, I'm starting to get a feeling that Walker's experience is starting to pay dividends here. He seems to be getting into this one. He's finding a rhythm. He's pushing forward. He's switching the attacks to the body and the head. Perkis needs to get hold of something here. He needs to throw something. He needs to do something to change the pattern of this, because Walker is starting to take over. And as I say that, Perkis comes back with a good right hand of his own.
Perkis just slinging that right hand in as he just planted his feet and let it go. He's not afraid to stand his ground and have a bit of a trade up here, Perkis, but Walker, as I say, he's on him all the time. That front foot pressure, he's not barreling into you and unloading with bundles and bundles of punches, but what he's good at is he hits something. He's not that bothered a lot of the time, whether it's a glove, a forearm, a shoulder, whatever it is, but not much of what he throws doesn't land in some capacity. Nice 1-2 there from Perkis. Yep. This is going to turn into a real gruelling fight, this. It already is.
It is. We're in round 5. We've got 10 seconds to go in round 5 here, and you can see both guys are starting to become more looser now. The hands are starting to drop. That means, that tells you that they're now starting to bite on the gum shield. It's starting to get tough. The physical side of things is starting to go, and we are now moving into the mental side of things. This is where they are asking themselves questions. How much they want it, how much they really want it, because I've been there. I know how tough it is. I can see what these guys are doing here. They are now starting to bite on their gum shield. This is becoming a war, a mental war as well as a physical one, because neither guy stamped their authority in this contest. Both guys have had their success on the inside, had their success on the outside. Walker just showed a little bit more experience there, and he just showed a little bit more toughness. For me, Walker just looks like the more rounded of the two right here at the moment. Perkis, yeah, he looks like he's got loads of ability, but I'm not sure, Andy, he's going to be able to go through these 10 rounds without undoing a little bit. He's only got 4 fights on his record. This is a massive ask against someone like Ryan Walker. I will say that.
Well, into the second half of the fight, and Walker, as he headed back to his corner at the end of the previous round with a little bit of a swagger and a nod of the head. I think he feels that he's just turned the tide in his favour a little bit. A couple of short left hooks on the inside there, though Perkis is a good fighter. We know that. He's shown that in these first 5 rounds. He's got some skills. He's going to have to dig deep. The fact that he's never done it yet doesn't mean he can't do it. We don't know what we'll see from him.
Yep, you hit the nail on the head there. You know, we know Ryan Walker, we know what his abilities are, we know what his capabilities are, sorry. You know, we've seen him in the fights, you know, in with world champions. We've seen him in with European champions. He's tough, he pushes it, he comes to fight. These are all the unknowns about Perkis, but you hit the nail on the head doesn't mean to say that he can't do it. This is what we're going to find out about him tonight.
And again, Walker just doing what he's been doing so far. He closes down that space bit by bit. He's in no massive rush, but he makes that ring probably feel like quite a small place at times. Perkis just trying to hold the centre of the ring a bit more in this 6th round. He needs to be a bit busier, I think, particularly with that lead hand, because he's got Walker kind of creeping in on him, just pump out that jab, look for that 1-2, because he has got a bit of height and reach on him.
You're right, Andy. See, that's what I said about Walker using his experience. He's allowing Walker to nick the points. The eye-catching stuff's coming from Perkis, but Walker's the one that keeps prodding away. He's nicking the points, he's building the points up, doubling up the jab, switching the attacks to the body. Perkis is allowing him to build up too much momentum before he comes back.
He's looking for that long right hand there, Perkis. Half lands one to the side of the head there. He's got the capability here, but as I say, it would be good to see that jab, pop that jab. When someone's walking in on you like this, if you can just land that, it offsets them. They need to reset, start again, takes their momentum away. But keeping him off him, keeping Walker off him, is proving a difficult job for Perkis. There's not much in some of these rounds. It's been a close fight right from the beginning, but certainly the look of it, the last couple of rounds, if you're watching this, Walker looks like the boss out of the two.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Walker's the one that looks like he's getting into a sort of rhythm, you know, but Perkis is the one that now looks like he's gone up another gear. He's fighting another gear, and it looks like there's still more gears from Walker, if that makes sense. You know, he's controlling things well behind the jab. There's a steady work ethic about what he's doing at the moment. Perkis is having his successes, he certainly is, and they're close rounds, but Walker just edging it for me at the moment.
Good bit of head movement there from Walker. He looks for that right hand. Might have half landed there. Perkis with a nice right into the body, caused Walker a little bit off balance, and the referee getting in there a bit early, actually, I thought, just before the bell, and a strong finish there from Perkis to the round.
Yeah, but overall, I think Walker done enough to steal the round. Like I said, the work ethic through the round. Perkis needed that to be fair, though. He needed that finish because Walker's looked like he's starting to get into a rhythm. He's starting getting into a flow, and when they get into that rhythm and get into that flow, they start building up the confidence, and then it's hard to break, it's hard to snap. Perkis needed to do something, and he'd done it. He went out there and he delivered a few shots in that last 10 seconds, and that may have been what he needed, just to say, listen, mate, I'm still in this contest, I'm still in it. Get back in your box, let me get back on it. So, interesting, although I give Walker the round, and I've got Walker now nicking this one by 2 rounds, this fight is far from over.
There's been some close ones. You got it 4-2, could be 3-3.
Absolutely.
I'd be surprised, although not shocked, if the referee has got through 6th round Perkis ahead. I think 3-3, you could definitely see that. In these last 4 rounds, it is very much in the balance. Nice looking jab there from Perkis.
That's better from Perkis. He needs to take off from where he left off there. He had a good finish to the last round, and he's come out and stamped his authority in the beginning of this round, working well with the jab.
Another good jab there just landed as he was on the move, just moving to his left-hand side. He's keeping Walker turning and moving more in the first minute of this round than he had done previously, and that is what he needs to do. Use that jab a bit more, which he is doing in this round now. Back to absolute basics when you've got somebody walking in on you like that. Use that jab, double jab there followed by a lead left hook. This is better from Perkis.
Yeah, good work there from Perkis. Just turned that jab into a hook. And there's Walker's just taken his foot off the gas a little bit, and that's allowed Perkis to work the body well there and come back with the double hooks as well. This is the round that Perkis needed. This is good stuff, switching the attacks. Went downstairs with a jab, come upstairs with a right hand, followed through with a lovely hook as well. Good work here from Perkis, looking much better in this 7th round.
He's been busier. It's as simple as that sometimes. The punch output has been higher. He's looked for that jab more, looks for the right hand off the back of it, and he just hasn't allowed Walker to settle into that kind of metronomic rhythm at times and set the agenda. He's been looking to do that himself. Maybe in the corner they told him he needed to just up the ante a bit, that he let it drift for a couple of rounds possibly, but this is good stuff from him.
Yeah, it is, and Walker senses that he's having a bad round here, so he's trying to pick it up again, showing all his experience, using all his experience, trying to push forward, working behind that jab, but he is sitting in that pocket just a little bit and is allowing Perkis to tee off on him as well.
Nice jab there from Walker into round 7. This is already uncharted territory for Jordan Perkis, but the gas tank looks okay so far. We've got 3 more to go after this though, and that can seem like an awfully long time, but the signs are that these two are handling the pace of what has been exactly what you would expect from a Southern Area title fight so far.
Yeah, been a great contest, both guys having their successes. No one really stamped their authority in this contest. It's been swinging one way then the other. It's been a real even contest. Like I say, I've got it 4-2 in rounds at the moment, but it could easily be 3-3. You know, I'm just scoring the rounds that have gone quite close one way, and it could easily go the other way. That was a good round from Perkis there. He needed that round, and I think he's done a good job. He worked well behind the jab. He switched the attacks to the body as well. He was getting success with the right hand. You felt that Walker felt that he was losing hold of that round. He tried to push it towards the end, but Perkis done the right thing. Just went on his bike, moved around, created the space, took the play away from it. Let's take a look at some of the action there in that 7th round. There we see Perkis getting the success on the inside. There's the jab that I was talking about, working well behind the jab. And Walker now was the one that's not finding the distance, the one that's falling short. Better work there from Perkis, good round there. Pulls himself back into this contest.
So 3 to go here. And this is getting to that point of the fight now where it can be as simple as who wants it most. It's a basic thing to say, but in boxing, you know, that is really a lot of the time still what it is about. Who can hold that technique together best, that composure, but it's that will to win when it gets really hard in there that needs to shine through. Little left hook on the inside there from Walker. Right hand to the body, Perkis goes down, but I think the referee's right there. I think he's saying that the heads came together maybe, that wasn't a legitimate knockdown. I'm not sure how he ended up on the canvas, but it didn't look to me like it was a punch, so I think that the referee's got that right. Yeah,
I think the legs were just taken away from him. He was off balance as they both come in closer, but you're right, Andy, we're getting into those rounds now where it's getting tough. They're biting down on the gum shield, and these guys have now got to find something from somewhere.
Looking for that lead left hand there, Walker. And then just about found room for a right to the side of the head. Right hand there from Perkis, and then he shovels an uppercut up the centre.
Yeah, good work here from Perkis. He's found a little rhythm, hasn't he? He's pushing through well, chopped down with a right hand as well. Walker, to his credit, is going with him, landing a good right hand of his own as well, followed by the right hand to the body. This is becoming tough now, both guys biting down on their gum shields and neither man wanting to give any space.
Again, just looking to lead off with the uppercut there, Walker, and both of these two have looked to try and lift it in this 8th round, clubbing away to the side of the head. There was Perkis.
Neither guy wanting to give space now. Perkins doing a good job. He's kept nice and composed, keeping the hands up well. But as I say that, Walker comes back with some jabs of his own. This is good stuff here. Both guys showing great conditioning, by the way. They really are. They've been at it from the first bell. There was no feeling out process. Both guys trading blow for blow. Really entertaining stuff here.
Well, deep into the final minute of round 8, chips away to the body. Again there, Walker looks for a big right hand caught on the chin there, though, by Wright from Perkis. That was a solid shot. Walker looking to try and fire back, but he landed that one nice and sweet and heavy there, Perkis, and I think he feels like he may have an opportunity here.
I can't tell you, Andy, Walker's starting to look tired. The hands have come down, and this is the first cracks that I've seen appear in any of these two. Walker, his mouth is coming down, his hands are low. I know how he's feeling in there right now. He's feeling the pace. He's looking for a second win right now because Perkis is looking the fresher of the two.
Final few seconds of round 8, and this is a good round for Jordan Perkis, who's put his foot on the accelerator in round 7 and round 8, and we question whether he would be able to do that. But it was uncharted territory for him, basically, because it was. And you don't know what you're going to get from someone when you get deep into a championship fight. And that was a good lead left hand there from Walker. And it was just a coming together, I think, is how you would describe that. And he ended up on his backside.
Yeah, totally agree. There was a cheeky little left hook on the inside. Good body shot went in there. Actually, as he fell down, a good body shot went in there, but he jumped up. And, yeah, rightly so. There was no knockdown, and Perkis had the better of the round. It was a really good, entertaining round, but Perkis looking the fresher of the two.
There's that right hand into the side of the head there from Perkis. 6 minutes remaining. And this has been a really good fight. Vacant Southern Area bantamweight title on the line. The first time it's been boxed for 24 years, and these two are doing it absolute justice. And are we going to get another momentum shift? The wind is in the sails of Jordan Perkis at the moment, but that doesn't mean that can't change.
Yep, you're totally right, Andy. We've seen the action swinging one way, then the other. You know, we saw it actually last week as well with Joseph Parker and Joe Joyce. Just when you thought one guy was going, the other one was finding something from somewhere. This is the little guys, but we're seeing a similar thing here. Walker at the moment is looking the more tired of the two. Perkis seems to be getting some sort of foothold on this. He's finding a rhythm, working the body well, working the head well. Walker needs to find a second win from somewhere.
Looking for a big uppercut there. Walker didn't quite land it. Perkis saw that coming from a long way out, but he's kept that work rate a little bit higher. There's that long right hand again there from Perkis, and Walker took that one okay, but in those middle rounds when it just looked like it might be drifting away from Perkis a bit, it was because Walker was nice and busy. He was cutting off that ring, he was shuffling in behind that double jab, and Perkis just wasn't really throwing enough, quite simply. And he's upped that tempo. He's let his hands go more as the fight has gone on. There's that long right hand again there, and that gets a reaction. I think that landed around about the kind of neck, throat area. But it's finding its way through, midway through round 9.
Yeah, not a nice area to be hit with, trust me, as well there. Walker's sticking to it, but Perkis has found a nice little rhythm here in his work. He's found something from somewhere. He's kept it together nicely, working well behind the jab as well. Walker just starting to look a little ragged, not the same snap in his shots. Good jab there from Perkis as well, just forced Walker back onto the back foot, but now both guys really digging deep.
Minute to go in this penultimate round. Guard held high and tight there from Perkis as he looks to get into range. A right hand into the body just causes the feet there of Walker to just become slightly disorganised. That right to the side of the head again there from Perkis. He's landed that a few times when he's got in really tight. He's just shoveled that hook in. Walker looking to try and go back down to the body, but he is being outworked.
Yeah, Walker really trying to find something from somewhere. He's trying to dig deep, trying to use all that experience, but Perkis looks the fresher of the two in there. At the moment, he seems to have found that second win. He's found that rhythm and is winning these rounds here.
Uppercut on the inside there. As Walker just came forward, he's willing himself on here, Walker. He's just trying to drag this out of himself. And there's that long right hand again from Perkins. Some of those aren't landing all that heavy because Walker's kind of pulling his weight back, but they are landing and they're really easy for the referee to see.
Absolutely, you know, there's more snapping the shots there of Perkins. He's the one that when he's landing now and he's landing these shots on Walker, we're seeing more of an effect on Walker. The head's going back, he's feeling the pressure of the fight. We're looking at him in the corner there, the mouth's open. He's really feeling the pace of this contest, Walker, although he's the more experienced and he's been there before. There's that question that you said, listen, we can't underestimate Perkins because he's not been there, we don't know. So, and he's proving to us that actually he can do that, and for a kid having his 5th contest, I've got to say that's very impressive.
It is, and that's what's so great about these fights, because you find out things about fighters that you don't know. They may think they know, but they don't know either. Of course, he'll think that he can do 10 hard rounds, and his trainer will think he can do 10 hard rounds, and his mum will think he can do it, but he doesn't know until he actually has to do it.
Listen, you do the 10 rounds in the gym, the 12 rounds in the gym, it's not the same, the adrenaline's not pumping, nothing's going. Now it's different. You've got all the crowd here. You're boxing for your first title. And I'll tell you what, he's coming through with flying colours. I've got Perkins now running forward for the first time in the fight. I've got him in front. This is a close contest, but for me, Perkins doing enough.
So into this final round, these two are just going to have to lay it all on the line here, holding his feet in the centre of the ring there, Perkins, looking for that right hand, that right hook. Walker just doing exactly the same thing. Walker just trying to get onto the shoulder there almost and rip that big uppercut. Nice jab there from Walker, just snaps the forehead back of Perkins. We've still got enough about him to chuck in a couple of feints deep into this 10th and final round.
Yeah, tough stuff this from both guys biting down here. Credit to Walker, who's holding the centre of the ring. He's trying to work behind the jab. Good jab back there from Perkins, though, found the range. Just missed with the right hand, but look at Walker, credit to him, lands a good right hand again there, Andy.
And a left hand high on the head as well, but Perkins, as he's done since halfway, maybe not quite halfway, but certainly in the last 4 rounds, there's been a greater dynamism about him. He's moved around that front foot, he's kept Walker moving, kept him turning, and I think that has been key for him, really. Gets in nice and close and digs those body shots in there, though, Walker. He's not giving up on this one. Left hand on the inside as well, midway through round 10.
Yeah, both guys meet each other in the centre of the ring, trading blow for blow, and both guys getting hit with my big right hands. Just comes Perkins. Here, this is real entertaining stuff in this final round.
He landed that right hand again there. Walker just trying to swagger forward there, swaying with those gloves just clamped either side of his face, looking for a long right hand, and the effort being expended by these two is tremendous. Left hand there from Perkins. He just kind of ripped that one off the hip. Walker trying to come back and going at it right until the very end here. These two are going to be absolutely done by the finish. Right uppercut there from Walker was a big, big shot. That's got people on their feet around ringside. Perkins though just turns this man back onto his ropes and looks to unload himself. Walker though coming back. This is fantastic.
Both guys punching themselves to a standstill here, they really are, just as you think. Walker's got a foothold on this one. He's taking over. Perkins comes back with some shots. His boys are punching themselves to a standstill here in this 10th round. Shows you what the Southern Area title means, and listen to this crowd.
Right hand there from Perkins, just digging those toes in and just swinging it up from the waist. He's been beckoned forward by his corner there, Walker. They think if he can provide a good finish here, win this final round, and this is right in the balance. And both corners celebrating as they come into the ring. Both fighters are being held aloft by their trainers. Celebrations from the Walker team and from the Perkins team. Where did you go with that final round? Because you had Perkins 5-4 up going into that 10th and final round.
I've got it all a draw. I've had Walker doing enough in that final round. He used his experience, he picked down on his gum shield. Yes, Perkins had his successes in that final round, but Walker ground it out, he grinded it out. Both guys punched themselves to a standstill. I can't pick a winner there, Andy. Some of them rounds are close. Listen, it could go like 6-4 one way or the other, but I could not split them guys. I've got it all level. I think that Jordan Perkins started very well. Walker come back mid-rounds. Perkins took over 7, 8, 9, and Walker had a good finish. That's a tough one to call, man. That's a tough one to call. I'm going for the draw.
Well, it was a terrific fight, and it's our scoring referee who will decide this one, not 3 scoring judges ringside. This is the Southern Area title, so it's a referee's card, and our MC Jonathan Miller just consulting with the referee over on the far side of the ring there. Good spirit between the two camps. They'll know each other pretty well, I'm sure, and they know that this was a really, really good fight, and I would be more than happy to see it again. More than happy.
Yeah, as we all would. I think that was entertainment at its best. York Hall, small hall shows, that was brilliant.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our power brought to you in association with Fuse Gold. But after 10 rounds of action, we go to our referee scorecard. Referee Lee Mary scores the contest 98-94 for your winner and new British Boxing World Control champion, Jordan!
So Jordan Perkins gets it 98-94, which is kind of an unusual score, but just doing a bit of arithmetic there, I'm pretty sure that turns out there's 6 rounds for Perkins, 2 for Walker, and 2 drawn. I'm pretty sure I've got that right. There were a lot of close rounds in there, so a 4-point margin to Perkins. It might seem fairly harsh on Walker. There were some close rounds in there. A couple at least that I can think of that would have turned your 95 into a 97-93. It was close, it was a great fight.
Listen, it was a close fight. Whatever way you looked at that, I know the scorecards may not have said that it was a close fight because it was a 4-round margin, but trust me on this one. Trust me on this one. I've seen enough fights over my time to go, listen, mate, that was a close contest. Whatever way you look at that, you could not have gone, all right, yeah, look, I'm happy with that. Jordan Perkins, he done the eye-catching stuff. Walker was grinding him down and he was trying to steal the rounds and maybe not catching the eye of the referee, but that was a close fight. Whatever way you look at that, that contest was very close.
And it was very, very enjoyable. And that is some achievement to become Southern Area champion in your 5th pro fight. It really is. I can't emphasise that enough. He's not been beyond the 5th round before tonight. He's been in a kind of fight, in a kind of situation he's never been in before in his life. And here he is down ringside with Ali.
Right, Jordan, the new Southern Area bantamweight champion. You got the belt round your waist. How does that feel?
Oh, words can't describe. I've been wanting this. I wanted to fight it my whole life. Finally got it, and I fucking beat someone that's had 11 more fights than me. So yeah, I'm so proud and so happy. As you can tell, like, I'm not really an emotional person, but fuck's it all for God's sake.
Now, that was quite a 10-round fight. It was tough. It was close in there.
Yeah.
How do you sum up the fight as a whole?
I knew that he was going to throw power. I didn't think he'd be able to deal with my work rate. I didn't think he'd be as fit as me, but he were. But yeah, obviously my work rate was better. The more things I did, couldn't deal with. He landed some good shots, but I answered back. And I finished stronger.
Now the corner were very vocal when you were in there. What instructions are they giving you?
I've been a pro just over a year now, a year and 2 weeks today. Me and Will started together. I'm his first pro that was out, like from the beginning. So it means a big thing to both of us. As you can tell, we were both emotional. But yeah, we're putting the hardest work ever. Everyone in my team know how hard I train. I train harder than anyone. And we all got it. Will, come in.
And the coach him.
Yeah, we've worked so hard for this. It's been horrible. I've hated it. But I put all the work in that he's made me do. Done everything he's asked. I've never done anything wrong. So we've both deserved this and we both got it. And fucking we won.
Jordan, my birthday was in August. Jordan bought me a photo frame with all our memories from our fights and left the centre square empty. And he said, that's for this. He said, that's for this.
Tonight, and now we can finish that photo frame. And we've done it! Yes! Yes!
Quite some support in here. First time fighting in York Hall. Just a message to the support and the fans.
Thank you to everyone that bought tickets. Thank you to everyone that messaged me, everyone that watched the stream. Everyone knows how hard I work. My girlfriend, I didn't see her for like 6 weeks at a time. It must be so hard for her, but at the end of the day, she knows there's a bigger picture. And after we've done this, now fucking things can come, maybe promotional deals, anything. But now we've got fucking a belt and we've done it fucking 5 fights.
Well, it was a great performance. Congratulations and enjoy the celebration.
Everyone, yeah, love you all.
Thank you. Right, well, that was a fantastic fight. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Into Boxing for all the latest boxing news. Right, we have another Southern Area title fight coming up, so we'll hand over to our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the championship action continues with our next bout for the British Boxing Border Control Southern Area Lightweight Championship. So please welcome first into the arena, to the red corner, the challenger, Martin McDonough.
Bantamweight Southern Area title fight. We go straight into another one. This is at lightweight. We have a champion and a challenger here, and the challenger is making his way to the ring now. Martin McDonough, a fighter I've seen a fair bit of, 10 wins and 2 defeats, and again he has chosen at times to go in hard. He went in with Daniel Benike when he had a handful of fights on his roster, and then Harlem Eubank, and he stopped in the 8th final round by Eubank, having had his jaw broken in the 4th. That was all up at super lightweight. He's come down to lightweight now. He was a top amateur when he was in the unpaid code, and he fancies his chances big time.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we welcome his opponent into the arena, and to the blue corner, please welcome the champion, Conor Marsden.
And Marsden's got a similar type of record. He's 8-2. He's lost a couple. He dared to get in with Adam Azim earlier this year. That didn't last all that long, but there isn't exactly a long queue of people wanting to get in with Azim, so I gave him some credit for taking that fight. His other defeat came against Craig Woodruff, who just gave Gavin Gwynn a hell of a run for the British title and drew that fight. So that's the quality of operator he's lost to. He won this title against Boyd Jones, who always seemed top of the bill, and this is his second defence, having won on points against Mickey O'Rourke in July. So these fighters have got similar kinds of records. He is a 6'2" lightweight. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. Both of these two making weight without any problem yesterday, and Marsden looked absolutely fine. You can tell if someone's weight drained, they get dark around the eyes, you can see the dehydration on their skin. There was none of that. It's just one of these kind of, I was going to say freaks of nature, it seems a bit rude, but it's not normal to pack 9 stone 9 and 6'2".
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, your next bout of the evening for the British Boxing Border Control Southern Area Lightweight Championship, and also English title eliminator. Lee Eaton proudly presents in association with TM14 Promotions and Into Boxing, 10 rounds of championship boxing in the lightweight division, sanctioned by the British Boxing Border Control. Our supervisor at ringside, Des Reese. Our timekeeper for this bout at the bell, Mr. Nick White, and our referee scoring the bout, Mr. Lee Avery. So ladies and gentlemen, introducing first, the challenger, fighting out of the red corner, official weight on the scales, 9 stone, 9 pounds. He enters tonight with a record, 10 victories, 2 defeats, wearing green and gold. From Sheerness, Kent, presenting Martin McDonough. His opponent tonight, standing across the ring, boxing out of the blue corner, Official weight on the scales, 9 stone, 9 pounds. He enters with a professional record, 6 victories, 2 coming within the distance, 2 defeats. Wearing the blue and grey shorts from Chelsea, London, presenting the current reigning, defending Southern Area Lightweight Champion, Marsden. Our referee, Mr. Lee Avery, to give his final instructions.
So touch of gloves between these two, and we'll have 10 rounds for the Southern Area lightweight title. It's an English title eliminator as well. Conor Marsden will come out of that blue corner, all 6'2" of them in the light blue shorts. Martin McDonough in the green and gold. And the move down to lightweight from super lightweight from McDonough, it suits him, I think, looking at him. He always looked like he gave away a bit of size to me at 140 pounds, but he looks well at 135. Nice short right hand there from Marsden. Landed early on as McDonough was shaping to take an aggressive stance in the early stages here. Boxing as a southpaw, and the first thing he's got to contend with here, Spencer, is the height and the reach of Marsden, which is unusual.
Yeah, it certainly is. 6'2", being super lightweight really is unusual, but Adam Azim showed how to deal with that. Marsden is a type of guy that likes to sit in the pocket a lot. He doesn't really use that height and reach to his advantage. He's a guy that holds his ground a little bit and sometimes even pushes on, kicks on. You know, McDonough is much suited to the lightweight division, if you ask me. I think he's better here. At this sort of super lightweight division, he's better here. And this is going to be an interesting contest.
A minute into round one. McDonough just a little bit short with the 1-2 there. He's got to get inside that reach, those long levers. It's not always the case that fighters with that reach advantage use it particularly. I've commentated on Jack Cullen a lot the last 3 or 4 years. A 6'3" fighter, he fights like he's 5'6", and absolutely tremendous to watch. And Marsden, I think, may be of a similar kind of ilk.
Yeah, McDonough getting through with that left hand through the middle as well. Marsden does, as I said, he doesn't use that height and reach to his advantage. He does sit in the pocket. McDonough boxing out of that southpaw stance can be dangerous with that left hand. As I say, that move down from super lightweight to lightweight looks like it suited him.
Well, he got to what used to be known as an ABA final, now NACs, but he got stung by a couple of right hands there, McDonough. Just as I was about to outline his amateur credentials, he got rocked onto his heels by a solid short right hand, and he followed up with another one there, Marsden, and he looks like he might be about to walk onto one here, McDonough. I don't know whether he's got a little bit buzzed by that first right hand. He tries to close the gap himself there, and the heads almost clashed together, but they were solid shots. His back was to us, but you could tell from the way the shiver ran down him almost that was heavy.
Well, it was just a little dip in the knees, wasn't it? That's what I noticed, just a little dip in the knees. He's got to be careful here, McDonough, because he is coming in, he's getting success with his left hands, but he's leaving himself wide open to the right hand, and that's the key shot for an orthodox against the southpaw. That right hand through the middle is the shot that has the most effect.
The referee just having a quick word about the touch of holding there, I think. Good left hand there from McDonough, just dipped away to his right hand side and threw that one just in off the angle slightly, and looks to set his feet and do the same again at the end of that first round. And this is shaping up very interestingly, because McDonough, like you said, he wants to hold his feet and throw that left hand, but as he's opening up to throw that left hand, he could get met with the right hand of Marsden.
Absolutely, and on the flip side, which we just saw there in the last 10 seconds, actually McDonough landed the right hand himself, and Marsden was the one that left himself open, and he got stung by a shot. So again, no one stamped their authority in that round. Both guys had their successes, both guys showed their vulnerabilities as well. It sets up for another great fight.
It really does. And there's McDonough there, just popping out that lead left hand, looking for something, and lands that nice left, kind of half over the top. But there was that right hand that just rocks him onto his heels, and then there was another one just after that. I don't think McDonough was hurt, actually.
No, I think Marsden done enough in that round. He uses the height and reach slightly better, and he landed some good shots through the middle, although McDonough did have some successes and showed that he can be dangerous with that right hand himself. This is going to be an interesting contest.
Some top boxing men in their corners as well. Billy Rumble for McDonough, Sid Khan, the Allsfield legend, I'll call him, in Marsden's corner. Bradley Skeet as well, former British champion. McDonough just planting those feet nice and wide down, looking to try and work the body. There is quite a lot of body to target there of Marsden. And he just walked onto a left hand there, Marsden, as he moved forward trying to land his right. And that's almost the kind of shootout that we've got here. McDonough wants to land that left, Marsden wants to land that right. It's whoever kind of does it best, who is maybe more composed with it, because he just lost his balance a bit coming forward there, Marsden, a little bit eager with that right maybe, and McDonough made him pay for it.
He did, and you know, it's happening the other way as well. It's one of those shootouts at the moment. It's a little bit like Russian roulette. You don't know who's going to land first. You can see both guys walking onto one, can't you? Like, both guys are having their successes, but both guys are showing that vulnerability, and that's what's making this contest exciting. We've seen Marsden rocked a couple of times, we've seen McDonough rocked a couple of times, and no one really taking hold of this round either halfway through, and both guys are having their successes.
Midway through round two, and this is set up so nicely. Just kind of pours out with that jab a little bit there, Marsden. He's always looking to try and measure for that right. McDonough finds good distance there. He's in nice and tight, but not so tight that he can't work himself. Pulls his man, pushes his man back towards the ropes, and that's clever, because if he can do that, then he creates just enough space to be able to use his own levers, but denies Marsden enough room really to use his. Finds himself on the end of some bodywork there, though, from Marsden. He can't get caught in the middle distance there, really, McDonough.
Yeah, good work there from Marsden. He switched the attacks downstairs, landed some good shots underneath the elbows of McDonough, but McDonough's having his success as well. Just trying to just fell short, sorry, with that left hand. Marsden falling over the back, falling over his punch with his back foot there as well. He needs to hold his ground and just a little bit more.
Left hand there from McDonough. Made contact with the side of the head, I think. And it's a little bit untidy at times in the second round, but the distance has worked better for McDonough for the most part. That right there works better for him. He's kind of turned his man off the ropes there, got his arm around him, because he knows that although it might not look amazing, he can get something done at that kind of range.
Yeah, another close round there. Both guys are getting their successes. McDonough may have just found the range just a little bit more, landed a couple of nice left crosses through the middle. Marsden maybe just stealing the first round, but a similar pattern in both rounds there. Both guys getting their successes. There's the body shots from Marsden as McDonough comes in. The referee just warning him for pulling the head down there, Marsden. And there we see him just getting caught and just getting stunned there as he come in. That's the danger for Marsden as he lets that backhand go. He allows the back foot to come over with the backhand as well, and he leaves himself quite square, and that's where he's getting caught.
That's the danger. It was a great little replay we saw there, where they're standing right in front of each other, and they're just twitching, waiting to see who might commit first. They're both within punching range. It's strange because at times neither wants to commit, but they both desperately want to commit. They just don't want to. They don't want to signpost it and walk onto one. Start of the third round, and this is a real interesting fight. Just signalling there, I think, McDonough, that he was maybe caught a touch low. Marsden trying to step into that 1-2.
That's where he's more successful, Marsden, on that back foot, keeping the range, because when he throws that back cross, you watch when he throws the back cross, he follows through with his back foot as well and allows himself to come square, and he gets caught with big shots. He's better on the back foot, Marsden. That's where I like him, behind that jab, working those long levers, because that's where he's getting success. When coming forward, he's playing into McDonough's hands. McDonough wants him in the pocket. He wants him there.
McDonough committed there and managed to land a right hook and catches Marsden right on cue there, really. But he did exactly what you were describing. He dips his head a little bit, came forward and copped a couple. Neither one of these two was really hurt at any point, but I wouldn't be surprised if this one did end rather within the distance, because these two, I think, have got the ability to hurt each other here as we head into the second half of the fight anyway.
Yeah, totally agree with that, Andy. I think that both guys have shown vulnerabilities here. When they've been hit, they look like they've been stung. So I think at any point here, any one of these two could get taken out, because they both do make little fundamental mistakes and they could pay the price for that. Great contest, you know, evenly matched. This is all about tactics, who gets it right and who gets it wrong. Nice lead uppercut there from Marsden, but as doing that, he sits in the pocket with his left hand low and gives McDonough that opportunity.
I wouldn't be amazed if a head clash figured in our near future as well, the way they kind of fall into each other at times. It wouldn't really be anyone's fault, it's just that he tends to dip his head a little bit, Marsden, which puts it on the same level as McDonough's, really. Good left hand there from McDonough, just took his lead foot off to the right-hand side and caught it perfectly. Nice lead right hand from McDonough as well. He's a very well-schooled fighter, because he got to that elite level final, he got to a GB Championship final. You know, he won a CYP. He absolutely knows what he's doing in there. He's got the ability to maybe figure this out on the fly.
Yeah, he has, and this is turning into a tough brawling contest, isn't it? Even as early as the third round, it shows you what these area titles, these English titles mean to you. Look at the crowd that we've got here, the fight that we've just seen. You know, it's incredible, and we're seeing same in this contest as well. Both guys really giving it everything.
A little bit messy at times on the inside. Again, the head's almost coming together there as McDonough looks to throw that left hand and kind of follow it in onto the shoulder.
Yeah, another close round there. Both guys having their successes. Marsden choosing to stand up in between the rounds. I think he's done enough in that round. He got into his boxing. He's done to what he does best, working off the back foot, working well behind the jab, just creating that little bit of space between the two. McDonough's the one that wants to get in close. He wants to get up there. There we see a backhand, a hook come uppercut there from Marsden, and then doing the right thing, tying him up when they get on the inside. He's much better at range, works the jab. This is where he should be popping the jab, Marsden. There, but you see him falling in. You see the back foot coming round. That's where he's making his mistakes, and if he gets tagged, that's where he's going to get tagged. As he throws that right hand, he doesn't plant that back foot, and that's causing him a world of problems.
So into the fourth, McDonough, the challenger in the green and gold, Marsden, the champion in the light blue. He won his title against Boy Jones, who we will see in the ring, boxing for that vacant English super lightweight title shortly against Lucas Ballingall. Right hand kind of half-landed, highish on the head there of Marsden from McDonough. He looks to try and jab his way in and then land that left.
McDonough just starting to find the range with that backhand now. That's the best shot for a southpaw. The right cross through the middle.
Just reached for the left a little bit there. His balance went and he followed it in and grabbed hold of Marsden. And it's maybe not a bad plan, actually. Throw that left hand, follow it onto the shoulder. It makes it really hard to counter. But it's a physical fight, this too. I described it as a bit messy at times, and it is, but all of that wrestling and rocking and rolling, physically, it can sap you.
I can't tell you how tough it is. That's where you are really drained, and as I say that, McDonough come in and got caught with a straight right hand through the middle there from Marsden. That was what he needed just to stop McDonough piling on this onslaught. That was good work there from Marsden. This is where he needs to be. He needs to be at range. This is where he needs to be popping the jab, keeping it, setting the traps, creating the openings. He's not doing that. He's just standing in front of McDonough and is keeping McDonough in the contest.
He is an interesting fighter to watch, Marsden, though. You look at him up in the ring there, he's got these big tarantula-like legs, hasn't he? I mean, his waist looks like it's about 2/3 of the way up his body. He's able to protect that body with his long arms. I said there's plenty of body to attack earlier on, and actually, that's not really true.
Yeah, and he does a good job defensively with that body as well. Like you say, he uses those long levers to his advantage. He tucks up very well as McDonough gets on the inside.
.40 or so seconds to go in round 4. He's looking for a way in McDonough always, but when you look at these two in the ring there, it looks harder for McDonough this fight so far than it does for Marsden.
Yeah, well, McDonough's got to overcome that height and reach advantage that Marsden's got. He's trying to push forward, landed a good right hook there, McDonough. But yeah, it's difficult for him because he has to close that gap. There's Marsden again with that right hand, and as he throws that sloppy shot, he falls over the back foot with that as well. Something he needs to go back to the gym and work on. But this is turning into a brawling contest now.
It was an uppercut landed from Marsden, and he looked for another one now. I think that was a more glancing blow, but it did get through. And then they both land simultaneously on the bell, and this is a tough fight. It really is. McDonough, when they're really tight and close and they're wrestling and they're grappling, you would think that that would suit Marsden more because of the size of him, but McDonough's getting some decent work done at that kind of range. But towards the end of the round there, he got clipped with an uppercut, and there were a few danger signs.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. You know, there was a dangerous shot there. You saw the uppercut from Marsden, just creating the space. Look at his feet here. He just steps back and creates the space and drives the uppercut in. See if we can see that.
But he is doing some decent body work when he gets up close there, McDonough as well. You know, he's having his... He's more than having his moments. It's such an interesting fight, this. You just get the feeling that something big could come from Marsden at almost any moment.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So into the 5th, they're scheduled for 10. Marsden making the second defence of his Southern Area lightweight title, and eliminated for the English title that is due to be disputed by Hamid Gaz and Reece Mould, the vacant title in Doncaster next week. I'll be there, actually.
Good work again there.
Nice jab that from Marsden.
Behind the jab. He's just finding the range a little bit, starting to find a little bit of a rhythm. Double jab again there, and McDonough just went onto that one and just seemed to see the legs stiffen a little bit there from McDonough. He's just taken his foot off the gas a little bit and has allowed Marsden to find that space, and he started to control that with that jab. Good work again. This jab's being the effective weapon in this round, and it just seems to be stealing the soul of McDonough in there at the moment because the head's getting jarred back and it's not going his way here at the moment, McDonough.
But he's just trying to grit it out, gets hold of his man again there, and walks Marsden back towards the ropes. These two both look pretty pinched in the face at the weigh-in yesterday. Both look fine. It's hard making weight. It should be hard making weight if you're fighting at the right weight. Not too hard, not impossibly hard, but both of them had to put all that work in. And then when you see them on fight night, it's almost like somebody's inflated them. Just got that pump out and pumped them up a little bit with the rehydration. It's incredible, really. Left hand there from McDonough off the back of a jab from Marsden.
Yeah, Marsden's dominating this round with that jab. He's doing a good job. He's keeping it at range. McDonough not pressing forward enough. Not enough head movement from McDonough. He's trying to meet Marsden head on. Marsden's got that height and reach advantage, so when he lets the shots go, it's becoming very difficult for McDonough.
Landed a long left hand though, McDonough. Then a right into the body, and then moved in behind it, grabbed hold. Marsden, he snatches at that jab. Good left-hand counter there from McDonough. He span away, and then dipped underneath the right hand and tied Marsden up. That was good stuff.
Yeah, good work from both guys. There goes the right cross through the middle again from Marsden. Just missed the whiskers of McDonough there.
straight left hand did land, and then he was looking to go down to the body. Final few seconds of the 5th. Almost at the halfway stage. And you'd say that Marsden has got his whiskers, his nose in front in this fight, but he's not walking away with it. McDonough's still very much in there, and you can see at times what the plan is. If you're in that Marsden corner, are you wanting him to do a bit more here?
I'm telling Marsden, listen, you need to keep this long. You need to let him come on to you, hold your ground. What Marsden's doing, when Marsden makes the fundamental mistakes, is when he tries to press forward, he tries to let that right hand go, and you see his back foot coming over his front. He steps around, he loses his shape, he loses his balance. Marsden is the type of fighter that needs to use his height and reach advantage, his attributes to his advantage. He needs to hold his ground, take that half a step back, let McDonough come on, let him fall onto the shots, create the space, let the uppercuts go, drill the jab through the middle. He done it in that last round, and that was probably his most successful round. And all it was success from was working that jab. McDonough found it difficult to close the range when he done that. McDonough gets into this fight when Marsden holds his ground or tries to push forward.
It's the second half of the fight. Michael McDonough in the green and gold. He's a challenger. Conor Marsden in the blue. He is the champion. Nice 1-2 there from McDonough. Holds those gloves up high. Good jab there from Marsden. He has got one when he occasionally decides to use it and extend with it. It must be frustrating for Sid Khan. I'm sure it has been since he walked through the doors of the gym, that he doesn't use that reach as much as he might. Looking for the right hand, and that one got through. He just managed to tuck his chin in though, McDonough.
Yeah, you feel that Marsden's just starting to get a foothold in this contest now. He's growing in confidence, he's found a rhythm, and he's found the distance as well. And I think that's because McDonough's taken his foot off the gas just a little bit and has allowed Marsden to get into a rhythm. He's growing in confidence now, working well behind the jab, whipping the right hands up as well. McDonough starting to ship a bit of punishment here in this 6th round.
Standing his ground there though, McDonough looking for the body work. I think the corner might have not lit a fire under Marsden exactly, but I think they have sent him out in the second half here just to be busier, be first more, because at times he has maybe waited just a little bit too long for that ideal right-hand opportunity to present itself. He's gone hunting more in this round. McDonough just sets those feet and lets that 1-2 go.
It's becoming a tough, grueling contest, this one as well. Similar to the last, both guys are now starting to have to bite down on their gum shield. It's been a good pace. And as you said earlier in this contest, Andy, that wrestling on the inside is tough. You know, it saps a lot of energy from you, and both guys have had a lot of that going in.
McDonough just trying to find some space to work on the ropes over on the far side, but Marsden, when they're getting entangled, a lot of the time now is looking to try and disentangle as quick as he can. I think he's got wise to the game that McDonough is trying to play there, but there's a nice straight left hand from McDonough and a long left hand there too. These are scoring shots. The jab comes back from Marsden.
Yep, needed them couple of good left hands there, McDonough. He just started to lose a grip in this round. I think Marsden's getting the better of the success, working well behind the jab, controlling the distance really well. Good body shot going in from Marsden there as well, followed by the right cross to the head as well, but McDonough wants to mix it up with him.
Final few seconds of round 6, and it's one of those fights where every now and again it's looked like Marsden might be capable of pulling away, but McDonough is just gutsing this out. He's a good fighter, a good technical fighter, we know that, but he's just staying in there, staying in there, staying in there. We've got 4 more rounds to go here, and nothing has been decided yet.
Yeah, no one's really taken a foothold of this contest. For me, Marsden, the one, is nicking the rounds. He's doing enough behind the jab. He's winning them. McDonough's making a great fight of this, and my scorecard probably wouldn't tell that story, because I've got Marsden nicking these rounds and building up a big lead in a close contest, if that makes sense. You know, they're very close rounds. McDonough has just slowed down a little bit, and that's that's his downfall maybe, that he's just holding his feet just a little bit and he's allowing Marsden to get into a rhythm, finding the jab, he's throwing that cross, as I said, he's falling over that back foot, which is not particularly attractive, not particularly good either. But McDonough, if he wants to get himself back in this one, he needs to start throwing more shots. He needs to step up the tempo just a little bit.
I agree with that. I think he's just got to go for it now. Good jab there from Marsden. There's a kind of buoyancy about him. His feet are just moving a little bit quicker. I'll be curious to know what they said to him after the fifth. I think they will have demanded a bit more from him. Little feint there from Marsden. Moves in behind the jab, but the left hand comes back there from McDonough.
Yep, he's trying to force it, McDonough, to his credit. He's holding his centre of the ring. He's trying to grind it out here.
Looking for the body there, Marsden. Didn't quite land it. Did that time. Straight into the pit of the stomach. Long right hand there, and McDonough in a little bit of trouble for the first time, maybe, but does the right thing, comes off the rope, gets a hold of Marsden, and he's not going to let him go. And that's what you do in that situation, because he was rocked right back onto his heels there. And a straight right again there, looking for the uppercut here, Marsden. McDonough has soaked those two up pretty well, but we're only a minute or so into round 7, and Marsden has found the target there a couple of times, and he seems to be growing in confidence with almost every punch he lands now.
Yeah, he's getting success, isn't he, with that right hand, Marsden. He's found that range. McDonough's just taking the backward step. You see the confidence sort of slowly but surely coming out of him. McDonough, there's not the same intensity about his work. That's where he needs to let the shots go. He needs to find something. He needs to get a foothold in this contest now, because Marsden just getting the better of the two.
Well, as you say, it's been competitive all the way through. It's been very competitive, and just the harsh reality of how boxing is scored is that it's perfectly possible to lose a really competitive fight 8-2 on the cards, for example, over 10 rounds if the other guy's just doing enough to win them. And the referee just having a word with McDonough now about holding. It's quite a long word as well, so I think maybe that's probably a final warning.
Yep, indicates that something's going to happen if he does that again, that's for sure.
It's all at the discretion of the referee. Left hand lands there from McDonough. The gum shield comes out. That was a good shot. And it's McDonough's. I think a left hand from Marsden landed just before the left hand landed of McDonough. It gives them both a little bit of respite. Aiming the uppercut there, Marsden. It didn't quite land, but we had a perfect view of it, and you could see exactly why he fancied it.
Yeah, it was very close, wasn't it? McDonough was just coming in a little square, left himself open as he is now. As he's getting tired, McDonough is coming in square. He's got to be careful of that with someone like Marsden, who's got those long levers and can land those shots. Uppercut goes in from Marsden, but McDonough trying to turn it around here in round 7.
Well, this is a big effort in this round from both of these two. Marsden has landed some pretty serious artillery at times, but McDonough, as I said, all the way through the fight, he's just staying in it. And just gets bundled into the corner there. Marsden looking to land that right hand to the body.
Yeah, another good round, another close round there. Marsden again just doing enough to win the rounds, isn't he? He's nicking them behind the jab. He's setting up for those uppercuts in the middle. McDonough, to his credit, tried to push on in the final minute of that round. He tried to get a grip of the contest, but there was the story of the round there, right there. Marsden, right hand through the middle. McDonough coming back with a shot, not quite as effective, but look at that right hand. McDonough taking that shot very well. Marsden carries a little bit of power with those long levers as well, and it landed flush, that one. McDonough showing some good durability, but some great action in that 7th round.
Well, having boxed up at super lightweight for a good long time, coming down to lightweight, you know, he's shown a solid chin, McDonough, because that was a good right hand, and it knocked him onto his heels, but it didn't hurt him. Straight left hand there from Marsden to kick off the round. 3 remaining here. There's been another really good fight for the southern area. Marsden just stepping into that right uppercut, but I agree with the score that you've got written down the way to my right there. Marsden has just done enough in too many of these rounds for McDonough, who's been in it all the way through, but he's going to need something big in the final 3, we think, from where we are. The referee is the sole arbiter in this one. It's his score that counts.
Yeah, well, McDonough is 10 out of 10 for trying. He's really been giving it a big effort, to be fair. He's been trying to force the pace. Marsden's a difficult guy to fight, very tall, very rangy. Listen, McDonough's not out of this yet. As he's pushing forward, he's starting to close that range, and Marsden again falling in with that right hand, stepping over with his back foot. He's got to be careful of that as well, Marsden.
Heads just cracking together on the inside there. I thought we might see more of that, but thankfully we haven't. A minute down in round 8. Just sets his feet for the right hand to the body there, Marsden, and then again just swinging it up from the hip. He's landed that right plenty of times, but McDonough has never looked like going anywhere, not once.
Yep, both guys getting their successes here. This is where it gets tough. Round 8, second part of round 8 now. Both guys are, as I said before in the previous contest, you know, it's not about the technical side of things now. It's about the mental side of things, biting down on that gum shield. Who wants it most? Who can keep their game together most as well? As the referee takes a point from McDonough, that tells McDonough now he's got to roll the dice now. He's got to go for it. This contest is slipping away from him.
He's taken a point for holding, and you couldn't say that the referee hadn't warned him, because he very much had. Just before that, there was a wicked body shot from Marsden, who stepped in and just rammed his right hand, a sharp-looking right hand, into the midriff of McDonough, who again just took it absolutely no problem. Good 1-2 there from Marsden, and once more McDonough looked like he might be in a little bit of trouble, but continues to come forward. A couple of lefts land there from Marsden. McDonough just sets his feet and looks to throw back. Well, he's shown a lot of toughness in this fight, Martin McDonough. He really has.
He has. He bit down on his gum shield there. He took some big shots, and he's still trading with Marsden. To his credit, Marsden sensed that he had him hurt. He went for it, but to his credit, McDonough, he come back and showed the true grit and determination of a champion. He really did.
We're closing seconds, and a few times now Marsden has landed something serious enough to make you feel like the guy that it's landed on should be showing more ill effects than McDonough is, basically. The kinds of punches that you see put people down, but he's staying on his feet in there, and as he goes back to the corner, he looks a little bit wary as he plonks himself down on the stool. On the other side, Marsden, who stayed on his feet in between rounds, I never really read too much into that, whether you sit down or stand up, but he does look really fresh, doesn't he, with a couple remaining?
He certainly does, you know. He's showing his experience here, Marsden. You know, he's boxed at that level. He took big jobs in the past and may have come up short, but at this level, he's difficult to beat. He really is. He uses his height and his reach to his advantage. He works well with that right hand. Once he starts finding a rhythm, I think McDonough started this contest well, with the intensity, piling on the pressure, but as these rounds have unfolded and McDonough's slowed down ever so slightly, Marsden's capitalised on that. He's worked well behind the jab, he's landed some good right hands, and to his credit, McDonough, he took some big shots there and he hung in there because Marsden looked like he was taking over.
And he still had his technique about him there, McDonough, to step in and just land a nice crisp 1-2. I was saying earlier in the fight that moving onto the shoulder and wrapping his man up would be a decent tactic, because it makes it very difficult to counter, and he's done that, and I think that's largely why the referee in the end actually took a point, because maybe he did it just a little bit too much. So into the 9th, 1 to go after this.
Good work again here from Marsden, just controlling that space with that jab, the distance with that jab, sorry. McDonough's the one that needs to close that gap. He needs to be inside, he needs to be up close, he needs to range there, work the body and work the head of Marsden, but he's not doing that. He's just holding his feet a little bit too much, and that's allowing Marsden to get off for those shots, although I did say that, and As I said, that McDonough come back with a good left cross of his own, but we're not seeing enough of that.
Threw a good couple of 1-2s there and stuck a jab on the end of it as well. Minute into round 9, and a pretty good first minute there for McDonough. He's just trying to keep that technique together and see if he can catch Marsden as he comes forward, and they collide in the middle there as they both move in pretty much simultaneously. Nice left to the body there from McDonough.
Yeah, he's having a better round here, McDonough, isn't he? He's just starting to close the gap a little bit and just getting a little bit of success. Marsden's distance has just slightly gone a lot in the last minute or so.
I think actually the fact that he's got to be wary of holding McDonough has helped him, because he's throwing that 1-2 and he is moving in nice and close, but almost holding and then letting go and then going again.
Yeah, he's actually working on the inside, isn't he? But as we say, that good work here from Marsden as he forces McDonough on the ropes, and McDonough has no choice but to hold there.
Both land again. Solid left hand there from McDonough as they go back into the ropes, and he's bundled into the ropes there. Marsden, he says that he's okay. There's no knockdown in there. Those legs, though, I'm not sure if they're a little bit shaky there, because there was a big left hand that landed, then the weight came forward from McDonough. He barreled them into the ropes, so it's very hard to tell
Listen,
whether the impact caused that or whether it didn't, but I think he is hurt. Big left hand there from McDonough again. 20 seconds remaining in the round. He's trying to line up that left one more time. Everybody on their feet at ringside here in the McDonough corner, just feeling that they've got an opportunity here, that they've got Marsden going. 10 seconds remaining. He's just leaning in now. They're both absolutely exhausted in there. McDonough has put a hell of a lot into this 9th round, and that was a big round for him. His best round of the fight, certainly.
Yeah, great round there for McDonough. He needed that. He landed a good shot, and when they stumbled over, no one was sure if he was hurt or if he wasn't Marsden, but when he come up, I could see the legs had stiffened. He was hurt. You could see that he was struggling with just trying to get the balance right, the coordination back, and McDonough sensed that. He jumped on it, and you could see there was desperation times there for Marsden, who's just getting his eye worked on in the corner. He's still choosing to stand up, but he's going to need every second of this minute. There we see in the slow-mo, it was a short left hook that landed. It was like a delayed reaction. There we go, right hand went in his room, and a clash of heads.
So 10th and final round, the referee calling these two to the centre. Billy Rumble just saying to McDonough there, I'm pretty sure before the start of this final round, you've got to go get him in this last 3 minutes. You've hurt him in that round. You need to go and knock him out, because I think that is how they'll be reading the cards. McDonough just rips that left into the body. He was on his feet still again between rounds there, Marsden, and I was having a good long look at him. I'm not sure if an awful lot was going in from the trainer there. To be honest with you, it's difficult to take anything in the middle of or towards the end of a fight like this. McDonough just trying to let his hands go.
Listen, this has all become mental now. The physical side of it's gone. You got nothing left. Big
Good left hand
through
there
the
from
middle
McDonough, straight down the pipe, and that just knocks him back onto his heels again here, Marsden. McDonough just trying to muscle his way and get into range and just unload here. And the snapper's gone off the work here of Marsden. McDonough standing in range, on the borderline of range. He's got to land something solid again here and rinse and repeat. Big right hand there from McDonough, and he's in big trouble here now, Marsden. He is in huge trouble as he sinks back into the ropes. That lead right hook absolutely buzzed him, and McDonough now has maybe got time to close the show. Just over a minute and a half remaining. What a finish we've got here at York Hall. McDonough trying to back him up towards the ropes, and he still doesn't look absolutely all there, Marsden. Can McDonough just find that one more sweet shot? It could be enough.
That's all he needs is one shot, McDonough. Marsden's legs have totally gone. They betrayed him. He's now fighting on instinct in there. There's 1 minute, 13 seconds to go, and he's going to need every second of that He needs to get survive here, and he lands a good right hand of his own. That's exactly what he needed there, Marsden, but he is fighting on empty. McDonough senses this. Oh,
big left hand there from McDonough.
And he's gone.
And down goes Conor Marsden, and he is out. The referee just getting the medics into the ring. Unbelievable finish here at York Hall. A crunching left hand has taken Conor Marsden out, and Marty McDonough is the new Southern Area champion. He hurt him towards the end of that 9th round. Billy Rumble, at the start of that 10th, he had his fighter's head in his hands. He was staring him in the eyes and telling him, you've got to go get him. You've got to knock him out. And he's gone and done it. That is an unbelievable finish.
Unbelievable. Out of nowhere, he just fainted with a jab, and he whipped the hook over as Marsden was coming onto it. He walked onto it. It was a big shot, and it took the legs away from him. He was already in desperate trouble. He fell through the bottom rope. What a finish. Martin McDonough was a mile behind on my scorecard, although it was a close fight, close rounds. He needed the knockout to win, and boy, he delivered it. The corner told him to go out there and get it, and that's exactly what he done. A short left hook, Lenny flush on the chin, and Marsden was never going to beat the count.
Well, Marsden just up on the stool on the far side of the ring, over in the neutral corner. The doctor's just having a chat with him. He looks responsive. The medical staff are all over there. They'll be careful with him. They'll need to keep a close eye on him tonight. That'll be desperately, desperately disappointing for him. But what an effort that was by McDonough, because as we were saying throughout the course of the fight, he gutsed it out, he stayed in it, he stayed in it. He was having his successes, and obviously they were just chipping away. They were taking a little bit away from Marsden. But Marsden was winning those rounds. I don't disagree with that card. But McDonough he stayed in the fight.
He showed discipline, Andy. He showed discipline and showed that it's not over till it's over. I tell you, that reminded me of. That reminded me of when Cole Froch knocked out Jermaine Taylor in a similar sort of fashion. He needed the knockout to win in the last round, and boy, he delivered it. He did not stop believing, and that's what happened there with McDonough. He did not stop believing. He knew the fight's not over until the final bell rings, and boom, he delivered.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, at a time of 2 minutes, 11 seconds of the 10th round, your winner by knockout, and first punching Ballingall, 7 heavyweight champion,
What a fight we've just seen. Two incredible fights we've just seen there. A bantamweight and now at lightweight, and that was as dramatic a finish as you will see. And some people will have a chuckle at you making a comparison of Froch against Jermaine Taylor, because they are different levels, but it was the same.
No, I'm saying
it was the same.
The same, exactly the same, as in a fighter's self-belief. You know, not losing heart. You know, the rounds are falling behind on him. He knows he needs a knockout to win, but he's staying in there. Even though Marsden looked like the guy that looked like he might get the victory done inside the distance, he looked like he was finding the range with a jab, finding the range with a cross. But the self-belief of Martin McDonough was incredible, and that's what won him the contest. He was like, this ain't over till it's over. I'm going to go out there, final round, roll the dice, and that's exactly what he done, and he delivered the perfect left hook.
That lead right hook there was absolutely critical, wasn't it? That's what started it all. That caused him real problems. And from that point onwards, he was in trouble there, Conor Marsden. And it was just a case of McDonough just having the energy, having the fitness, having the composure. The boxing now is really to hold that technique together, wait for the opening and to find it. And that's exactly what he did, because he didn't just swing blindly here. Look at that, look at the technique on that left hand there, right at the death. When he needed it more than he's ever needed it in his life, he found it.
He stayed composed, he waited for his moment, and he took it. Perfect shot, perfect finish. Over to Ali Drew.
How does that sound?
Oh, it's buzzing. This is what I've been waiting for the whole time. Like, the whole way through, I've been waiting for this shot. It was my chance to break through.
I'll break through now.
Now that fight you won in the final minute of the 10th round. Did you think you were going to get him out of there?
Well, the plan was, we was just going to take our time. If it was going to come, it was going to come. I was just chipping away. I wasn't looking for it, and it come.
Just talk to me about the final shot that actually knocked him down.
I don't know, you know, it just come. I can't remember. I had him the round before. And I thought I was just going to educate pressure and go and just let it land. If it's there, it's there. It was there, and and he went.
Now, up to that point, the comms had you down on the scorecards. Did you keep the faith? Did you know that you had to get the finish?
No, I thought I was winning. We thought we was winning. I thought I was nicking it. But listen, if the knockout's there, and that's what champions do, don't they? They go the way, if they knock someone out, they knock it out. You can end the fight any time, and end of the fight at any time. So I'm the new champion.
Now just talk me through the fight. It was a tough fight. You had a point deducted in the 8th round, I think it was.
Of course, we knew it was going to be a tough fight. He's tall, he's dangly, he's big, he's a big lightweight. We knew it was going to be a tough fight, but I've been in the gym for a long time now. I've done my apprenticeship. I was chipping away, working away, and tonight was our night, and we was coming back champions.
How proud are you of him right now?
So proud, you know. It's been a tough journey, and I've trained Martin for 52 fights now, and we've had our ups and downs, amateur and pro. We've taken 2 losses as a pro, but we built together. And do you know what? Coronavirus done us the best thing in the world. You know, we studied and we worked hard in the gym during that absence, and that's what made him the fighter he is today. He's a warrior, always has been a warrior, but we added a little bit finesse to it, boxing, fighting, head movement, and I knew he could dig deep, and that's what we had to do.
Tonight was special because a year ago I never thought I was ever be able to box again, because I found out I was born with a leaking valve. I had to go to see a heart specialist up in St Thomas Hospital. I never knew what was happening in my career. I thought I'd have to go on the building site and get a job or something, but now I've redeemed. I was in the gym, I had a whole year out. I was in the gym through lockdown, I trained, and with today's the rewards. And we just push on for bigger things now.
What is the plan now? Now you've got that belt, what's the plan?
The plan is to take every fight as it comes and just keep building and building. Take every fight as it comes and push on.
Now, there was a lot of support in here for you tonight. Could you hear them when you were in there? Any words for the supporters?
Thank you very much for coming and supporting me. It's tough, obviously it's tough times out there now. People spent their well-earned money tonight, come here to support me, and thank you very much, because if it weren't for them, this small horse show of boxing wouldn't be possible.
The perfect night for you.
The perfect night. Thank you. I want to say thank you to my 2 coaches, Billy and Charlie. Thank you to all my sponsors, RGE, Ryan Eastwood Recycling, Sam Westlake, and Mr. India Cyphers. They support me all the way through.
How are you celebrating tonight?
Gonna get a nice pint of Coke. Gonna get a nice pot Coke. Oh yeah, also thanks to my strength and conditioning coach Jordan Vine, and thank you to Jack Coke, my nutritionist. It's a team effort, big team effort, and tonight the rewards showed. And we're ready, thank you. And the new!
And the new, congratulations, it was a great performance, thanks guys. Right, a new champion there, and now it is time to move on to the main event of the evening, the English Super Lightweight Championship. I'll hand over to your MC.
Ten rounds of action for the vacant British Boxing Board Control English Super Lightweight Championship. So introducing first, please welcome into the arena and to the red corner, our first challenger this evening, Boy Jones Jr.
Well, Boy Jones has trod these boards many a time. Just 25 years old, still 25 fights deep in his pro career. He's won the Southern Area title. He's lost the Southern Area title. He's challenged for another one. That was against Marsden, who we've just seen in the previous fight, and that, unfortunately for him, ended up in a defeat. That was his 4th loss, and at that point, it was 3 defeats in a row either side of COVID, and things were looking a bit grim. You didn't really know where he was going to go from there, really. But he's moved up to super lightweight. He's won 2 fights since, and I think he feels like he's a different kind of a beast with 5 more pounds to play with. But for somebody so young, he's been through quite a lot in his professional career so far. Made his debut at the O2 on the Tyson Fury Christian Hammer card, so he had the kind of red carpet treatment to an extent early on. So he's seen lots of things in his boxing career up until this point.
And their opponent, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome into the arena to the blue corner our second challenger of the evening. Please welcome Lucas.
Lucas Ballingall has brought plenty of support up from Portsmouth. The Pompey Chimes is a fighting town, there's no doubt about that. His brother Michael McKinson has really put it on the map in recent years after the success of Tony Oki a few years ago now. Both trained by their dad Michael Ballingall, and Lucas 15-2. Lost away in Belarus, so commentated on that fight. Alceste's Cold Wars in lockdown really during 2020. I thought he was unlucky not to get a decision. Challenged Myron Mills for an English lightweight title. Came out on the wrong side of that in a very, very close fight. Then decided he needed to move up in weight, exactly like Boy Jones did. And they're both looking to land this vacant English title at 140 pounds. The tail of the tape, both of them making weight yesterday. No mishaps in the weigh-in yesterday. And those records, Jones has got a bit more experience, but in many ways these two are kind of cut from the same cloth.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, live from the York Hall, London, Lee Eaton, in association with TM14 Promotions and Into Boxing, proudly present 10 rounds of boxing for the vacant British Boxing Board Control English Super Lightweight Championship. Sponsored by Fuse.Gold. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, our supervisor here at ringside, Mr. Des Reese. Our timekeeper for this bout, at the bell, Mr. Nick White. Our three scoring judges, Mr. Sean McAvery, Lee Every, and Mark Bates. And our referee in charge of the action, third man in the ring, A-star referee, Kieran McCann. And now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, York Hall, London, are you ready? Then believe the hype, it's time to fight! Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, his official weight on the scales, 10 stone flat. His professional record as he enters the ring, 20 victories, 8 coming by way of knockout, 4 defeats, 1 draw. Wearing the black and white shorts from Chingford, London, presenting our first challenger, Boy Jones Jr. And their opponents, standing across the ring, boxing out of the blue corner, our second challenger this evening. His official weight on the scales, 9 stone, 13 pounds. His professional record in the ring, 15 victories, 4 coming by way of knockout, and 2 defeats. Wearing the blue and white shorts from Portsmouth, Hampshire, presenting Lucas our referee to give his final instructions.
Right, lads, listen up. I spoke to you both in the dressing room. You're not expected to. Keep it clean. Obey my commands all the time. Most importantly, protect yourself from the
Kieran McCann in charge of this one. Lucas Ballingall and Boy Jones going at it over 10 rounds for the vacant English super lightweight title. Billy Allington held it previously. He's moved on. And Ballingall in the white and blue, Jones in the white, green and black. And both of these two have tasted defeat, and I know what that's like. They've boxed at a good level. Ballingall has challenged for an English title, as I mentioned, at lightweight. Boy Jones has boxed 3 times at area level, but has also been in with Craig Evans. That was one of the defeats who was too much for him, really. It was a WBO European title that they were fighting for, Evans is, and he's a proper operator, Craig Evans.
Yeah, it certainly is. Both of these guys have got experience. It's a huge opportunity for the winner. We don't know where the loser goes, if I'm totally honest. So it's a must-win fight for me for both of these guys, but a massive opportunity, and I think they both know that. There's a lot on the line here. I'm expecting a good contest. Boy Jones Jr. has had a rocky road in the last couple of years with COVID. He was out for 2.5 years, then come back. Was defeated, but this is a massive opportunity for him here.
Just stuttered his feet in there and found the jab to the body, Jones. Ballingall with that kind of loose look about him, that style about him that we got used to watching from his brother, who's over on the far side ringside. Got his feet in nice and tight there, Ballingall, and then threw the right hand down the middle. It's interesting, the boxing upbringing the pair of them have. They've been all over, really. Belfast, Manchester, Portsmouth, London. They've gone everywhere for sparring. Nice combination there from Ballingall. Led off with the uppercut, then followed it with the right hand.
He's found his rhythm here, Ballingall. He really has. He's landing good shots to the head and body. This is not good here for Boy Jones Jr. He's just struggling with his own range, his own rhythm. Ballingall is the one that seems to have found it early here. He's working well behind the jab, and he's switching it up, throwing good uppercuts, landing good crosses through the middle as well. Just fell short there with a left hook.
There's a lot of variety here from Ballingall, there really is, because he led off with an uppercut, then threw a right hand, then he threw a left to the body, then a right hand over the top, then a more classic kind of 1-2. The punches are coming from different angles, just like that one there. He flicked that left hand up with a kind of up jab screw shot and landed it, and he's a little bit at sea here, Boy Jones, at the moment. He just needs to get through this first round, take a seat, take a few deep breaths, and work out how he's going to try and grind his way into this fight, because this has been impressive from Ballingall, this opener.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's found his rhythm early, isn't he? Working well, as you said there, Andy, throwing the jab, turning it into a screw shot. Looks nice and relaxed, controlling the space, got the distance well here. Good body shot went in as well there. Bad start for Boy Jones Jr. He needs to go back to the corner. He needs to assess this now, and he's got to sort of forget about that round, pull it out of his mind and get back onto it. He's got a lot of changing to do in the corner there, Boy Jones Jr., because the game plan he had didn't work. He went out there, and Ballingall took control from the opening round. Let's take a look at the action. There was the jab. He established that early. Come through with the crosses over the top as well. He was throwing them long and short, the crosses. There's that screw shot that you was talking about, Andy, followed by the uppercut and the hook. Perfect timing there from Ballingall in that opening round. Boy Jones Jr.'s got a lot of changing to do in that corner.
He's got to keep the faith, Boy Jones. You can't try and reinvent the wheel and do things that you know you can't do in response to what the other person is doing. Just keep it tight, stick to the boxing. Just try and land on something, feel something on the end of that glove, whatever it is. He's away from home again here, Ballingall, but it won't bother him. He's used to it. As I say, I saw him in Belarus. And then against Myron Mills, he was in Mills' backyard, and it was a very, very close fight. Good upper body movement there from Ballingall.
Yep, just taking the centre of the ring again. Ballingall carrying that left hand low, but just flipping it up, working that left hand well. He's turning that jab into like a screw shot, and he's getting success with that. It's a better start though from Boy Jones Jr. He's just trying to figure it out. He's trying to set a couple of traps. He's trying to create a couple of openings.
Doubling up on that jab there, Boy Jones. He's got the height and the reach here. But Ballingall's got a good jab. He just flicks it up from pretty much down by his knee and really snaps it, so he gets every millimetre of extension on it that he can. And fighters always say that that jab thrown from low just bursts up into the eye line and makes it that bit more difficult to read. And there's the jab again.
Yeah, throws it out nice and relaxed, doesn't he? He's finding the target with that. He's done well. Ballingall working that jab to his effect. Good work there though from Boy Jones Jr. Coming back with a good jab of his own.
Just moving those feet in there, Jones, looking maybe for a right-hand lead, wasn't quite there. He's sticking to his task here. He's having to work hard for his successes here, Jones. Work really hard to land anything really at the moment, but as I said previously, you've got to keep the faith in these situations. It's early days.
Yeah, as we've seen in those previous title fights, the last two title fights, anything can happen. It can all change with one shot. So Boy Jones Jr. has got to keep the faith. He's just being outclassed in there at the moment, but we have got a long way to go. As you've seen, 10 rounds is a long way, and fights do change, but at the moment it's all Ballingall. He's controlling things on the outside, working well behind the jab, doubling up with a jab, finding the range with a right hand, and then coming through with the hooks like that. Boy Jones is taking too much time to get off with his own shots.
He landed left to the body in the middle of all of that, Jones. I think he'll be relatively encouraged by this round. He hasn't won this round, but he's done better, hasn't he? He's not been landed on quite as easily as he was in the first round, and he's hitting something. He's not caught Ballingall clean, but he's feeling something on the end of his glove.
Yep, definitely had more success there in that second round. As he goes back to the corner, he'll be more pleased with himself. The first round that he had, Boy Jones Jr. was a disaster. Nothing went right for him. He didn't find his range. He was getting caught with some big shots, but he's gone back to the corner. They've had a little chat, and he's come out and he's delivered something slightly different. He didn't win the round, but he had much more success. He was holding his feet a little bit more. He was waiting for Ballingall to throw his shots, and he was looking to slip. He was looking to counter. So, yeah, there's a lot to take from that with Boy Jones Jr. He had more success there in that second round. Another round for Ballingall, but a closer round.
There's that jab again. Doubling up on it that time.
Seconds up, round 3.
So into the third we go. It's been a spectacular night here, it really has. Some of the undercard fights were a good watch. Always good to see some younger fighters coming through. We had an away win, which is, Giles won't have liked it, but it's never a bad thing. It just shows that fights have been competitively matched, and then the title fights, the two we've had so far, have been absolutely superb.
Yep, and this one's heating up quite nicely as well. As you said, Andy, those two title fights were quite incredible, and the undercard has been great as well. Real good night of boxing, and I feel that we've got a lot more to see here in this contest as well, as both guys trade blow for blow in the centre of the ring.
Ballingall just caught Jones with a left hand. Jones just locking on, holding him tight there, trying to find a bit of room for his right hand. Just rolling those shoulders, trying to keep that head on the move as he moves forward there, Jones. Just inching in, inching in.
Yep, just trying to grind it out, isn't he, Jones? He's just trying to work behind that jab. He's keeping the head moving, which is good. Just shuffling forward, just trying to close that gap of Ballingall. But Ballingall's doing a good job of keeping those hands low and flicking shots from unusual angles, making it difficult for Jones. Jones doesn't quite know when to attack because he doesn't see where those shots are coming from.
Reaching for the right hand there, didn't land it, Jones. A left hand in the middle of that flurry of gloves from Ballingall. Did find the target midway through round 3. Again, just flicking that jab up from the waist. Just pulling those feet out bit by bit there, Ballingall.
He's building up the points, isn't he, Ballingall? He's working well behind that jab. He's using the ring very well as well. Jones is stalking forward. Ballingall is just oozing in confidence a little bit here. Just a little bit of showboating going on, moving around the perimeter from left to right, switching all the time, showing good boxing skills in there.
Landed a right hand and then did that little Ali shuffle. Jones got closer there, looking to land his own right into the body. Left-hand counter again there from Ballingall. And the right-hand lead, really, doubling up on it, got through and then just span off to his left-hand side. It's pretty impressive, some of the stuff that he's able to pull off in there. Steps in with the left hand, puts the right hand on the back of it. He's never looked like he's hurt Jones at any point when he's caught him clean, and Jones will take some encouragement from that, but he's got to get on the board at some point, Boy Jones here, hasn't he? I know we're 3 rounds in and there's a long way to go, but he needs to get one in the bag sooner rather than later.
I totally agree, Andy. You know, I think Ballingall's doing a great job of moving. He's very elusive, using the perimeter of the ring, popping out the jab, throwing the shots, but he's not sitting in the pocket. He's moving all the time. He's making it very difficult for Boy Jones, who's stalking forward. He's looking for that opportunity, but Ballingall is just beating him to the punch. Just as Jones feints with a jab, Ballingall throws that jab from down low. He comes to a combination of 3 or 4, and then boom, he's off. It's great stuff from Ballingall. It's frustrating time for Jones, but Jones has to stick it. He's got to hope that Ballingall slows down at some point, because at the moment, it's all Ballingall.
There's that little shuffle, as we've been saying. You stick to the task if you're Boy Jones. He's got decent basics. And you have to keep the faith that what you're doing will have some effect. He's 3 rounds down at the moment. And he's just got to keep working, like McDonough did in that fight that we've just seen.
He was just asking where the gum shield was then, Ballingall, and didn't realise that he had it in his mouth, which was a very strange thing. He was screaming at the corner, "Where's my gum shield? Where's my gum shield?" And they've said, "It's in your mouth." He's just recognised that.
He's in the zone, isn't he?
Wow, zone, yeah, absolutely.
Nice 3-punch combination there from Ballingall. I think the third one is probably the most effective one of the 3. He throws that right-hand lead and then just spins off. It is like watching his brother. I've seen the pair of them kind of the same amount, really, and I think their dad, their trainer, Michael, needs to take some credit because he has coached these boys well.
Yeah, and you can see he's got that similar sort of movement to his brother, isn't he? He's not the biggest puncher, but he's got that silky smooth boxing skills, and when they get into a rhythm, Andy, it's very difficult to break, and that's what's happened here. Ballingall has slipped into a rhythm. He's working the shots well, and it's going to be hard to break. Boy Jones Jr. is holding his feet too much. He's not getting into range, and he's not taking the chances. Ballingall's the one that's leading first, and that's why he's getting the success.
And he's very, very slippery. He just got his feet in there, Jones. He got close enough, kind of explored with the jab, and threw the right hand with a bit of purpose, but Ballingall was gone. It slid over his shoulder, and he was just mooching off to his left-hand side. When he gets tight to the ropes like that, and he can work to the body, that's where Jones has had some pockets of success, but it's been few and far between so far. Just over a minute remaining in round 4. If you're in Jones's corner, what do you say? You've got to keep your man going. You've got to keep him believing, but you've got to get him some round wins.
Yeah, but Andy's got to break his rhythm. What he's doing right now is not working. He's been doing this from round 1, so I'm going to say to him, right, you've got to roll the dice a little bit here, son. Move your feet into range before you let your hands go. You're trying to close the gap by working behind the jab. That's not working. You need to close the gap by moving your feet, then letting your shots go. He's too slow because Ballingall has got the distance. He can see everything because he's controlling the space. So every time what Jones is trying to do, watch this. What Jones is trying to do is trying to close that gap with a double jab. See there? He'll try and close the gap with a jab. Well, that doesn't close the gap. The feet close the gap. He needs to move the feet first, then let the shots go. He's doing the feet and the shots at the same time.
Final few seconds of round 4. And again, just more kind of matrix-like movement there from Ballingall, tilting back at the waist, almost limboing away from a couple of punches. And he's boxing well. 4 rounds into a 10-round fight, though. And we saw in our previous one that it ain't over till it's over.
Yep, you just feel it's going to take something special. Where the last contest, to be fair, was always close, even though the rounds were going one way. You know, you just felt that it was always quite close. You know, it was always there. You always had a glimmer of hope for the other guy. At the moment, Boy Jones Jr. is getting outclassed. Ballingall's not. He's controlling everything. He's in a complete rhythm. He's controlling the space. He's letting the shots go. He's having fun in there. Boy Jones Jr. is the guy that's got to mix it up. He has to change it up. He has to close the space. He's got to try and rough him up, do something to break this rhythm.
Round 5.
So into the 5th, the vacant English super lightweight title on the line here. Lucas Ballingall is in the lead. There's 1 or 4 of the rounds we've seen so far, according to our cards. He's in the blue and white. And again, he's getting to work at the start of the 5th here. He started quickly, working to the body, to the head. Boy Jones Jr. just trying to tuck up on the ropes. Did a pretty good job of that. There was a lot thrown there. A reasonable amount got through. That overhand right landed clean, as did the left hook. They're not really putting a dent in him just yet, Boy Jones, but a lead left uppercut just snaps his head back as well.
Yeah, good start to the round this from Ballingall. He's gone out there and he's tried to change it. He's tried to pick the pace up. He's tried to shock Boy Jones Jr. and he's the one who's gone out there trying to work the body. This is what Boy Jones should be doing. He should be responding now. He needs to come back with some shots. Single shots are not good enough. He needs to roll the dice. He needs to put the shots together.
Gunshot almost coming out there for Ballingall. Just had to dab it back in, just working around the outside of the ring again, just kind of leaps into that right-hand lead. There's an unorthodoxy about quite a lot of what he does, which makes him difficult to handle. 4 stoppages in his 15 wins. He doesn't look like a massive puncher, but at the same time, he's very hard to hit. Yeah. And he's landed plenty.
Yes, the accumulation of punches in it. Trust me, you do feel the effects of them over 10 rounds, 12 rounds. Doesn't matter how hard or how light they hit, they still hurt, they still sting. And Ballingall has just got that rhythm, isn't he? He's in that rhythm, he's enjoying himself up there. He feels like he's having some sort of sparring session. He's putting the shots together, he's pop-shotting, and then he's moving. Boy Jones is falling behind big on the scorecards. He needs to mix it up just a little bit. He's throwing single shots, which is not enough. He needs to put the shots together.
There's a combination from Ballingall. Just before that, Boy Jones managed to back him up to the ropes, had him square on the ropes, planted his feet wide and got a couple through to the body. He's got to hope, really, that as he keeps applying pressure, keeps coming forward, that the Ballingall's feet slow down. That's got to happen for Jones in the second half of the fight. If it doesn't, then he's going to get shut out here by the look of things.
Yeah, totally agree. He doesn't seem to know how to fix this at the moment, Boy Jones. You know, he's sticking to his guns, he's staying disciplined, he's stalking forward, working behind that jab, but he's not closing the gap enough. And when he does close a gap, he's not letting the shots go, he's not making it count. He needs to be putting together in 3s and 4s, he needs to be loading up. He needs to be rolling the dice just a little bit more than he's doing. You know, it's a good effort by Boy Jones, but at the moment, Ballingall is dominating in another round in the back.
So midway through this, top of the bill, our main event. We've had 3 main events here tonight, though, really. 2 sparkling contests at bantamweight and lightweight, and that finished by Martin McDonough in that 10th and final round. You can watch a lot of boxing and you won't see anything as good as that again for a long time. And that was the start of the round, I think. He went after him at the start of the round, Spencer Ballingall. He came out of his corner and just let his hands go.
Yeah, he surprised not just Boy Jones Jr., he surprised us as well. We wasn't expecting that. He thought, you know what, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to see if I put the heat on him. But what happened there when he backed off was he found that Boy Jones wasn't ready to go. That's what he was doing there. He was testing to see if he could crack him. He recognised that that weren't the time, because what he does, Ballingall, is he slowly and systematically breaks fighters down. He tries to steal their souls. He nicks jab, 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 crosses, uppercuts, hooks, and he tries to demoralise them and take that away from him. Then he tried to sit on him to see if he was ready for the stoppage. But guess what? Boy Jones still showing that there's still plenty in the tank in there.
Well, he's been stopped a couple of times, Boy Jones, by Craig Poxton. That was a while ago now, when he lost his Southern Area title, and by Conor Marsden, who we just saw Martin McDonough stop. But he's also been the distance with Craig Evans, who I mentioned, who's a very, very good fighter. Won some rounds that night too, so he was in deep, but actually did himself some credit, I think. He's got that long, lean kind of build on him as well, in fantastic shape. There's that lead left hand from Ballingall, and just throws it on the move.
Yeah, good work again here from Ballingall. Taking off from where he left off in the last round, just throwing an array of punches, a great mixture of shots to the head and the body, and he's been very unpredictable, and Boy Jones struggling to deal with that.
And just coming off the ropes with that left hand there, Ballingall.
I just like to see Boy Jones now changing his tempo, setting some traps, doing some feints, throwing some shots downstairs. That's what he's allowing Ballingall to do. Get off for the shots, fours and fives, pot shotting, and then moving away. And this is slowly slipping away from Boy Jones here, because he's not doing anything different. He's the one just stalking forward. We need to see something a little different.
Inside the final minutes of round 6. As we say, he's sticking to the method, he's sticking to the plan, but it just isn't working. And I'm not one to out and out condone too much skullduggery, but get a hold of him, throw him around a bit if you can, rub the head in maybe, hit him low, do something.
100%. This is what you've got to do. This is the fight game. You know, let the referee tell you you're wrong. You know, when you've got a boxer in this sort of rhythm, you've got to rough him up, man. You've got to get in there. You've got to try and use the elbows, use the head, do whatever you've got to do to break this kid's rhythm. Because once you get into a rhythm, or once a boxer like that gets into a rhythm, man, that's tough to break. So you've got to do them psychologically. You've got to take that game away from them.
And he's just got such a loose look about him, Ballingall, that he kind of glides through the rounds, or he is at the moment anyway, boxes at that kind of tempo, and because he's not tight and he never loads up on anything, he can box at this pace all night.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you can see him doing 20 rounds at this pace because he is totally relaxed. He's boxing, he's controlling the pace. He's not being forced to fight here. That's what I'm saying. This is what Boy Jones Jr. needs to do. He needs to force the pace. He needs to change the rhythm. But he's not doing that, and that's why these rounds are slipping away from him.
So 4 to go here.
Round 7.
Into the 7th. And Lucas Ballingall with clear water between himself and Boy Jones here as they set sail in a race for this vacant English super lightweight title. I don't want to sound too critical of Boy Jones here, because sometimes you come up against someone who's got a bit too much for you, and so far that's what we've got here, and there's no shame in it. It happens to everyone. You just want to see him make this as competitive as he can and and leave that ring with no real regrets, and he started a bit quicker this round.
Absolutely, he needed to. Listen, there's no criticism of Boy Jones. I've always been a fan of him, but what I'm saying is, you know there's more in the locker. You know what he's got to do, and I'm not sure he can deliver it. And just as I said that, Ballingall landed an unbelievable uppercut, right uppercut lead. Boy Jones took that shot well.
He did. He soaked it all up, actually, so far. Got it nice and tight there and worked to the body, and that was an example of what you were talking about. Got the feet there, and then let his hands go.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying, and that's what's frustrating about it. You know that when he looks at this, you go, right, listen, you want to add to your game, you want to change your game, that's all you've got to change. You know, the style's there, the foundations are built, you just need to add to it. You know, and he's just, you've not seen Boy Jones put a 4 or 5 punch combination together. You've not seen him do that, you know, he gets up close, he closes the space, and boom, he throws one shot.
Just dipping to his left-hand side there, Ballingall, again looking for that uppercut. Just pulled off the right hand slightly there. It did land as a rolls roll. That's good from Jones. Left hand to the body, then left hand up top. But Ballingall comes straight back and just dipped his knees there, Ballingall, quite extravagantly. And for a split second, I just wondered whether he'd been caught by something. He hadn't been.
No, he's just trying to change the pattern of the fight here, Ballingall. You just sense that he's trying to pile the pressure on. Boy Jones is calling on, though, to his credit. He's saying, let's go, let's have it.
Well, I think Jones knows that this gives him a better chance. If Ballingall wants to go and look for the stoppage here, that gives him more chance, because I don't think Boy Jones feels like he's going to get knocked out here or stopped here. I think he's tasted plenty of clean shots, and he'd know by now whether that was really on the cards, and I think he's confident it isn't, so he'll want Ballingall to engage as much as possible.
Yeah, 100%. He'll know by now, Boy Jones, that Ballingall can't hurt him in that way. He's calling you on, that gives him the opportunity.
Final 30 seconds of round 7. Then just stepping into the left hook and then backing off there, Ballingall. It's been a boxing with good pace, this, both of them holding up to it well. As I said, Ballingall looks like he could do this all night, because, as you pointed out, when you're the one who sets the pace, it makes it just that
well, Boy
bit
Jones,
more comfortable.
Boy Jones has taken a lot from that round. He feels like he's had more success, and he did, to be fair. That's because Ballingall changed the pattern. He was the one that changed the pattern of the fight. He decided, you know what, I want to come forward. I'm not going to be so elusive. I'm not going to give you so much movement. I'm going to sit in the pocket a little bit, and that gives Boy Jones a little bit of hope. So, you know, Boy Jones had a better round now. I'm not sure he won it, but with 3 rounds to go, he's going to want to hope that Ballingall decides to box that way, because that gives him an opportunity.
Yeah, he needs a knockout or multiple knockdowns. Nothing is impossible, as we saw in our previous fight.
10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 8.
Almost walks in behind that jab there, Ballingall, to take that step off to the right-hand side. The upper body movement has remained pretty much on point. Left hook there from Ballingall as Jones was just opening out.
It's just the accumulation of punches from Ballingall. He just keeps throwing combinations from a very relaxed style. He throws them from unusual angles. The jab, he turns into a screw sort of uppercut, and this is a tough night here for Boy Jones. It really is.
And Jones there just trying to... Well, that's exactly what I'd be doing if I was him. Exactly 100%. What I'd be doing.
100%, that's exactly what we said. I'll be doing a little bit more than that as well, if I'm totally honest. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to let the referee tell me not to do stuff, but I'm going to be frustrated in there right now if I was Boy Jones. You know, I'd be thinking, right, how do I do this? How do I change it up? I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to rough it up. That's what you've got to do.
So midway through round 8. Just shuffles in behind the 1-2 there, Ballingall. Jones trying to double up on the jab and close that distance. Lead uppercut there from Ballingall, followed by that left hand. Bit of a smile on the face there of Boy Jones. He dips off to his left and throws a right hand over the top.
Yep, he's not getting hurt here, is he, Boy Jones? He's stalking forward, he's well into the fight now. He's sort of like, he's not getting hurt at all. Maybe frustrated, but he's definitely not getting hurt. Ballingall hasn't got the power to hurt him, but what he has got is silky smooth boxing skills, and he's used them to his full advantage. Boxing well on the outside. As I say that, though, Jones gets a rare success with that right hand over the top.
Wings in a big left hook there, Jones, and Ballingall just dips those knees and slides underneath it. Final 30 seconds of round 8. Right into the body there from Jones. As we said all the way through, he's stuck to the plan. He's tried to stick to the basics. He just hasn't been able to catch Ballingall. He's just a little bit too quick for him in every department. Yeah,
Totally agree. You know what? He showed great discipline, Boy Jones Jr. He really has, because I'd be frustrated up there now, you know. He's done the same thing from the first bell to the last bell, and he hasn't been able to change it. And as for Ballingall, if it's not front, don't fix it. And he's done the same thing from the first bell to this. Now, he's moving around, changing from side to side, moving left to right, throwing shots, lead uppercuts from the right, lead uppercuts from the left, screw shots, combinations, everything he's putting together. Let's take a look at some of the action in that 8th round. There we see it, the jab, the right hand, but it goes, follows up with 4 or 5 shots. He doesn't just leave it at the one. It's great stuff, doubling up with the little cross there, just getting a little bit cheeky. And Boy Jones trying to make a fight of it, but as you said, Andy, just falling short, just leaving it a little bit too long.
That's it, and as we said before the start of the previous round, in sport, professional sport particularly, sometimes you come up against somebody who's a bit too good for you, and that's just how it is. That's just how it is. There's no shame in it. It happens to everyone, or almost everyone at some point. And he's just a couple of rounds away here from taking that English super lightweight title, Lucas Ballingall, and this really should kickstart his career, because it's been a stuttery career so far. It's been hard for him to get the fights that he's needed and wanted. He's always had to go away from home to get them, hence going to Belarus, then travelling to Derby to take on Myron Mills, and now to London to take on Boy Jones. What he needs next, what would be great next, would be a big pompy fight night. Headline that, maybe get his brother on it as well. That'll be a bit of an argument as to who would be the headline, but that would be great to see.
Yeah, it certainly would. You know what? He falls into that category, doesn't he, Ballingall? That he's the chairman of the Who Needs Him, Who Wants Him club. You know, you don't really want to fight someone like that unless you have to, because of what we're seeing here, those silky smooth skills. He switches from left to right, he switches orthodox to southpaw, throws shots from unusual angles, hands low, never sitting in the pocket. He's every fighter's nightmare, Andy, if I'm totally honest, and that's why he has to go on the road, because people don't want to fight him.
But that's why getting a title, if you're one of them, is absolutely crucial, because then you've got challengers, and people do want to fight you. They might not fancy your style, but they do want to fight you because you've got something that they want. And if you've got the English title, you will slip into mandatory for the British before too long, after a defence or two, maybe even straight away sometimes if it becomes vacant. So you can get something rolling now, because you're right, when you're the president of that club, you have to work your way into mandatory position for things, or otherwise nobody's going to do it.
Definitely, yeah. If you've got a little bit of bling, that gives you a lot of weight, and that's what he needs here. You know, pick up this English title, and that's gonna carry him. It's gonna give him a lot of weight and open up a lot of doors.
British champion at super lightweight is Dalton Smith. He defends against Casey Benjamin in November time.
Yeah, November 12th.
Good card, that, actually.
It's a great card, yeah, up in Manchester.
I don't think Dalton will stick around at British level all that long. If he successfully defends against Casey Benjamin, they might be looking to move him onwards, I think, fairly shortly after that.
Yeah, he's a talented kid, Dalton Smith, he really is, and someone like Ballingall would give him a lot of problems as well, you know, because of the movement, he's slipping and sliding. Dalton Smith is a different level, he's got a lot of power, you know, he knows how to cut the ring off. It'd be a great fight, you know. Ballingall's a slippery guy, as we saw there, throwing shots from good angles. He's going to be a tough guy to beat.
So 1 to go. It's been a good Friday night at York Calling. These are the nights. I mean, we missed every night with a crowd during COVID, didn't we? But particularly nights like this, Friday night at York Hall, you know, you get used to it, you take it for granted a bit, and then when it went,
yeah, listen,
it's absolutely devastating.
Say that again, sorry.
Then when they went, it was absolutely mortifying, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is it's been an incredible night. It really has. We have had entertainment after entertainment, not just the pre-title fights, but the undercards as well. You know, the kids that, you know, just starting out, the one of those, two of those, they've shown us some great stuff. We've had a brilliant night's boxing tonight.
So 10th and final round, touching gloves between the two. They embrace, and Lucas Ballingall knows that he's just got to stay on his feet here. He could get knocked down a couple of times and it would still be okay for him on the cards. I doubt that's going to happen. Boy Jones knows that he needs a knockout.
Yep, he's got a roll of dice here, Boy Jones. He's come out with his hands tight and at a faster pace, so I think he recognises that he is a mile behind, and he's landed a good shot there, the best shot of the contest from Boy Jones. Let's see if he can grow on that success.
Little wiggle of the shoulders in reply, though, from Ballingall, who took it okay. 30 seconds into the final round. We've got 3 scoring judges at ringside for this one, for the English title fight. Left hand thrown up the centre there by Ballingall, who then just struts off to some open canvas.
Oh, beautiful stuff again there from Ballingall, just taking the play away from Boy Jones, who just was getting a little success. He's gone, you know what, let's have this, and he's thrown some lovely combinations there, Ballingall. Good turnaround in this final round.
Again, just flicking that jab up from the waist. Turn southpaw. Not seen much of that tonight. He's stuck with orthodox pretty much all the way through. There's that little dabbing jab again, followed by a right hand. And Boy Jones's corner are just telling him, listen, just keep coming forward, just keep coming forward. Right up until the very, very end. Just give yourself every chance.
You've got to do that. You know, we saw that in the last contest. You just got to keep going, keep pushing forward, roll the dice, man. We've got a minute left on the clock. Boy Jones has got to throw everything in the kitchen sink. At the moment, Ballingall dominating even this last round. Movement's brilliant, moving from side to side, switching orthodox to southpaw, hands low, throwing combinations. This is great stuff from Ballingall.
Heading towards the final 30 seconds, a little bit of razzle-dazzle there from Ballingall, just dips to his left, winds up that right hand, slips it in around the back of the guard. He's a hard night's work for anybody.
Yeah, he is. He's a frustrating guy to fight, and I think fair play, credit where credit's due. With Boy Jones Jr., he's stuck to his guns, he's give this crowd some entertainment. He's always tried, he's pushed right to the final bell, just falling short there with the double jab. That's the story of that contest. Great effort there by Boy Jones Jr., but Lucas Ballingall, for me, runs out a clear winner.
Absolutely, the judges just handing in their final score slips from ringside, and I struggle to I struggle to see, to be honest, how you could give Boy Jones a round there. They might find a round or two for him, the judges, but
Where do you find that?
In these situations, it quite often happens, doesn't it, when you get a one-sided fight? I think it's fairly obvious 100 points to 90.
I think that's when one of the judges might have got up, gone to the toilet and come back and thought, well, he must have won one. Because I can't see him winning around there, if I'm totally honest. I can't see that, so... Yeah, look, I like Boy Jones Jr. and it was a game effort. He kept trying, but Lucas Ballingall was very, very, very impressive there.
So just waiting for these two to be called to the centre of the ring by our referee. We know what's coming next. It's a vacant title, so there was always going to be an and the new, and it's going to be going to the blue corner. And as I say, he's always wanted to take the challenges on. They just haven't really presented themselves, and when they have done the couple that he's lost, they haven't gone his way. They've been away from home, but he's done it again. Mikey McKinson over on the near side of the ring, just saluting the Ballingall fans. And this should be the launch pad now, so we can just see exactly how far he can go and see exactly what he's got. And that's what any fighter wants. They just want the opportunity to find their level. And in other sports you get it, and in boxing you don't if you can't get the right fights.
Listen, you get that opportunity, you get that title, that gives you weight. Whether people like fighting you or they don't like fighting you, if you've got that title, you've got something that people want. And this is going to open doors for Ballingall, who I think's run out a clean winner. Just getting the judges' scorecards together now. I think we're nearly ready.
Okay, where's our MC gone? He's over on the far side. Here we go.
Boxing center, please. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to our judges' scorecards. Mr. Sean McAvoy scores the contest 98-92. Mr. Lee Every scores the contest 99-93. And Mr. Mark Bates scores the contest 99-91. All three in favor of and new British Boxing Board Control English Super Lightweight Champion from Portsmouth, Lucas!
So Lucas Ballingall crowned the new English Super Lightweight Champion. The judges, as I kind of predicted, did give Boy Jones some kind of sympathetic rounds there, I think it's fair to say, but they were wide cards, and that was the only way that you could possibly have scored that. It was a really good performance. I enjoyed watching it. You know, when you've seen Mikey McKinson and you watch Lucas Ballingall, it doesn't come as any great surprise that they're brothers, the way that they go about their business. And as we said before, I'd just be really interested to see how far he can go off the back of this, because he's had some false dawns and false starts in his career so far, but now he's got that title. He'll be in championship fights against people who are hungry and who want it. And the next step on the ladder, the next rung up the ladder, is the British title. And we know Dalton Smith is defending against Casey Benjamin. We don't know what will happen in that fight, but Dalton Smith is a strong favourite. Were he to win, he might vacate.
Yeah,
and then you never know when the opportunity might come.
Absolutely agree with that. I think he's put himself, ultimately he's put himself in a prime position, in a really strong position where doors will open, opportunities will arise, and yeah, that was very impressive. I like that from the first bell to last. He stayed focused, he stayed disciplined, and he showed that he belongs where he is right now, and that was a great victory. He's just joining Ali Drew, so let's hand over to Ali.
Right, Lucas, the new English champion. How does that sound?
Long time coming. Been pro 7 years now, and I've finally got my belt. This is the first step to bigger and better things. But I like to say, this ain't the English belt around my waist. They forgot to bring my belt here, so I've got to deal with the southern area for the time being. But next week I'll have my English around my waist.
Now, just talk me through that fight. You looked in control from the opening bell.
Yeah, the thing is, the plan was to go out there and outbox him. I know I'm the superior boxer. So my dad, my trainer, said, just box him. no point getting involved because you're the better boxers to outbox him. And that was working. Come forward a few times, I hurt him a couple times, but I was having more success just boxing, just keeping it chill. And yeah, I wasn't comfortable and I'm happy.
You did land some heavy shots. Credit to your opponent, you know, he kept going, he was fighting right up until the final bell. Did you find that was a bit disheartening? You were landing some heavy shots, he didn't seem to be too effective.
Not really, because I didn't push it. I could have pushed it more. I was happy to land the good shots and keep doing what I was doing. It was successful and I was winning the rounds. So I thought, no point risking it, trying to go for him. I hurt him quite bad, I think, in the 5th, and I was close to getting him out of there. But I thought, what's the point? I could get out of breath here, so just keep boxing because it was working, and I cruised to victory.
Now, in the corner, your dad, what was he saying to you throughout the fight? You were doing a bit of showboating, but what was being said in the corner?
You just keep boxing, because a few times I looked to have a fight, and he was just telling me to keep to the game plan and keep boxing because it's working. And yeah, he said the last few rounds, he said you're cruising it, but don't get caught with anything. And obviously, when I land a good shot and I make him miss, I had a little dance. But yeah, I was enjoying myself in there. I felt great.
Could you hear your supporters? They were loud in here tonight.
Tell you what, the Portsmouth support is the best about. There's 100 odd people here and you'd think there's 1,000, it's crazy. And I just want to thank every single person who travelled up here today, shared this moment with me.
Now you are the English champion, what is next for you?
I want bigger and better things. I'm not happy with this. Firstly I want to get my belt next week, when that comes, but I want to move forward on the bigger and better things, and I'll fight anyone in the 140 division.
Have you got your eye on anyone in particular?
Anyone with a belt, anyone to the next step. I'm English champion now, and I want to move forward.
When do you think we're going to next see you in the ring?
Not sure, I'll speak to the team, we'll have a look and then see what comes about.
How are you celebrating tonight?
With my friends and family, I'm buzzing. Finally brought a belt home to the household, so.
And you got your brother here, come down and have a word. How proud are you right now?
Oh, I'm a very proud big brother, you know. We've known for a long time how good he is and his potential as well. He's finally got what he deserves, you know, and onwards and upwards, this is just the first title of many. Like, he's capable of winning a lot higher titles than this.
Well, enjoy the celebrations tonight and well done. It was a great performance.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic performance there. The new English champion. Just going to scoot over. We got the commentary team now. What a night of boxing we've just had.
Wow. I mean, the 3 title fights that we saw there, as you can hear, the 3 title fights were incredible. That's what I love about these small hall shows. That's what I said to you. What I love about the Southern Area titles, the English titles, the doors, the opportunities it opens for these kids. That's like their world title fights. You can see that they just pull it all on the line. I mean, and the atmosphere in this gaff is insane. Like, it just, yeah, I just love it. And I think tonight was a prime example of what the York Hall is all about. You know, these kids deliver. That was an incredible night of boxing.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and it just shows why the border control system of area title, national title, British title is so good, because you get proper, really competitive championship distance fights really early in fighters' careers. In other countries, they don't have that. They have to wait ages, and their national title maybe doesn't really mean anything, so they'll box for a minor ranking belt and then try and box for a European title or an EU title, and they're all fine. But here, you can win one in your 5th fight, like Jordan Perkis did. Now he's a champion, and he's got challenges.
Yeah.
And he's in proper fights, you know, and there's a little bit of buzz around it. It's a great ladder. It just really works. And those area title fights, you know, that finish from McDonough was, it doesn't matter how much longer we watch boxing, we will see very few final rounds, whatever the level is. And we go all over, the 3 of us. We'll see very few final rounds that will beat that.
Yeah,
very
sure.
few, if any.
And I mean, Lucas Ballingall in that last one was incredible, like the boxing skills and movement and everything that he showed. You can tell that he's the type of guy that has to go on the road because no one wants to fight him. He's the chairman of the Who Need Him, Who Wants Him club. You know, but now he's won that title, opportunities will open for him, doors will open for him, so I'm so pleased for him. But that was a masterclass of boxing that we saw there. You know, all three title fights had drama in one way or another, and that's what I love about it.
Which fight stole fight of the night for you two? Difficult choice.
Yeah, it is hard, because I thought the bantamweight area title fight was just a really good fight all the way through, and it was close. I thought probably the right guy got it in Perkis, but it was close, and he showed us plenty, because, you know, you question whether someone has got it in the tank to do it like that when you've never seen it before, and he showed us that he that he had, but I don't
I think,
know.
I
That
think
finish.
I think it was the middle fight with the Marsden
It's
fight.
the
You know,
finish.
it was just the finish, the drama of that, where McDonough was so far behind, but he never lost faith. You know, it was one of those fights that took me straight back to when, and I know it's a different level, but it was the same outcome. It took me back to when Cole Froch beat Jermaine Taylor out in the States, when against all the odds in the final round, he was a mile behind, probably 10 rounds behind on the scorecards, but never lost faith. And he turned it around with about 20 seconds to go. That was similar in so many ways. That took me to them sort of places. You know what I mean? The drama of that fight where he was so far behind McDonough and he just never give up faith. I mean, that was brilliant.
But also, it was kind of, you know, I said it when we were watching the replays, it was just the fact that you know you need the knockout, and you're on the brink of getting the knockout, and the easiest thing in the world to do would just be to completely lose your head and just start swinging. And he finished it with just like a perfect left hand. The technique and everything about it was ideal, and to be able to do that with about 30 seconds or whatever it was remaining, when you really need it, that's what all that work in the gym is for.
Absolutely.
But being able to pull it out and do it when you really have to do it, you know, sometimes you get the opportunity, maybe once in your career, to do that. And you need to take it. And
Absolutely.
He took it.
Well, he just didn't give up hope. I think that's good for any young fighter that's watching out there. You go, that's the thing about when you're boxing in 10 rounders and you're boxing in 12 rounders. They're different to 4 rounders. You know, you fall around behind or 2 rounds behind in 4 rounders and you're in a big trouble. 6 rounders, the same thing. When you've got 10, 12 rounds, the pattern of the fight changes dramatically, and it can change at any point. You see a fighter and he's looking good. Round 9, he's looking solid. He's still got a lot of movement. Round 10, the legs start stiffing up. Round 11, the fatigue sets in and things start changing and fights change. You know, that's the beauty of what we get on these cards. We see the 4 rounders, 6 rounders, 8, 10, and even 12, and we see the drama right through the card.
I mean, as well as the great results that and the great fights that we saw, the atmosphere in here was electric throughout the night, even on the undercard fights, and it just goes to show what York Hall brings on a fight night.
Ali, can you beat a better atmosphere anywhere? Like, I don't care if you go to Wembley Stadium, I don't care if you go to Cardiff, I don't care where you go, I don't care. We was up in Joe Joyce, that was good, right? Joe Joyce, Joe Parker that was insane. This was equally as good. The atmosphere, like, it bounces off the wall, and there's just something special about this place. I don't know what it is. There's something very magical about the York Hall.
There's that, but it's also just a good-sized venue. I mean, the dynamic of it works with the balcony in it being so tight, but you get, 1,200-1,500 in here. That's a good crowd, and they make a lot of noise. But what we're seeing a lot of the last year or so is a lot of promoters, I think, going to arenas that are too big for the show, and so you've got a half-empty arena rather than the banged-out York Hall. And I understand it, because you want to sell as many tickets as you can, and if you can maybe do 2,500, I'm just pulling a number off the top of my head, you're going to do that rather than do 1,500 here. But the atmosphere here is just much, much better. 2 weeks ago for Denzel Bentley, Marcus Morrison, same thing. A rammed-out York Hall is ideal, because you know you're going to fill it. You know, it dips and it ebbs and flows a bit during the night, depending on who's in the ring, but the noise just echoes around this place, and it's just, you know, it's a joy to come here.
Do you know what I love about this place as well? You know that this is why you know this place is special, right? Whenever you turn up here, it doesn't matter what show it is, doesn't matter who's promoting these small hall shows, you know you're going to get good fights. And when you turn up, you get like, you know, you get your ex-fighters like Waddy Camacho, you get your current fighters like Anthony Yard. Boxers love this gaff. They love coming here because they just love the energy that this place brings, you know what I mean? And we all start here at like some stage of our careers. Everyone's boxed here, and I think we see a lot of that tonight. It's the world title fight for all those kids in there, it really is. But some of them that have won tonight, that will put them onto a different platform, a bigger platform, and that's ultimately what they're going for.
Well, yeah, another successful night here at York Hall. We're back here again on the 29th of October, and Let's Go Management have also got a show on the 15th of October, which Into Boxing will be streaming, so make sure you subscribe and like on their page to keep up to date with everything that's going on there. But thanks for joining me this evening, guys. It's been fabulous, and we will see you next time.